right. Let's start the show.
Who the heck is Peptalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Peptalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Peptalks. Peptalks.
Who the heck is Peptalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Peptalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Peptalk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Peptalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Peptalks.
We found weapons of mass
Peptalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Peptalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good good afternoon, everybody. Wow, a little growl there. Well, welcome to the show. It is Tuesday. Holy crap. It is, yeah, that was one hell of an opening. We're going right for it today. Vertical only today. No, there should be a horizontal. Wait, I got a horizontal up. What the hell? That's weird. Yeah. Hold on. Is it not showing up on my page? No, it did. Hold on. Let me share this. If you guys are looking for the horizontal feed, I will put this in the chat. Yeah, I try to run both, but dealer's choice, whichever one you guys like. I have been able to integrate both chats, even though it has kind of, made it a little bit glitchy, but we're gonna work with it. But all right, guys, hope you guys are doing well. Hope you were also able to enjoy Pepaganda over on this space. It was a fun show. Went into my little pep rants moment, and honestly, it's just it. I feel like I have to, like I always repeat the same thing. I'm consistent, if nothing, right? But I hope you guys were able to catch that. Tinkerbell gonna take a nap. Oh man, yeah. Feeling that shit. Yeah, so I didn't really sleep last night, like, at all. So I'm feeling it. I know I said the same thing yesterday where I'm like, yeah, I might do a shorter stream, but we'll see. God, that was so much fun though. At the end of stream last night, if you guys didn't catch it, go and watch the last hour for real. I think that was some of the funniest shit that I've done on stream since I started this. I had a blast. You know how I said that, like, my jaw hurt from doing the Jesse Ventura impression? Well, yeah, no kidding. I think that I actually did hurt myself. I woke up really, really sore. So great. Also, what up, Dennis? How you doing, man? What'd you say about the vertical? Or were you at the Vanguard just now? Or I have a question. I'm a bad person because I don't like both presidents. I need 65 or older for president. Too old and crazy. What? Wait. I don't like both presidents. Like, you're talking about Biden and Trump? I don't know what you're talking about. But what up, Brett? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, we're gonna discuss some politics. That's what the show's all about here. If you are just joining us and this is your first time, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I am a left-leaning streamer, but I also like to have discussions. So let's do it. Let's have some fun, guys. Let's chat it up. Let's talk it up. You're watching the Vanguard 2? Oh, I didn't even know the Vanguard was live. Man, I gotta retool my stream and stop going live when everybody else is. Wait, is the surf still live? I thought that they ended the show at 4. Nope, still live. Yeah, whatever. You can't win them all. Why? I don't know, man. Because he's old. I don't know. Because every time that they've tried to get him, it seems to be very convenient that yes. I don't know. I do kind of hold that everything has been staged and it's all just being used, so whatever. You have Facia. I had a stroke 17 years ago. His voice app. Oh shit. Okay. Well then no worries. So are you saying that you want somebody to be 65 and older? Like that's like your that's your precondition, or is it you need somebody under 65? I would argue that under 65 would be great. You know, yes, experience is sure, like the elder experience, but how come we can recognize that in presidents and we stop there? You know, we treat our old people like shit in America. And you know what? I tend to fall for this crap all the time. So, yeah. Under 65. Got it. Thank you for the chilies there, Bandit. Appreciate that. Also, welcome in, Ken. How you doing? Jaguar or Shield, how you doing? Been watching the Devil in Silver on AMC. It's been very distracting. The main character's name is Pepper. Nice. You know what's actually kind of funny? I wish that I was bullshitting about this, but this is how much this is kind of taking over my life a little bit. Every time that I hear somebody say pep talk, immediately I'm just like, I need to clip that, and then I forget to clip it. We have the one from Frenchie though, so that one's good. I need to find a more permanent way of keeping that up, because right now I only have it in the Discord chat. Let's see. Oh wow, we were actually busy recently, so Discord chat might have pushed it out of... Yeah, shit. Oh, by the way, did you guys know that the guy from Necessary Conversation, he used to do a wrestling thing. He's been in the podcast space for quite some time. I did not know that. And then he started the Necessary Conversation. Here it is.
Your fucking Peptalks.
One more time.
Your fucking Peptalks.
Wait, why is it so low?
Your fucking Peptalks.
There we go. Much better. Much better. Oh, we already got Fed posting? Jeez. Man, I can't even start the show properly without having some dingus in chat. Come on, man. Can I at least get 5 minutes into my own show without people just being dicks? So does anyone think gas prices will come down No, Lord Dementis. No, they won't. And honestly, you should be going and asking Maga about this. I'm not even kidding. If you guys can find right-wing streamers, go ask them. They're the ones who voted for this shit. They're the ones still justifying it. They're the ones fucking coming up with every excuse in the book to make sure that they don't have to address the fact that, yes, Donald Trump has caused this. But whatever, man. Yes, not anytime soon. Because even if the Strait were to open tomorrow, that doesn't really mean shit, because they have to clear out the mines. They have to get everything, going again. And I know that it's going to be over about a year before pre-war prices, so. The average life expectancy in the U.S. Males fell from 76 years. That's why. Yeah, well, I'm assuming there's more coming, but, yeah, great. We actually have a story about what's causing the colon cancer, or what is the suspect in causing colon cancer. No, gas won't come down. If anything, will go up. Well, and that's the thing. After yesterday, I kind of had that moment when I was live when it happened, when he did the strikes on Iran. I'm just so sick of this. As someone who covers this, fine. Yeah, great. Great for the news cycle. But I'm tired of the sensationalized news cycle. I hope you understand that would not benefit me, right? Technically the war ending, not great as a political content creator, but I have a soul, so I try not to put myself before all that, the way that CNN and most of the anchors out there do. Jesus. It really is just dour out there, by the way. My friend Brian from California pays $10 in gas. Cheeseburger. How you doing, dude? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Sound like Biden now. Come on, man. I really am. Uh-oh. Wow. Jeez. And by the way, come on, man. That's all I got for Biden. I'm like impressioned out, by the way. Like, it's gonna be rough because I committed to doing a Macho Man impression today because we got the music. Our own DJX produced something really cool for me. So yeah, I'm gonna break that out in a little bit, but I need a break because yeah, doing the Jesse Ventura took a lot out of me. But did you know that I don't got time to bleed. So now I'm just gonna complain that I have some aching joints and the occasional headache. But as I said, my blood cell count's pretty good. Jesse Ventura, Pet Detective. That was fun, dude. I'm not. Wait a minute. You're telling me that you lost a fucking dolphin? Oh, I'm not gonna find your fucking fish. All just so you can make a bunch of trans jokes. Yeah, I'm not playing into that. That's in poor taste. Oh, fuck it. Yeah, guys, if you were not here last night, I figured out how to do a pretty solid Jesse Ventura impression. Not the best, but pretty solid. You could work on your Bobcat Goldthwait impression again. I don't know about that. No, I'll do that like later. But like I said, I legit like hurt myself doing the Jesse Ventura impression because you have to lock your jaw. You have to bring your jaw out like this, and then I need a pair. Wait. This isn't the right pair of sunglasses. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do these. Maybe these will work. Yeah. Did you know that when I was Jesse the Body Ventura, I wore some funky sunglasses like this guy over here. His Peptalks. He does some lowbrow humor. He does impressions of me, I hear. Don't hear it. Not very amused by the impressions of me, I gotta say. But one thing I will say is that he's got some fine taste. He gave me these wonderful sunglasses. Makes me feel like I'm hot to trot, if you will. Oh fuck. I can't dude. Oh my god, I'm like possessed now. Ever since last night, that fucking it happened, guys. Oh, that I swear to God, yes. So this all stemmed from listening to Will Sasso and Dan Soder on Chris Van Fleet's podcast. You've seen Will Sasso, Steven Seagal? Oh, yeah. He didn't do his Steven Seagal, actually, during that impression off, but he did his Robert De Niro, which I accidentally figured out a Robert De Niro yesterday, too, where I was just doing the face. Oh, man. And then, yes, we had a back and forth. By the end of it, I got my Schwarzenegger. I did the Schwarzenegger back to back. Yeah. Because it was the governor off. Yeah, yes. Yeah, it was the governor. This is not my great impression. This is probably my worst impression. Yeah. Now, if I bring it down and try to just talk like a normal person, and then I just say that I was the governor of California, then you might remember that I was not great. I wasn't the greatest governor. No, you were not. I was a much better governor. And you know what? I was also the superior one that should have gone after the predator. Had you not put that damn backpack on me, I wouldn't have got by the predator. And you, Dutch, you know what? I wanted to make a Dutch oven joke, but I never got to. Yeah, so you wanted to fart in my face. Well, now's your chance, Jesse. Ha 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 ha. Come on, we'll smoke some stogies. Well, you know what? I'm not really into smoking, but you only live once, they say. YOLO, as the kids say. Oh, fuck. This is the problem, the material. I am so tired right now, so I'm just like, it'll just be very conversational. Yeah, Cumtown podcast is pretty funny. Oh yeah, Cumtown's funny. Yeah, I I love Stabby and Nick Mullen. Those guys are hilarious. Al Pacino. Yeah. Well, for Al Pacino, I like to think of Heat. Wait. No, it's not even good. Wait. I'm sorry that the chicken got dried out. Literally a line in Heat. I almost just wanted to do Michael Keaton doing Al Pacino. You wanna get nuts? Let's get nuts. Yeah. God damn it. Oh yeah, she's got a great ass. There it is. Oh, that fucking movie. When you find out that he was actually in the script supposed to be coked up like beyond belief, but they took it out of the script, it makes so much sense. You are tired. I am beat. I didn't sleep last night. Like legit. I got up. I went upstairs and I watched the playback of the last hour, and I'm telling you guys, when little inside baseball here, when you do material as a comedian or a performer and it hits with you after you've done it, I'm telling you, like, I'm so proud of what happened, like what we did last night. Like that was peak. I'm gonna be releasing that as its own like hour, which I did an hour. Look at that. Like that's the craziest part is I actually did like a solid hour. Apparently, yeah. No, and that's the thing. Like, yeah, he was in character technically the entire time. Yeah, Carlito's Way too. Dude definitely looks unemployed. Well, just based on looks. Look at you, Mr. Judgmental. I am love. Now I'm just gonna go through all impressions again. Oh fuck. Yeah, no, not happening. But no, I appreciate that. I appreciate you just coming in here, you know, taking one look at me, and you're just like, look at this putz. Oh my god, totally doesn't have a job. Totally disagreed with all of his politics. Oh, what a loser. Whatever, man. What a miserable way to live. I try to like see the bits I like to see what I would enjoy of somebody's personality, or like kind of think of like the good that I might find in them before right away just going like, well, look at this asshole. I don't know. You'll grow up someday, and then you'll just kind of be like, hey, I don't know. I don't want to shut down all these people because you could be losing fucking, you know, great interactions with people. That's just how it goes, though. Like, you just, whatever. What is the point? What's the point of just shutting everything down? I rewatched the stream and laughed my butt off. Nice, you rewatched? Hell yeah, dude. No, dude, as I said, I'm very proud of that hour. That was fire. And then getting to tell the story about the prank phone calls. Like, I haven't told that on stream. That was the first time I ever did that. So, Mystic River is a classic. Yes, it is, actually. Oh, yeah. No, Carrie Fisher had the nail. Like yeah. No, you see it in a bunch of pictures. Like when she was on the set of Blues Brothers, you can see it clear as day. The Departed was on today. Oh, really? You mean The Departed? Yeah, it's The Departed. Penn went to jail for 33 days for one battery case. Oh, geez, really? Sean Penn is too much of a self-righteous prick in real life for me to watch anything he's in. I did not like that one battle after another. I know it won an Oscar and everything, but man, you want to talk about a movie where it's just so up its own ass, and then on top of it, like, every character in that movie was super fucking hateable. The daughter, hateable. The fucking, Leonardo DiCaprio's character, hateable. And the thing is, I think he was mostly hateable just because I was like, oh, he reminds me of me. Uh-oh. I might need to go to therapy on that one. But no, like the wife, she sucked. Oh my god, what a fucking asshole. She like legit, like what an ass. Yeah, whole movie, like just that whole movie. I'm just sitting there like, and then Sean Penn's character was also just a fucking blatant piece of shit. I didn't see it. Paul Thomas Anderson movies aren't my thing. Yeah, and I guess they're not my thing either. By the way, cheers. Yeah. I don't like movies that are up their own ass like that. Also, the way that everybody told me I had to go watch it. Like, yeah. Bro, you made your friend watch Heat when all of us used to watch... when all he used to watch was Christian media. Why would you do that, bro? Wait. I mean, yes, I did go to school with those kind of kids, but I know you're joking, but my dad was very much, secular, so he, I got to watch a bunch of stuff that technically other people in my school didn't get to. But Michael was good as fuck, but it ended out of nowhere too soon. Like Michael? Are you talking about the John Travolta movie? Yes, I've seen that movie. Actually, weird that it's really weird that you brought up that movie. Oh, Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson. Got it. No, I did not see that. No, the Michael Jackson movie. I thought you were talking about the John Travolta one where he was an angel. I was like, oh, that's weird that you brought that up because my mom's in that movie. Like, no joke. No bit at all. My mom, she was an extra in a bunch of movies, and that was one of them. That's actually one of the prominent ones. So William Hurt is on a bus near the end of the movie. And I think it's like there's only about 20 minutes left. I remember it was always like we'd have to fast forward to see her part. So when he gets on the bus, you see a group of ballerinas wearing angel wings. The person leading the ballerinas was my mom. And you see her pretty like prominently in that. So if you guys ever, oddly enough, want to see my mom in action, getting her little bit in Hollywood there. And then me and my mom were extras on my best friend's wedding. We got to be in the actual wedding reception. So if you see a little boy dancing on his mom's feet, that was me. Yeah. It was a cool experience. I got to do a few days. It was like a weekend where I got to go. She took me out of school on Monday or on Friday, and we did Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It was funny because that was the first time that I learned about blocking and just like how everything worked. And then I got to see them like every time that they had to like reset, like to set up something. That was cool. Yeah. Man. Yeah, she was also in like a whole bunch of like low budget movies as far as, anytime that they needed an extra, she showed up. My favorite one that she's in is the Bruce Willis one because they didn't need her as much as they needed her car. So technically her Jeep is, what movie is it? Fuck. It's the one where he's trying to save this kid. Here. Mercury Rising. Yeah, Mercury Rising. That was it. Yeah, there's a scene on the bridge where you see everybody running. She's part of the people that are running, but the big one that got some actual screen time because he's standing like right against it. It's our Jeep, like our old Jeep. Yeah, it was kind of funny. But hey, look at that! You guys get to learn a little bit. No, not The Sixth Sense. It was Mercury Rising. I think that was like right before The Sixth Sense. Also, did I say hello to all you guys? Rebecca, what up? What up? Dementia, Lord Dementis, how you doing? Eric, how you doing, man? Natch, how you doing? Josh, Metal Welder. I believe you're new here, man. Hope you're vibing. If you're enjoying the content so far, if you have not already double tapped that screen, please do so. And yeah, sub to the channel if you're enjoying just hanging. We will be going into the news in a minute, just so you know. Nate, how you doing, dude? Thanks for holding it down over on Twitch. Appreciate that. Gregory. Eggery. There we go. Eggery. How you doing? I'm doing good, man. Honestly, I am. You're off work? I'll be world building in the background. Nice. Oh, what are you playing that, oh shit, what the fuck was it called? That sci-fi game you were playing. You still on that one, or did you move on? And if I missed you guys in chat, yeah, just let me know, and I will give you a quick shout out. Just chilling, brother, and I got you. Nice, thank you. Thank you, Metal Welder. Appreciate that. Also enjoy my tea while I can. Still sick, laying in bed watching. Oh, that sucks, man. I hope you heal up. That's, dude, nothing worse than just being sick. Sci-fi one, yeah, kind of reminded me of Mass Effect a little bit. It's for a custom world my friend built. Oh, okay. Nice vibes in here. Hey, cool. No, I appreciate that. That's what I go for, man. I try. Like, I want to... Dude, there's so much fucking, like, tension and fucking just bullshit on the internet where why can't we have a chill space? Like, especially, like, to discuss things like politics and world events. It's something that we should definitely be able to do. I think that everybody benefits from from learning a little bit from the other side. You know I do. Sometimes you get the bad faith guys that always prove. It's just like they just prove to be idiots, and you're like, sometimes I like to see the other MAGA like people kind of, or like the people that were ex-MAGA even, come out and say, this person does not represent me. Like, that shit, that makes my day, where it's just like, oh, dude, see? Look at that nuance. Also, it is kind of nice just to get, like, the vibe of where everybody is. The BS is fun, though, but some people get way too upset over nothing. It's not about, like, getting upset. Some people, like, they think that they're doing, like, this edgelord bullshit, but they don't understand that it's just hacky and cringy. Like... Nothing really is just more cringe than fucking the whole, like, trying to troll somebody right off the bat and just, like, I want to get a rise out of this guy. Like, I don't know. It seems like a waste of time, energy. Unfortunately, it also sows, like, poor discourse, you know? But we chill, mostly. Yeah, mostly. You'll send me the map? Hell yeah. Trump is the true savior that has been delivered to the great nation to lead us into prosperity. Well, guess what? It seems like whoever wrote that prophecy was kind of wrong. No, dude, I'm sorry. He's a fucking grifting billionaire businessman that is grifting the rest of the country and kind of like. Here's the difference between the right and the left in America. We all kind of recognize that we're being butt-fucked, but you're the only ones doing it with a smile. You know? MAGA was a grift. It totally was. And I say was because R.I.P. MAGA. Fuck, man. You guys had 10 long good years. But, yeah. I think it's Jover for you guys, man. I think it's fucking Jover. Like, damn. So many people are fucking just beyond pissed at Trump. Like, Jesus Christ. Well, you should probably quit that. That's not great for you. Yeah, don't do that. Don't ruin your life. That's stupid. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Definitely don't do drugs. I actually mean that. Like, you really shouldn't, unless, like, you know, if you're in a controlled space and they are, you know, legal. Actually, yeah. Careful with those legal ones, too, man. Fuck. I don't know, man. I'm somebody that legit, like, if I don't have to take an aspirin, I won't. So, I don't really care about politics because both sides are consistently fucking the average people, truth. And I don't have the courtesy to spit on it. Yeah, well, that's what I mean, man. Yes, that's where I was going with that. And yes, you're not wrong, man. I really am, like, doubling down on the stoner shit today. This is what happens when I get really tired and also, you know, have a little bit before stream. Because, yes, I did get nice and lifted before stream, but yeah, no, you're right, man. Like, there's no denying that the Democratic Party, they're not doing themselves any favors. It's not like they can sell trust to anybody. It sucks. It really does suck. And this is also where I get mad at, like, the fact that we can't win these races by getting these fucking dipshits out. Like, how does APAC money have that much sway when everybody kind of unilaterally agrees that we need term limits and we need new blood in there, but somehow, some way, these fucking incumbents are always just like, they're winning by like quadruple digits. It's bullshit. By the way, China is selling, what? Large companies are screwing everyone to look better for shareholders. Well, dude, that's the thing. Somebody pointed out how we are getting fucked over specifically by multinational corporations, and that is why they are making the deals that they are. That's why, like, all of, like, the people that are involved, they're all in on it, as far as, like, they all have the same types of shares. They are all, like, it's all connected, guys. And it's almost like more like Alien. Like, if you guys have seen Alien Earth, the way that they have, like, the 6, or I think it's 6. It's either 5 or 6. Just multinational corporations run everything. And that's, instead of having countries, you have literally like, you have America under Wayland. Like, and then you have Utani in the, like, the Asian markets. Like, it's so fucking crazy. Can we not? Dude. Right off the bat with this cat. Outlaw lobbying. Easier said than done, because the people that need to outlaw are the ones that have all the, you know, all the juice. They're the ones that have all the, like, that's the word I'm looking for. Stake in it. Man. Ironically, if more people were politically involved, we could actually change the system. Yes. But the thing is, this is why they, like, go out of their way to make politics disenfranchising and uninteresting, to be completely real. Like, that's the one thing that is kind of odd, is that Trump gets the ratings and, like, the boost in the ratings that he does, but realistically, even that doesn't get people to know, like, or pay attention. Like, I have had so many conversations with people recently where they're just like, I don't know what's going on. And I'm kind of shocked, but also not by it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I understand why, but I'm pissed, because it's just like, guys, what are you doing? You're sitting here, like, asking me why the gas prices are so high, which, do you know how embarrassing it is? Just from my perspective, where I'm like, dude, I'm a fucking stoner YouTuber that does like, yes, I cover news and politics. I do know more than, I guess, your average person. But when they're coming to me as, like, a authority on this, that's not great. That's not great at all. I kind of feel like, it's like activate imposter syndrome. Like, holy crap, why are you, what? I served in the Army, and every male in my family has served since World War II. I worked for Ocean out in the Gulf for 30 days straight at a time. 12 hours a day, and I can't even afford a house, bro. Dude, that's insane. The government fucking failed you. Like, we failed you. You know what? No, the people kind of failed you on that one, too. Like, all these rah assholes that, like, you know, you'll be at a hockey game and, you know, they'll be sitting there like this, and then you'll have somebody that's like, you know, unable, or just in general, that's their protest, and they're like, take off your hat! Take off your hat! Show some respect to the soldiers! Take off your hat! I stand for my flag! Do you want to pay higher taxes to give the vets some benefits, or do you want to challenge the politicians to give the vets some benefits? Fuck that! You raise my taxes, what are you, some kind of freak? Seriously. It's the same shit, though. Like, I'm glad that veterans kind of get it. I mean, dude, at least you get health care. We don't. At least you have that. All stoner YouTubers are smarter than Trump. Hey, appreciate that. Marcody, appreciate you being here, man. Welcome to stream. Also, if you guys are just joining us, welcome. Appreciate you being here. That should always be looked after. Yes, you would think. The fact that they have given to our country, that thank you for your service. Did y'all know that I was a Navy SEAL? And by the time that I got home from Vietnam, they were already calling us baby killers, and they were throwing things at us, and it was all propagated by the U.S. government. And did you know that that's also why they could go systematically through all of the entitlement programs from the VFW? And that's why every time that we go to the VFW, we have a conversation about how we're losing benefits. I don't understand how that happens when it's all constitutionally written. And now I have to go advocate for my brothers that fought for their country. And you know, I have to say that this is a big fucking problem. As I said, now I'm just channeling the guy. I'm not even doing anything funny. I'm just like, yeah, you see, when I wear my hat and it says U.S. Navy SEALs on it, I actually served for my country. What did that President Bone Spurs have to, what's he doing? What was his class doing? They were out there getting deferments. They were out there getting all the deferments that they could. They were going over to Canada. Now, that's what I wanted to do. I was a conscientious objector. And now, I'm glad and proud that I served my country. And I'm glad and proud that I was able to learn something like underwater demolitions, because that means that I'm an expert in the underwater demolitions. But this is also where I started getting into the conspiracy land, and that's what got me politically active. Did you know that if Vince McMahon hadn't gone and fucked us and all the boys and Hulk Hogan, and yeah, if he hadn't have done that and we unionized, I probably wouldn't have been the governor of Minnesota. I would have continued being Jesse the Body Ventura. Sorry. Oh, crap. F. Hogan. Fuck yeah, F. Hogan. The saddest part is, like I said, Jesse Ventura has literally said that shit. Like, I how do I know? I may have listened to a Jesse Ventura podcast before I started the show. Pretty good. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. This guy knows what's up. Oh, shit. Yeah, Jesse Ventura's base is shit, man. He really is. Like, you want to talk about a guy that he's been through it all, but he's also one of my favorite things that was ever said about him, and I it's been said about myself, so I'm glad that I'm in good company here, where it's just like, yo, that cat, he marches to the beat of his own drum. It's just, him and Macho Man. Oh no, it was that's right. Hulk Hogan said that about Macho Man, but then yeah, it's also been said about Jesse. Anyway, imitations provide vibes. Hey, well, I'm here to provide the vibes. It's maybe not the comedy as much today. Like, dude, that's what I'm saying. I used all the material and like all the energy last night. I was on until what, 2:30? I feel like it was about 2:30. It was like 1:30, 2:30. Either way, I went fucking late last night. And it's because I was on a roll, and that's I'm not even kidding, guys. I felt like I was on stage, you know, at that moment. Like that gave me like the same rush. Like that was fucking awesome. Hey, thank you for the $2, Amanda. Rebecca. I appreciate that. Wait a minute, you're not Amanda. Why didn't it trigger? What? Apologies. I don't know why my notification didn't go off. I have friends there and they disagree. Where? Wait, what are you talking about? The Ventura transformation is in... Hey, that's enough! Dude! Seriously? That's it. No, we're done. You're done. You're fucking... You're breaking my equipment, you little shit. No. You go to Kitty Arm Jail. You are being so bad. You're being so bad. Why? Why? Why are you gonna be so bad? Hmm? You know, we're friends. Yes. I love you so much. Why are you gonna be so bad? What are you even looking at? You're so cute. Yes. I'm just cuddling you on stream. Uh-oh, little Lito's in jail. Yeah. Yeah, he's being really fucking Corporal Cuddles. Yeah, you hear that? You're not fighting me, so that's fun. He's cute and he knows it. He gets away with everything, and it sucks. Hey, thank you for the $10. Donations provide the vibes. Thank you.
Tarek $08089.99. Donations provide vibes.
Here you go. No. You get yours. Give me a second. I'll give this to your brother. Nope. You go over here. You go over here. Nope. You go over here. Here. Yeah, you stay with me, brother. There you go. I have to make sure that he goes nowhere near the dog while he has food. My dog has that food aggression thing. Which, yeah. I had a dog trainer just told me, he's just like, there's one thing that you will not be able to train your dog out of. That. I was like, oh, that's fun. Like, I can put my hand in his food dish, but any of the animals, the second that they come near him, he gets really... Yeah. Okay, can you not? Seriously, I just gave you treats. Can you behave? I just rewarded bad behavior. I just realized what I did. I'm a bad cat, Dad. What did I do? I just rewarded you for being an asshole. Damn it. Yeah, go travel and settle where it feels right. AI needs to be stopped. Fuck yeah, dude. Like, can we just send them to Antarctica? Like, what are we doing? We're letting them poison our environment for, like, very, very short-term gain. You understand that this is essentially like if you had a original iPhone or like an iPad or something, or an iPod. There we go, iPod. And your iPod, essentially, you know that it is poisoning the air, right? Would you still be using that today, right? Like, I don't think so, because, you know, it's kind of obsolete. Well, think of it this way. When that AI is then obsolete, we're still stuck with that bullshit, and they're still going to, like, they're going to then justify adding more CPUs, and, like, it makes no fucking sense. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing allowing this shit? But I'm glad that we as at least humanity seem to kind of figure this one out, where it's just like, oh, this isn't great. We shouldn't do this. Like, just kind of seems like a bad idea, but it's the cute spell messing with your brain like a Jedi mind trick. Well, he's got like the Puss in Boots face. Like, that little fucker, he knows how to turn it on, too. He really, like, my wife said that one time. She's just like, oh, my God, we have, like, a little Puss in Boots. It's just like, we do. He's so cute. But this was after he tore the crap out of our baseboards. Like, dude, my baseboards upstairs are so fucked up. I'm going to have to replace those at some point. But that's the other thing. Like, they just keep destroying this shit. Just, ugh. So annoying. Whatever. I love my cats. I will always have animals, so I've just accepted that having a perfectly clean home that also doesn't have some sort of destruction, it's out of the cards for me. Now, are there ways to take care of some of that? Yes. Like those adhesive cat strips, I live by those things. Holy shit, those things are great. I have those on my couch. I just put them on one of the places that he was using as like his little wood post. Now I have to figure out, it's like, do I even bother with the baseboards? I probably should, because I need to get him to stop that. Anyway, minimum wage hasn't been a sustainable wage in quite some time. Wages haven't changed in the last 20 years. Well, in Illinois, they have. This is the thing. Every time that you see those memes about like Indiana gas versus Chicago gas or Illinois gas, it's because we have a $15 minimum wage. Their minimum wage is still $7 fucking. That's the big difference. And they don't want to tell you that because they can never tell you anything that might like make it seem like the grass is actually greener on the other side. They need you to fucking think like, no, look at these city slickers. They're always paying for the criminals and the illegals, and that's why their taxes are so high, and that's why everything sucks over there. Meanwhile, we're all fucking happy, you know, because we actually make a living wage, even with living in a fucking city. Having a $15 minimum wage, pretty, you know, not the best still, but it's better than the rest of the fucking, you know, a lot of what the rest of the country's got. So there it is. You know, our gas tax is one of those ones that, like, you can go to, like, the Illinois Department of Transportation, IDOT, and you can see where the amount, like, what amount per your household was given to from the county, what the state took, and then also what went to federal, and you can see where these projects are. So this is where I was a little pissed off, is when Trump decided that he was like, you know what? Illinois, they got that J.B. Pritzker. We can't give them the federal funding that Congress had signed off on. This is blatantly fucking illegal. And this is where I'm glad that they are challenging it in court, but this is one of those ones that's taking way too fucking long. Because now we're on the hook for it. And that's why we can't just suspend the gas tax. It's almost like they planned this, because now, look at, it's ironic that they're going to California. $10 gas, look, that's the governor's fault. Oh, look, you got $5 gas in Illinois. That's the governor's fault. These these blue governors, these blue areas, oh my God. Instead of being fucking honest about, like, population density, the fact that, yes, these are blue cities where we have good programs, where we do have a better quality of life. But you know what they also talk about? How much we fucking subsidize the rest of the goddamn country. Do you know my state fucking subsidizes the fucking four around us with a little bit of help from Wisconsin, who also takes subsidies? It's insane. Is stream freezing for you all? No. I think you asked this yesterday, too. You might have an internet connection problem, my man. No. I can tell you when I'm having a stream freeze. And it ain't now. But yes. It's fucking stupid. What was I talking about? Because honestly, Lord Dementis, that's the second day in a row that I was going on a nice little rant, and then all of a sudden it's just like, is stream freezing for anybody else? And then ran over. Sorry, I'm not trying to get mad at you, but maybe Mike. Yeah, I think it's your crap internet, man. Just saying. As I said, not angry, just perturbed. According to Trump, the states should take care of themselves. Yep. Mine's doing it now too. Okay. Then YouTube is having issues on your ends. It's YouTube. Yeah, got nothing. Like I said, I will let you guys know when I am having issues. All right, that's it. You are fucking just being such a pain in the ass. Give me a second here, guys. I gotta wrap headphones up because he's just fucking going nuts. I see that Thomas Massey. All good here? All right. Yeah, this definitely wasn't your fault. This one was my cat's fault. Ooh. Great, now I gotta go buy a new cord because he chewed right through it. I swear to God, dude. Don't mind helping other states, but it seems people aren't appreciative. No, and that's the thing. Nothing drives me more fucking batty than seeing some dipshit from fucking Tennessee or Missouri, Kentucky. Like, seeing anybody from those fucking states talking about Illinois. Actually, Indiana's the biggest one. Indiana and Iowa. Get fucked with your stupid fucking cornfields. And get fucked with your attitude of, well, things are much cheaper over it. You got nothing. You have nothing. You literally are just fucking open space. Oh, well, we just built a fucking Ford plant. Come work at the Ford plant. Again, your quality of life is ass in comparison. It really is. You guys are still paying fucking high gas prices. You guys are still paying fucking high grocery prices. The thing is, it's going to hurt you a lot more because you don't have a good minimum wage. Like I said, your wages have not gone up. So you think Trump gets liposuction? He doesn't get he's on a no, dude. He took the Ozempic thing. I would argue that that's actually why all of a sudden the bruising started happening, because that's part of, the blood thinning, all that stuff. I don't know. My SUV doesn't run on corn. Actually, mine does. I just found that out, that mine runs on E85. So the problem is E85 gives you half the amount of output as far as gas mileage and just miles traveled. So yeah, Sylvia, I was just actually, you just reminded me. Trump takes a lot of cognitive tests. Yeah, for someone that's so sharp, he sure needs to prove himself to be sharp. Weird. And it's always the same fucking cognitive test. I aced it. I pointed to the dinosaur and said it was a dinosaur. Sir, that was an elephant. It was a dinosaur. Not to mention they got the refineries in LA, the land rigs refineries in Texas, Alaskan Pipeline, and they just reopened up all the drilling in California. It's blatant as fuck, but what can you do? I don't know. Be angry at the fucking people in charge. It's that easy. Why? Listen, this is what really pisses me off. And yes, the media is complacent in this. But what the fuck, man? Why is it that for Biden, everybody had to acknowledge how bad of a job he was doing, including the Democrats. But when it comes to the people in our country that follow Trump, it is just insane how they just blindly fucking follow him. He's a genius. The test was the best in the world. I don't need results. I know I had a 300. I was the first person to get a 300. I was the first person to play 300, and I got 500. When I caught the ball, I said I had 200 more, and then all the children, they all said, sir, that's not how it's played, sir. And then then I gave them the look, I gave them the Don, I call it the Dirty Don. And when I gave them the Dirty Don, they looked at me and they said, all right, sir, you have 700, you win. Anyway, Democrats lied about the border for years. You're full of shit. What did they lie about? And how did the border personally affect you? You fucking dumbass. Seriously. The border. Get fucked. The fact is, the economy is ass right now. And there's nothing going on that you can convince me that was like, oh yeah, you know what? That was all the immigrants' fault. It's not like you disingenuously use that to just be like, yeah, too many people, they're raising my taxes, what the fuck? But they don't. Your taxes still went up. Your property taxes still went up. Everything is still more expensive. All the immigrants are he closed the border, ICE got rid of a whole bunch of immigrants. Why is everything still more expensive, you dumb motherfuckers? Like, seriously, wake the fuck up. Nobody gives a shit about your stupid fucking issues anymore. Nobody cares about the trans issue. Nobody cares about immigration anymore. Everybody cares about the cost of fucking living because your dipshit Lord and Savior made that his number one fucking issue. He was gonna get the prices down day fucking one. Guess what? We are in day fucking what, 400 something? What? Where the fuck are these lower prices? Motherfuckers? Seriously. Wake up! Maga is dead. Nobody gives a shit about you dumb cultists anymore. You are the only ones believing this bullshit. You sit there lapping his nuts every fucking time that he gives you a number. Every time that his fucking government fucking fudges something, you're just like, there, look, they said this, they said that. They said that the war was going to be done in 2 fucking weeks. We are going into the 3rd fucking month. Gas prices are still fucking high enough to where hope you had a good Memorial Day. Fucking beef prices are through the fucking roof. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, I'm not going to sit here and capitulate to you guys. Biden was not great. But he was better than this asshole because at least the prices were going down under Biden. This shit, prices have gone up. And the motherfucker in the White House is just lying every day. And all you have is lies. That's it. That's all you have. Lies and hope. And your hope isn't even real. Your hope is literally based in you tying your identity to this guy. But whatever, man. Yeah, lies. Okay, tell me again how much the gas prices are at the national average. Tell me again how much the fucking inflation is right now. Tell me again how... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, he's still at war. He didn't... You mean you're telling me that deal that he was cutting this weekend, it fell through? What? He attacked? What? Now he wants to fucking tie the Abraham Accords to this and get, oh, yes. And it's going to be all the Middle Eastern countries' fault because they didn't sign the Abraham Accords. That's why he had to go back and do... You're so fucking stupid. This is why he chose you as the mark. He couldn't run as a Democrat because he knew that nobody would buy his bullshit. But you idiots, holy fuck. He took one look at you and he was just like, they're the perfect mark. They're going to go, you know what? They would die for me. And I absolutely love it. I don't love them. He doesn't, dude, seriously, if you went up to try and shake his hand, he would look at you like you were disgusting. Because that's what you are to him. Disgusting. You're nothing to him. Absolutely fucking nothing. But whatever, man. Dizzle, come on, man. Back up what you're saying. Oh, you can't. No, he can't. Nah, he's just big mad. He's big mad because I'm speaking facts. Like, he's really... Well, oh yeah, I'm going nuclear because I'm an American who has to pay for this shit. No, as much as you guys want to play fucking politics with this, I legit said I wanted him to end the fucking war. I don't care if he looks good or bad doing it. I want fucking prices down. It is too expensive to fucking live right now. Period. But no, then we get assholes like you trying to gaslight us and be like, oh no, don't believe this leftist because he's just, look at him. He's hysterical. Oh my God. Yeah, everything's great. You're lying. You're lying. You have nothing of substance to say that I'm lying about. You got nothing. Nothing. You know that the fucking prices are too high. You know the national gas average is way higher under Trump now than it was under Biden for longer. That's the bitch of it, motherfucker. You guys have to eat this crow now. You guys lost the one thing you had. The national average under Biden was $5. It was under Trump. It finally went over $5 under Trump. Oops. Whoopsie. Oh, that's right. 3.8 inflation. Oh, wait a minute. It was 2.7 back in January. But whatever, man. Keep going. Nobody cares. And the more you talk about it, the less people fucking listen to you idiots. So keep yapping. Keep yapping, motherfucker. Keep gaslighting the American public. Keep using the exact same tactic that Biden and Kamala used. It's almost like you're a Democrat. You are literally doing exactly what the DNC did. Good job. Yeah, try and gaslight the American populace and all of your friends into thinking that everything's fine. Meanwhile, your type, I can already tell. You live on credit. You probably defaulted on some fucking credit cards already, and maybe you've already declared bankruptcy, and that's why you're I'm living fine. Ooh, mosquito. Shit. How the hell did you get down here? Tanking the economy to own the libs? Exactly, Sophie. Exactly. Like, how good do you feel about yourself, man? Like, it's got to be awesome. Like, you got the 250th anniversary, that stupid UFC event. You got Trump fucking paying his sons. You got all the corruption in the world happening under this dude. He has rug pulled you, Maga, like you. You're the ones who are paying for this shit. Plain and simple. Oh, somebody found his chat GPT. Uh-oh. 345 was not the national average. The only person lying here is you. Look at you. You have to lie about just the national average of gas right now in 2025. You're still like you had to type in $3 and $3.10. You're so full of shit. And the thing is, everybody knows you're full of shit. Nobody's looking at that little fucking write-up that you just posted and going, yeah, you know what? Yeah. This isn't the place for you. Go away. I mean, honestly, I'm having fun because this dipshit, all he has is lies. Like, do you understand how, like, just quintessentially MAGA this douchebag is? Where he's just like, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. They had open borders. You're a liar about the gas prices. And then he lies about the gas prices in his proof. Uh-huh. It doesn't fuck up my argument at all because it's all wrong. The national average has not been fucking $3 since January, funny enough. Odd. It was actually at about 282. But we ain't there now, bitch. The national average is at over $4 fucking dollars. It's at, I think, 452 right now. Here, let's just look. Fuck it. Let's look. What's the national average of gas right now? Now let's go to Gas Buddy. Hey, look at that. Oh, we also have AAA. Hey, look at that. $4.49. Both agree. It's $4.49. Hey, look. Some even have higher national gas prices. $4.93. Bro. So what's this $3 you're talking about? It's almost like you're full of shit. And I just proved it. I proved you wrong. Pretty easily, too. Yeah, why are you lying? He's dude, the thing is, this is all they got. Like, you remember Bob? Like, this, he was lying about the gas prices too. Like, this is like, you want to talk about cope? There's nothing sadder than a bunch of fucking middle-aged dudes that just can't admit it. They can't admit that they got burned by the guy. Like, they just can't. They love him more than they love their own families. They fucking literally worship the guy. Like, they don't even worship God. They worship Trump, which is, again, idolatry, whatever. In Gas Buddy updates constantly. Yes, it's reported on by the owners of the gas station, and they have to report on it every time that they change the gas price. It's literally a federal mandate. Tell me what states have... Oh, it's almost like the states that have... Like I said, the states that have the high gas prices are the ones that raise their minimum wage, dipshit. You're the one sitting in a state that has fucking $7 is still your minimum wage? Get fucked, you idiot. We have a $15 minimum wage in Illinois. This is also why it's impacting red states just as hard as it is the blue states. This is why people look at $3 gas and go, "Oh my God, it's over the average that I could afford." It's because you guys don't make very much money. But keep going, man. You're not really good at this. Like, I hope you understand, dude. Pap, it's been a while. Hoping you and the fam are well. And Sheridan, how you doing? What was your old name? Because I do not recognize that name. But if it has been a while, welcome back, man. Hoping that you have been well. Get a fucking job. Okay. Admitting you were wrong, earn some respect for me. Against illegals in this country because they are doing something that is illegal. Yeah, okay, sure. It's literally a civil offense. Like, do you want to arrest every fucking jaywalker? Okay, cool. I can't be this dumb. I mean, J Dizzle is. J Dizzle really is fucking, like, I want to use the R word on him, but I'm doing better. Being a better person, goddammit. Well, you have a high minimum wage. Why are you complaining about the gas price? Because your president is fucking us, dumbass. Because the guy that you voted for, everything you voted for, is fucking us. You can't even admit that the national average is higher than... Like, you had to lie about the national average. You're also lying... I bet that you lie to yourself to go to sleep every time that you think about the inflation. But you don't care. You really don't care. Just admit you were fucking wrong, you idiot. Like, this is why no one respects you. Like, seriously. Like, in America, this is why people look at Maga and, like, the dieharders, and they just have no faith in you. This is why you guys will not win any more elections, is because most of the independents that voted for Donald Trump this last election, they believed his bullshit because... Yeah, they are. I'll say this. He's a good communicator. He's good at fucking controlling that narrative. He's the one who kept saying he was going to get the gas prices lower. He was the one he literally said he would end the war in Russia day one. He started no new wars, no new wars, no new wars, no new wars. We're the party. We're the peace party, the peace party. We are the peace party. Uh-huh. He burned you on all that, you dumbasses. But whatever. You guys don't care. It's not like you guys ever cared. Like, you guys probably even said that, too. You're just like, oh, yeah, we're the peace party. No new wars. He's not... You know what? Kamal's going to start wars. That's why nobody fucking buys into you dumbasses anymore. Literally, nobody. Everything has skyrocketed, and that's the number one issue that everybody cares about. And then you have Congress out there not doing any fucking... not helping at all because they're saying, oh, we'll get back to kitchen table issues after we're done, with some of the war stuff. Yeah. Okay. Actually, a pretty good impression of Trump. Oh, thank you. Let me just say, smart people don't like me, but I love the dumbs. I love the dummies. The idiots of the world, I absolutely love them. I mean, they're idiots, but, they're idiots for Trump, and that's what I love about them. Seriously. That's my favorite part about all this, is he doesn't give a shit about you guys. He wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. Oh, keep crying in your mom's basement. Oh, you're the one crying here, man. You're the only person that can't admit when he's wrong. Like, you're an idiot. Like, you're a genuine idiot. Like, again, and you're sitting here crying because, oh, this leftist streamer, he actually, oh crap, he made sense. And he's actually, like, he's breaking this down in a way that most people can't break from because, yeah, the reality is everybody knows what they're paying for gas. You can tell everybody that they're paying fucking $3 as the national average right now and watch them laugh in your face, please. Like, seriously. Oh, dude, Maga dies with him. What are you talking about? Fuck, Maga's already dead. This Jay Dizzle is literally the representative of what you have left in Maga. Like, you only have the cultists. You know, most of the fucking the comedians, they all bailed. They're done. Most of the influencers, they're done. You know, you only got the diehards, and that's it. Realistically, that's it. You lost Candace Owens, you lost fucking Megyn Kelly, you lost all them. Oh, well, they were never part of MAGA to begin with. Uh-huh. Sure. No, left and right are not cut from the same fucking cloth. The right genuinely wants you to suffer because they have unresolved issues. So as long as they're doing okay, they would like you to suffer. The left actually has, like, tentative fucking structures that could make everybody's life better. Like, single-payer healthcare, right there. That's it. You know, I've said this. If Trump would have done single-payer healthcare, I probably wouldn't be as anti-Trump as I am. But, yeah, he's literally just a con man. That's it. And he's conning you. Like, I bet you guys were just yesterday. I bet... Man, I wish I could check your chat records to see if you guys just yesterday were talking about how the peace deal was here. Interesting. That's fun. You look and sound just as emotional and passionate. Just a broken fucking record. Oh, is somebody upset that I'm making some sense here? No, the thing is, I recognize that the Democrats and Republicans are definitely part of that same machine. But saying that the right and the left are, no, that's reductive and stupid. That's you trying to be like the enlightened centrist, where you're just like, I don't even vote because it's all a rigged system anyway. Like, okay. Keep letting that one work out for you. The left is better because the right is, like, literally evil. Duh. I mean, yeah, if you're going to just kind of break it down to that, true. Dragon Slayer is being good or bad in this land, in this economy, bad. Very bad. Iran's got the same amount of nukes that Iraq had. If you believe that nuke shit, then you need to stop watching the news. Yep. Yes, comrade, bring on the communism for the people. I mean, literally, let's, I mean, if we can get there, but the thing is, like I keep saying to my fellow leftists, we got to do it in small spurts. You can't just get communism tomorrow. You're going to have to literally prove that this system of governance works. So let's like try to do it small scale. Let's win some fucking elections. Listen, I wish more people on the left could actually put together like a 10 to 20 year project. Dare I say, like a Project 2028. You know, lay out the fucking goals, lay out exactly what needs to be done, lay out who needs to be influenced, and like exactly what we can and what realistically we cannot get. And then, yeah, go from there. But what's wrong with being enlightened? That's not, we're making fun of you because it's literally, it's that whole thing where you feel like you're on a pedestal because you can blame everything on everybody that's politically involved, but also like kind of fall back and be like, well, I don't even pay attention to politics. But the second that you guys like notice that things are getting expensive, like then it's like you're the idiot because you're just like, why is everything so expensive? Now, I'm not saying you need to be like us. Yes, me and my audience are, dare I say, terminally online. You know, we enjoy this stuff though. That's the thing. We're actually like, there is like a political junkie aspect of this where it is almost like entertaining. It's, you know, infotainment. But for real, when it comes to the people that are just like, I don't engage and I don't vote and blah, 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 it's all... No, I'm sorry, man. I'm going to call you out on that. If you want to see change, then what are you doing to help? I mean, or do you not care? Do you just accept that this is just the system that you live in and you're just like, I'll just go with the flow of whatever? Nobody's really tried communism the way that it's been, laid out, but sure. Also, China seems to be doing okay right now, so you seem very confident in saying that while also ignoring the blatant example, but whatever. Bro, you're on the computer talking to the same 14 people every day? Yeah, and I enjoy it. I'm very happy doing it. So, what do you do that brings you happiness? You seem like a miserable person. Oh, I also have 26 in my chat right now. Oh, 28. So, that's fun. I also got 6 over on Twitch, too. What do you do? Let's see, what's Oliver do? Oliver has 3 subscribers. Interesting. Are you one of those guys that just like you thought you'd try, but you're just like, no, I'm scared. I don't want to put myself out there. So what are you doing? I'm talking about politics, and I'm trying to get everybody to understand, like specifically, that these right-wing idiots are only trolling themselves when they try to lie to you and gaslight you into thinking that this is not going the way that it is. Pep also has a job where he speaks to normal people. Yep. Got you on in the background. What up, Mouses? How you doing? Do you guys ever, like, get better material? The Mom's Basement stuff's, like, a little played out. I mean, you could even say, like, look at him in his cellar. Oh, by the way, I forgot that Asmon got banned. I forgot to put that in the title. Okay. Bro is triggered? Yes, I'm triggered. So triggered. Oh my god. Bro, I don't think you need to ask his views, dog. Y'all beg us to debate in good faith, then act like fucking animals that haven't eaten in days. They really are just like rabid losers. It's so fucking bad. Oh no, yeah. I bet they wish that they had the meme, like the tired meme from 10 years ago, because that's all they have are insults that are over 10 years old. You understand that what you guys think is, trolling the libs, you guys still say snowflake. You guys, like, bro, you're fucking losers. You still use Mom's Basement. There's no creativity. There's nothing. There's literally nothing behind those fucking eyes and ears of yours. It's just like you have a monkey with a fucking red hat on that's just like, dun, dun, dun. Ooh, Trump, dun, dun, dun. It's like a child making fun of you. They don't comprehend cringe and being creepy to women. No, they don't. No, absolutely not. Fuck, dude. And then they go out there blaming women like, this tease. They use terms like tease. You're so deluded by politics you can't even be yourself. That's all I am. I'm literally... Dude, I'm like the most real motherfucker on YouTube. If there's one thing that you can get out of this, just know, this ain't no character, bitch. Right now, I'm all real. And trust me, I piss off a lot of people. I piss off my own audience, dude. But, yeah, whatever, man. You're the ones who just don't know how to... You don't know how to interact. Like, you guys are just socially inept. You're socially inept, which kind of leads to, like, the whole incel thing, where it's like, yes, you guys definitely come across as incels. You know, what is it? Fucking 5, 6 o'clock all across America. And you're sitting here and you're fucking lazy boy watching a leftist just going, no, Trump is awesome. Get a life, you idiot. Seriously. Like, For all the people that can make fun of, like, you can make fun of my view count, sure. Like, I'm a small streamer, whatever. But the fact is, you're the one in my chat, like, wasting your time doing this. Like, damn, dude. I think that, like, I don't know, your reservation at the Golden Corral's almost up. You might want to get there. Fucking A. I didn't realize today was the cooking stream. Pep, do you know? Yeah, RTP is great. He actually has rated me before. You might, yeah, no, I watch RTP. Well, when I can. I'll be honest, I don't really get to watch a lot of streams. Like, what was the last one I got to watch? Leftist Mafia, I think. But why would I consider physical fitness to be racist? What the fuck is wrong with you? That's actually just a weird assumption. Word. Oh yeah, hey. Dude, LOL, I've done it all. You're a kid. How old do you think I am, Billy? I mean, seriously. How much life experience do you think that I'm walking around with? Nobody fucking say a word. 12. I said Billy. I said Billy. 0. Oh, fine. Fuck you. Huh. Well, I probably have more life experience than you even care to think. I'm older than any of you. Actually, I'm older than any of you guys have guessed, so. Except for 69. Yes, yes. I'm my father's age. All that estrogen keeps Pep looking young and vibrant. Yep, yep. There's something to be said about having low T, you know. Also got my hair still. For how much longer? Who knows? 35? I'll even take it. I'll take it. Lord Dementis. You're still a kid. Dude, I'm 40. Like, well, I'm turning 40 this year. 39 years old. Ugh. It is a little painful when I say it. Not gonna lie, but whatever. Yeah, this guy's out here calling me a whippersnapper. You're 40 and had TDS like you in 2019. Ah, yes, that's exactly what it is. It's the TDS. It's not just the objective reality that Trump is just a fucking idiot. You do understand that the reason that a lot of people focus on him is he's the fucking president of the United States. So you're telling me that Fox News had Obama derangement syndrome for over 8 years. You're telling me that the whole let's go Brandon thing, totally not, you know, a derangement thing where I had to hear about how this guy was like the biggest criminal ever and he had all this fucking, you know, corruption in his White House, but then you just blatantly ignore the shit that's going on right now. Cool. It's your when you do you need an apostrophe re. I know that like you guys didn't pass fucking kindergarten, but I'm hoping that you can learn something here and take it with you, you know? God damn. Proving the fucking literacy rate of America in chat today. Holy fuck. You got a bunch of Maga coming in here and making me think we definitely need to invest in our schools. Yep. No, I find it funny. What up? How's it going, Seth? How you doing? You're like a lightning rod for for degenerates. I swear to God, that might be my favorite comment. You're like a lightning rod for degenerates. Oh, shit, man. Hey, thank you for the gifted membership, Reverend. I appreciate that. You gifted yourself? Wait wait, you gifted yourself? I thought you couldn't do that. Eh, whatever. You're on vacation this week? Cool. Happy vacation, man. I hope you guys are having fun. You're a snow bunny in Chicago. You know all about illiterate citizens. I mean, our public schools are fucking rated one of the top in the country, but sure. I know you guys are really bad with statistics. Literally, we had a guy in chat trying to tell us that the national average of gas right now is $3. Eh, whatever. Numbers are not your strong suit. I was hoping to get a troll with it, but this works too. I'm sick, but girlfriend has been taking care of me. Ah, you got a good girlfriend. Hell yeah, man. Hey, I love what I do here. Actually, you are. Funny enough, you're the one not like you don't even have a fucking platform. You're the one trying to heckle the guy doing this. Again, you're the one who took the time to get pissed off enough to leave a chat. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, maybe not the best way to go about it, trying like thinking that you're trolling when you're just like, oh my god, this guy, he's such a loser. I'm gonna go and tell him how much of a loser he is. It is funny. Oh, look. Oh, they're starting to leave. No. Come on, trolls. We were having fun. Oh, Petty Tails is still here. Ooh. Let's see. Wait. Oh, Petty Tails, you use AI and you only got 72. Oh, no. See, I can do that too. The saddest part is some of y'all are like ripping on me and like my audience. But you've tried to do this. It's getting embarrassing for Maga because they can't argue gas prices. They can't argue anything anymore because the inflation rates really fucked them, man. I'm telling you. People are now feeling it more than ever. Like, when you're when you are going to the gas station and then going to the grocery store or vice versa, yeah, you can't ignore it. Yo, Pepsta, good day. Hey, Pumpkin. We got another Aussie in chat here. We got Rebecca. Propose to her now. She could leave you at any time, bro. Record it and show it to us. Her parents think I'm the Godfather because I'm Italian. Do you do a lot of like talking with your hands? And it's just like, I don't even do this in real life, but I gotta play up to the stereotype, you know. All I see are Trump supporters in patriotic wannabes. I mean, it's all LARPing, man. It's LARPing as patriots. Like, you don't understand that, like, you don't get to call yourself a patriot and then simultaneously be happy that the person that you support is gutting the Constitution and institutions of America. That is kind of showing that you don't actually have patriotism. You don't love this country. You're just saying you hate everything about it. And you want it to be in the image of you and the billionaire elite class that totally has nothing to do with those Epstein files. Glad we forgot about those, apparently. But whatever. Whatever. Gas prices are high. Can we leave that issue behind? I used to be a patriot until I actually served this country. Yeah, well, that'll do it. You get left behind and then all of a sudden you're just like, I'm not going to leave it behind until one of these idiots goes, yeah, okay. Which, I guess I'm just not leaving it behind. So. Anyway, that was fun. Wow. First hour. Look at that. That went by real quick. Their definition of patriotism is not to take a knee in protest. Yeah, right. Gotta go, folks. Have a good evening. Good evening, Lord Dementus. I appreciate you having spent some time with us this wonderful night. So I will catch you later. They all leave because they can't control themselves. Waka waka. Whatever. I think it's funny. And yes, I'm happy to have my, what do we got, 14? I'm happy to have 14 of you guys listening to me and enjoying my content. 12 now. If there was actual debate happening, it'd be cool. But, dude, just saying it's $3 and people are brokies, so it's getting old. Yep. Well, the thing is, why can't he, wait, Metal. So, what do you think about this as, like, the outsider? Do you think it's do you think it's pathetic that he just can't engage with the objective reality that we live in? And that, all he had was just a fucking whole bunch of, like, old troll-ass bullshit. Like, I don't know, man. It's tired. It's fucking tired and hack. Because an actual honest analysis of material reality for most people has a real hard time coming up with adequate, convincing explanations. Yep. But everything seems to be hard, getting harder. So many people get at the same time, and well, that's why consumer sentiment is fucking, like, it nosedived. Dude, if we don't get out of this war by September, like, dude, we're almost to June. You understand that if that happens, man, we're fucked. And then when Trump declares a national emergency, because if we're in it till September, he's going to be there until November, because that's his end game here, is to say, we're at war. I can't. What do you mean? What do you mean? We can't have an election. Watch, he's going to do it. I'll admit I'm wrong if he doesn't, but I swear he's going to do it. Yes, and the bad thing is I've seen that a lot of times in other streams. It's not just him. Yeah. Well, again, they're either bots or they really are just a bunch of, like, dudes that get home from their job, which I don't think any of them makes, significant amount, like a significant enough amount of money for them to fucking come out here crowing like they're, living the dream, totally not being hit by this at all. I mean, let's be real. These guys are eating 7-Eleven taquitos, like, to go to, and it's like they only get to eat 2 meals. Like, they're just as poorly off as all of us, but they're clutching that fucking red hat in their fucking pickup truck that they can't even fill up anymore. Half these guys are probably putting a quarter tank of gas into their diesel pickup trucks. But still, anytime they see one of those fucking fuck Trump flags or a bunch of protesters, they gotta roll call. Which, go for it. Bots and losers, that's about it. I mean, it's not exactly great. I'm not intimidated at all by these motherfuckers anymore. Like, because there was, like, a degree where right before January, there was, like, this weird thing where I was, like, kind of taking a step back and going, okay, well, the gas prices are low, and if he actually makes these deals, then the economy will fucking skyrocket. And if he has a great economy going into the summer, I was like, there's no way. Like, there's no blue wave. So I was kind of like, oh, shit. Like, I had to reevaluate that. And then I was just like, and then he went to war and it all fucking, like, everything went to shit. So, their head is just so fucked from the internet, man, and it sucks. There's a mental health epidemic right now, and it's becoming rampant. Well, they do it to themselves, man. They're sitting there fucking on Facebook. They probably go to their Nextdoor app and have these conversations. A great deal of American engagement with politics is superficial by design. Yes, I will say that much. I will definitely say that much. That's why, like, I try not to, like, I'm not breaking points, man. Like, I'm not just politics. It's where the whole high on politics thing, yeah, I know what I did there. But, yeah, realistically, this isn't just a political show. I like to cover all sorts of things, and this is why, yeah, I'm not exactly worried about shoehorning myself into politics. Like, let's put it this way, if I need to pivot my channel to just doing comedy, and I'll do it. Will I do as long as streams? Probably not. But so far, so good. Hell yeah. Go Blues. Uh-oh. Because we have a system by no small part at least designed to, here to exhaust all of our energy and participation in... Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's all just bullshit. They don't want us actually talking, like, it. I've said this before in so many words where it's just like, they do not want us talking about class solidarity. They really do not. Hell yeah. What, I amuse you? What, am I, a clown? Oh, no, I'm a member. Blue is a mod. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to become members of the channel, it really helps out the channel. It's only, I should know this. I think it's $3.99 a month, but it might have... YouTube does weird things where they'll just arbitrarily be like, oh, we're increasing our members' fees. And I'm like, that seems kind of shady. There's not a lot I can do about it. So... But yes, consider joining. Anyway, how about we get to some of that news? You know, that was the first fun hour, though. I'll be honest, like, I haven't had a good back and forth with some trolls. Dude, they weren't even good. That's the thing. Like, goddamn. Not one good answer. There wasn't a single answer that I was just like, okay. You know? Like, zing. Laughing disco ball. Oh, you sent the laughing disco ball. Thank you. I appreciate that, Bloodstone. God, I cannot see the laughing disco ball and just be like, that reminds me of the thing. Great first hour. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I really do. I had fun. All right, so let's get to some of the stuff. Let's do this. It's time. Thank you, Flow State. Nice. I like that. Hell yeah. All right. Gotta laugh at the losers. I mean, there's a lot to laugh at there. Because holy shit. So this is a hilarious news story. Fuck it. We're starting with the funny stuff, and then we'll get into the actual the political news. But before that, we got some just interesting news. So yeah, I'm not gonna bury the lead on this story. This one's funny.
New candy offered by Trader Joe's is apparently having an unintentional side effect.
Yeah, the high fiber treat is sending people to the bathroom. Trader Joe's recently debuted their new sugar-free sweet and sour gummy worms. After its release, customers began to report that the candy was having a laxative type effect on them.
Oh no!
It turns out a single serving of the gummy worms,
it's like the sugar-free Haribos.
About 8 pieces, contains 14 grams of fiber. That's half of the daily USDA recommended amount. But the thing that's catching people off guard, they didn't label it as such, as a high fiber product.
Oh my God.
Right.
So people were just like, oh, I love sweet and sour gummy worms.
USA Today
And
reporting
they're like,
that Trader Joe's clerks are personally having to warn people.
Oh no.
Imagine having,
Did you know?
I couldn't stop eating these things. They're so good.
And also,
I couldn't stop eating the things, and all of a sudden I just exploded. Oh my God.
Feel so well.
Yeah.
It's a little cleanse for you.
Right.
Yeah, they have to warn people at the checkout,
That
like just so
doesn't-
you know.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the team meeting where
Right.
they say,
Yeah.
So we're dropping the whole "what's on deck for your weekend" conversation.
Right.
We're telling
Warning
you what's
you.
going to be happening, and it's
Right.
going to be bad.
Dude, this guy's anime hair. Holy shit. But it's gonna be bad. Oh, wow. Yep. Got themselves a nice little laxative. Oh, boy.
A new study points to a strong connection linking ultra-processed food consumption and colon cancer.
No fucking way.
Processed foods are foods with industrial ingredients not found in your typical kitchen pantry. They're often
Can I just use those instead of the prep?
packaged and filled with preservatives. And by some public health estimates, those types of foods make up about
Man, hot dogs and potato chips. I love both of those.
70% of the average
Damn.
American diet.
Yeah, JFK Jr. was right.
diet.
Yeah,
The study was done by the Mass General Brigham Cancer Institute, and medical experts say it could explain why the rates of colon cancer among young adults, or younger adults, we should say, are rising. To help us get a better understanding of it, we want to welcome Dr. Catherine Van Loon to the show. She's a UCSF professor and director of the UCSF Global Cancer Program. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thanks so much for having me.
There have been a number of studies recently on the risks of ultra-processed foods and eating them. What about this particular study, though, stood out to you most?
This is a first study that's taken a cohort of nearly 30,000 young, healthy females and showed us a clear linkage to an increased risk for developing colorectal precursor lesions called colon adenomas.
God damn it.
And so what are some of the reasons why there is that link between those types of foods and those preconditions for the development of colon cancer?
This is something that we still are unpacking, and we've previously understood that young onset or early
Oh, what's this stream about? I do news and politics, but this is actual like news where we are looking into the what's causing the increase in colon cancer. But I also have a familial situation that obviously ties to this. So
cancer is associated with obesity.
but yeah, you gotta watch these ultra processed foods, man.
Type 2 diabetes,
Which sucks because it's all the good shit. Like,
and a sedentary lifestyle, as well as a diet that's rich in red meat and processed meats and sugars.
it's literally like my entire diet.
But I can tell you, I see plenty of patients who don't have any of these clear risk factors who are very young at the time of their colorectal diagnosis. So this is yet another clue in terms of dietary consumption and diet patterns.
Am I multi-streaming so you can watch in full screen? Yes, I am.
That may be
You got here.
linked to this rising epidemic of colon cancer in younger people.
How concerned are you about that epidemic, and how different is it from what we've seen with the trends for this disease and this type of cancer over previous decades?
I'm extremely concerned.
Also,
Every
you can
patient
follow
in
on
my
Twitch,
clinic is very, very young, and this is resulting in a rising mortality rate amongst young people from this otherwise preventable disease. We are seeing decreasing rates in our population that is above the age of 45 in the screening range, but also rising rates in younger people.
When you talk about younger people and some of your younger patients, how young are we talking about? What age?
I've had patients that are in my care that are in their 20s, 30s, early 40s as well.
Jesus.
What details does this study point to about, or does it go into detail about the types of ultra-processed foods that people ate?
It doesn't specifically give us detail about the types of ultra-processed foods. This is a large group of foods that include boxed soups, frozen meals. Typically, they're the foods that are convenient. They taste good, and they have very long shelf lives. So it's easy to stock our cabinets with them.
So
There
poor
are now
people
several
shit.
generations of people who grew up eating a lot of these ultra-processed foods.
Yeah, it's literally poor people shit.
In the late 70s, 80s, and 90s before we knew about.
Yeah. It's because think of it this way: the rich, the upper classes, they're the ones that can afford to fucking eat right. Like, we've all seen how expensive it is to try to eat well.
About the harms and risks.
Fucking
Can
insane.
that damage be undone?
We can extract from the tobacco literature that
Mosquito
we know
just,
that when
flying
somebody
around.
stops smoking, their risk of lung cancer decreases. So I think it's not too late to intervene to stop bad habits. And certainly passing on good habits to our children and the younger generations is really important.
What are some of the most important immediate changes people should start making?
So eat fresh foods. I think that's the take home here is as much as you can, focus on fresh foods and fresh vegetables, fresh
Meanwhile, my Cheeto eating ass.
and unprocessed meats. And get screened. If you're over the age of 45, you are in the eligible screening range for colorectal cancer screening. And it also really calls awareness to this disease, that if somebody is experiencing...
Well, 45 ain't that a bitch because, my wife is, 5 years younger than that, and literally going in for surgery to have this removed. So it's almost like, I don't know, they should lower that to 30.
Changes.
What the fuck are we doing?
Blood in their stool.
God, America sucks so bad at this.
Abdominal pain or cramping.
Yeah, we can put this out there on a news report, but we can't actually adjust how people can, survive this.
Unexplained weight loss. Present to your doctor and report your symptoms, because we certainly see this in younger patients. And just because you're not yet 45 doesn't mean that this doesn't need medical attention if you're experiencing symptoms.
Yeah, if something doesn't seem right, don't ignore your instincts. Talk to your doctor. Dr. Catherine Van Loon, UCSF professor and director of the UCSF Global Cancer Program, thank you so much for your time and your insight this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Actually, a really good interview.
A Republican congressman from New Jersey wants the Pentagon to reveal whether it experimented on ticks with the goal of turning them into weapons and whether this led to the spread of Lyme disease in the U.S. Fox News national correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more.
What?
Borrelia burgdorferi, known to millions as Lyme disease, infects more than 300,000 Americans a year. It is spread by infected deer ticks. Not treated, it could lead to neurological damage. Now lawmakers want to know, where did infected ticks come from, and is the Pentagon to blame? Congressman Chris Smith points to a secret Army bioweapons program to weaponize ticks in the 1950s.
Bioweapons specialists stuffed ticks with pathogens to cause severe disability.
You haven't heard this? This is a common theory? Nope.
Disease, even death, to potential enemies.
Army labs like Plum Island and Fort Detrick, not far from the largest concentration of Lyme cases, were capable of breeding millions of bugs a month. The link was first outlined by Stanford's Chris Newby, who wrote about it in Bitten, The Secret History of Lyme Disease and Biological Weapons. She interviewed William Bergdorfer, who worked for the U.S. military in the 50s growing microbes inside ticks.
They experimented on ticks that could live in cold climates for
Are you? Are you in that area? You're just like, oh no.
Bergdorfer, for whom Lyme disease was named in 1982, suffered from late-stage Parkinson's. He hinted before he died that the outbreak may have been a bioweapons experiment run amok.
The concern now is that there might have been accidental leaks and exposures, releases.
Smith sponsored an amendment to the Defense Authorization Act that would require the Pentagon's Inspector General to investigate. Newby has been accused by some scientists like Michael Osterholm of concocting a conspiracy theory. Quote, "There's just no credible evidence."
I interviewed one person who worked indirectly for the CIA, and he claims he dropped poison ticks on Cuban sugar workers in 1962 as part of the effort against Castro.
I'll be honest, just because I number one, big myth, ticks do not just fall out of trees. They actually are on like shorter grass. What they'll do is they'll try to walk up your ankle.
Her critics say Bergdorfer may
will not feel
have
it.
been confused by his Parkinson's disease.
He felt really guilty about what he did. I believe that what he was trying to say is, something bad happened here and I want it out before I die.
The House amendment will die unless the Senate votes to keep it in the 2020 Defense Authorization Bill.
This was 6 years ago?
Which would force the Pentagon to investigate whether these weaponized ticks ever got loose. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Okay. And that's why I brought this up.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Adam Harriton. Welcome to the beautiful woods of Western Pennsylvania. Today we are going to discuss an important topic that many people wonder about, and perhaps you've wondered about it too. The topic is ticks. Specifically, why are there so many ticks today? If you spend a lot of time outside, especially in Eastern North America, maybe in an ecosystem that looks like this, you might encounter ticks literally every month of the year. And this isn't necessarily something to brag about. Ticks are capable of carrying all kinds of pathogens that can cause a wide variety of human diseases, which is why being bitten by a tick is a pretty serious matter.
Yeah,
and because
sucks.
ticks are so prevalent today, the risk of acquiring a
I know this is like
tick-borne illness is greater than it has
not
ever
fun, but
been. But here's the interesting thing. It hasn't always been like this.
yeah.
And
they go to warm areas, so you can guess where you can find them, and they're a little. It's alarming when you do.
Hear from people who say that when they were growing up, they spent a lot of time outside, but they never really encountered a lot of ticks, and they didn't know anyone who regularly encountered ticks or acquired any kind of tick-borne illness like Lyme disease. And maybe your experiences are similar. Maybe you remember never really seeing too many ticks or
the
hearing
thing is, when I was growing up, and dude, I played in the woods a lot. I never had a tick on me.
Think about ticks until relatively more recently. So what happened? Why are there more ticks today than there were even just a few decades ago? What changed? What factors contributed to this population explosion? Did the US government have something to do with this? Or did this all happen by chance? Well, these are all great questions, and we are going to answer them in the context of ecology. Because ecology points us in the right direction.
Futzing with
the
it.
explosion in the tick population seems to have something to do with how ecosystems in eastern North America have changed. How have they changed? Well, before we answer that important question, we have to understand something about tick biology and the kinds of conditions that favor tick abundance.
I thought I got bit by a tick, but then it turned out I got bit by a brown recluse.
And because I live in the northeastern United States, where deer ticks are the most abundant tick species, we are mostly going to highlight deer ticks or black-legged ticks in
By the way, guys, don't wait a day. You know,
this video. The life cycle of a deer tick.
I think that actually, I gotta give Alirda in chat here a lot of credit because she was just like, go see a doctor, like now.
It takes 2 years to complete, and it involves 4 stages: egg, larva, nymph, and adult. After the eggs hatch, ticks require blood meals from various mammals, birds, and even lizards to move through their life cycle. Now, a major cause of tick mortality is desiccation, or drying out. This is why ticks spend a lot of time in leaf litter on the forest floor where moisture levels are high. When ticks crawl out of the moist leaf litter and climb vegetation, they put themselves at risk of desiccation in exchange for the potential reward of finding a host. Ticks are also susceptible to extreme temperatures, particularly freezing temperatures. This is why ticks overwinter in leaf litter. The dense litter and additional snow cover provide insulation and protection from drying out.
Oh,
so adequate
okay, yeah, fuck that whole idea of keeping your leaves on the fucking ground.
Humidity levels, moisture, leaf litter, lots of vegetation to climb, a steady supply of blood meal hosts. These are the kinds of conditions that favor tick abundance. And it's no surprise that these are the kinds of conditions that have become much more common in many forested ecosystems in eastern North America. How did this happen?
Yeah.
Well, before we answer that important question, we have to understand what the landscape of eastern North America looked like centuries ago. A lot of people think that eastern North America, at the time of European settlement, was a vast, unbroken expanse of nothing but dense, dark, old-growth forested ecosystems. But this isn't entirely accurate. Wetlands like marshes were common. Tallgrass prairies and grasslands were common. Native American villages and cultivated fields were common. And while wooded ecosystems were certainly abundant, their composition and structure were much different than they are today. Prior to European settlement, many, not all, but many treed landscapes in eastern North America, rather than being dense, dark, closed-canopied ecosystems, were often more like woodlands, savannas, and open forests where ample sunlight could reach the ground level, supporting the growth of herbaceous, rich understories. Why were many of these landscapes open? Well, they were open because they were periodically...
Yes, you got a tick on a sensitive area once when you lived in Missouri. I'll just say it. I had a tick on my nut, and that fucking...
burned by low to moderate intensity fires from lightning strikes
sucked.
and also from human activity, specifically from indigenous burning practices.
Actually, TMI, but yeah, I found one yesterday. I kind of felt like that little itch. I'm just like, huh, what's going on? And it was not there, but it was on like the inner like part of my thigh. I was just like, oh shit, and it hadn't bit me yet.
Indigenous people burned a lot of land, and their burning practices kept a lot of forests
Looked
open,
them into the toilet.
relatively dry,
Just like,
and dominated by fire-adapted trees like oaks, chestnuts, and pines. Now,
Died a
things certainly
horrible death.
changed with the arrival of Europeans. Many indigenous land use practices either stopped completely.
You got Rocky Mountain spotted fever from a tick when you were a kid? Jesus.
Or were significantly altered. But fire, interestingly, continued to be a common occurrence, at least for a few centuries. But it wasn't just fire that kept many landscapes open in the centuries following Europe.
If you do go in the woods, actually, he's wearing the same type of pants that, like, anytime that I go where I know there's, like, a lot of woodland and, like, taller grass, I will always wear, I will either put, like, some, like, painter's tape. I'll wear it, like, around my sock, and I'll just put it, like, around there. Trust me, it's a good trick. Or... if you have like the right pants, always get the ones with the little tie bottoms. Like
European settlement.
I'm telling you, man.
Deforestation,
like, those will
for
save you from
agricultural
ticks.
clearing, and timber extraction further contributed to the openness of eastern North America. But even these activities were linked to fire.
Oh, that's fucked.
Since
well, dude, they can sense warmth, so like they try to go to your warmest area.
Slash and brush were often intentionally burned to clear land, or were accidentally burned by sparks.
And now
from
I think I
passing
just
locomotives.
gave everybody a little bit of a phobia.
Motives.
My bad.
All of these conditions that I just described, characterizing many former ecosystems in eastern North America, helped to control tick populations. Compared to current conditions, Conditions in many of these former ecosystems were relatively drier, they were more open, they received more sunlight, they allowed more wind into the understories, they prevented the significant accumulation of leaf litter and debris, and they prevented tick populations from
Oh my
becoming
God! So was Trump technically right, where he's just like, you gotta go rake the forests. Come on.
numerous. Now, other factors certainly helped to control tick populations. Market hunting throughout the 1800s in North America led to a significant reduction in the number of white-tailed deer, which were and still are primary blood meal hosts for ticks. In the early 1900s, a fungal disease known as chestnut blight decimated nearly every large American chestnut tree in eastern North America, leading to an opening of forest canopies and a reduction in populations of chestnut-consuming animals.
Dude, respect the people in my chat. What the hell's wrong with you?
Some of which were, and still are, blood meal hosts for ticks, including eastern chipmunks and white-footed mice. But things
This guy doesn't understand like platonic relationships with people.
eventually started swinging, surprisingly, the other way. At the turn of the 20th century, a
Fucking
significant
dude, incel culture really is just like so by the book. It's fucking pathetic.
shift from wood to
God
coal
damn.
and other fuels in eastern North America
Yeah, you gotta rake the leaves.
reduced the demand for timber. This, along with lumber being harvested from other parts of the country, allowed eastern forests
In this
to
case,
regrow.
he wasn't wrong.
This reversal of deforestation was further amplified by a second wave of forest regrowth following the abandonment of agricultural land after World War II. And right around this time,
Oh shit! So we fucked ourselves with the regrowth.
improvements in wildfire control and a cultural move
damn.
away from burning initiated an unprecedented era of fire suppression that was heavily supported and led by the U.S. federal government, ultimately resulting in the loss of fire-dependent ecosystems and the subsequent proliferation of fire-sensitive forests in eastern North America. Ecologists have a fancy
What do ticks actually offer nature? Are they one of those ones where it's just like they offer absolutely nothing, and it's like if they just disappeared from our ecology, then there would just be nothing.
word to
Like there would be absolutely zero impact.
describe this conversion of relatively dry
like a Trump
fire-dependent
supporter.
ecosystems into moist fire-sensitive ecosystems.
Waka waka.
It's called mesophication. Mesophication is associated not only with a change in forest composition, it's associated with a change in forest structure, it's associated with an amplification of tick hosts, and it's associated with an increase in tick numbers. When fire is removed from a fire-dependent ecosystem, lots of woody plants move in. Some of these woody plants
Oh, this makes
might
sense.
include fire-sensitive trees like maple, beech, and black cherry. Over time,
Oh.
these fire-sensitive
Huh.
trees largely
Yeah, we totally did it to ourselves.
replace
Oops.
the fire-dependent trees. And the entire
God damn it.
ecosystem functions differently. Forests that have undergone mesophication tend to be denser, they tend to be darker, they tend to be much more thickly stocked with understory woody vegetation, they tend to have more leaf litter, and they tend to be moister and cooler. These conditions favor ticks and their hosts. And this is why mesophication, according to ecologists, has been linked to the explosion in tick numbers over the past several decades.
Rabbits. How come they're not talking about rabbits?
But of course, this shift away
Like in the Midwest, like I think was it the white-tailed or not white-tail? That's a deer. It's like the most common rabbit. If you see those in your yard, there's a good chance you got ticks.
from fire-dependent ecosystems
Like, I have
doesn't
to check
fully
my yard for
explain
ticks.
why numbers of ticks have risen so drastically in the past several decades. Over the past 50 years or
Thank
so,
God.
increased
Stan actually,
residential and commercial development.
I didn't know this until later. Like we still give him his medicine for other reasons. It's mostly like the heartworm stuff, but yeah. If you guys are looking for a breed that apparently has like skin oil that ticks do not like, hounds. I did not know that.
Has fragmented forests.
not
and I'm sure you
once
see this
pulled a
happening
tick
all
off
the
him.
time. What this results in is more edge
Whereas
habitat
my
and smaller
my
forest
lab,
patches
it was
that
every
concentrate
other
tick
fucking
populations
like
and their
every other
hosts,
week. I felt like I was pulling a tick off her.
including white-tailed deer, whose numbers, with the help of hunting regulations, have grown tremendously in many areas. Forest fragmentation has also had a negative impact on predators of tick hosts that rely on large, unbroken tracts
Oh.
of land to hunt and find mates. So many
Okay.
factors have contributed to the explosion in tick numbers in recent decades. And while it's difficult to say which factor is the most important, land use changes, some of which we discussed in this video, certainly seem to play important roles.
Yeah.
And what these land use changes have done for ticks is that they've increased the availability of their habitat and food. And if there's plenty of habitat
Great.
and plenty of food and relatively few predators, then of course tick populations will thrive. Can fire help in this situation? I think so. I don't think fire is the only thing that can help, but at least in ecosystems that were formerly fire dependent, reversing the mesophication process with prescribed low to moderate intensity burns, maybe along with some mechanical thinning and intentional planting, I think can help to create the kinds of changes many of us would like to see. Healthy trees, healthy understories, healthy ecosystems, abundant game animals, thriving bobwhite quail populations, and a reduction in the number of ticks. Sounds pretty good to me. Thanks so
You have
much
a
for
hound?
watching this
Yeah.
video. I truly appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned something. If you'd like to support this channel, please subscribe.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck. Learn your land? Screw it. It's got 494,000 fucking subs, so hey, why not? Here, actually, I'll give you guys the benefit to do the same, because I always like these education channels. Like, it's always some good info. You know, it's nice to break away from politics. You guys literally can disagree with me on everything, but you guys can learn about, you know, what's going on in your ecosystem. So y'all should do that. All right. Now I think we're getting to the politics. So yay. Let's see. Let's do Trump's health first. That was interesting, though, about why the tick population is exploding. Why aren't Democrats talking about Trump's health? You know what? I hate to say, we actually might go, you know what? Fuck it. I will add that to the queue. It's terminal.
All right. On the same day, Donald...
Terminal. He literally put it's terminal in the fucking... What the fuck?
Trump is making his third visit to Walter Reed Hospital over the past year.
All right, so the White House is saying that he went in for a dental cleaning and a checkup. Do I believe that? No. You don't go for 4 in just a few... Like, you do understand that with Biden being as old as he was, that the speculation would be a lot, you know, very similar with this. If anything, it was. Like, every time that he did anything with the doctor, they were just like, see? It's happening! That's why I will admit that it is cringe to see a bunch of, like, Democrat, centrist, or even lefties fucking going it, like, hard at, like, the Trump health thing. Like, yes, focus on the hands, the ankle, the cankles, all that kind of shit. But goddamn, if it's Midas touch, it feels like it's every day. They're just like, all hell is breaking loose as Donald Trump's health totally collapses on itself.
Administration in the White House are crashing out online over the fact that Donald Trump got caught sleeping during the memorial.
That was hilarious. That was really funny because, dude, he was like sleeping. It wasn't like I was looking down, I was listening intently. That's what, you know, I do. When I listen, I put my eyes like this and I go,
ceremony yesterday.
But yeah, yesterday, he did the little thing where he was just like,
He got caught sleeping during a press conference.
I'll catch you later, Rebecca.
3 days ago, and he cannot stop falling asleep while the Iran war is spiraling, gas prices are spiking, and the economy is an increasingly worse spot every single day. You know what I find the most ironic about the White House trying to deny that Donald Trump falls asleep at all? You know, they try to say that he's just resting his eyes or blinking. I find it ironic that you can directly correlate Donald Trump's late night Truth Social crash outs to him falling asleep in the Oval Office or at press conferences or at a ceremony.
Which, again, I don't need to be a doctor to tell you this, but that was like the first symptoms of what happened to my step-grandmother when she went down with her dementia. It started slowly, but it was like, it picked up and we started noticing where it's just like, why the fuck is she calling it like 4 a.m.?
The next day. Sometimes he'll post hundreds of times throughout the night. Friend of the show, Harry Sisson, does a good job of tracking these and breaking them down oftentimes.
Oh, really? Harry did this?
He posted 72 times one time between midnight and 4 a.m., meaning he's sitting there just manically scrolling and posting. That is not the sign of a healthy president. Neither is the fact that...
You can also tell when his handlers are in charge of his Twitter or his truth, because it's like right around like 7, 8 in the morning. All of a sudden, you'll see those long ones, like the one, I think, yesterday about the Iran stuff.
That he's been to Walter Reed
that
three
is not
times
him.
over the past 13 months. So we're going to break all of this down. If you appreciate the videos on the Adam Mockler feed and you want more breaking news content, make sure to hit the like button. We're going to continue to build new formats, new debate shows, so subscribe below. We're very close to 2.1 million subscribers. All right, let's jump in with the juiciest part of this all. The reason that
those cankles,
the White House is crashing out is because CNN ran a segment this morning.
He didn't have to say the juiciest part of all. Then they show the cankle.
with Dr. Jonathan Reiner, a former White House doctor for Vice President Dick Cheney back in the day. And Dr. Jonathan Reiner breaks down Donald Trump's decline in a very digestible manner. This is what caused the crash out from the White House that we will watch, that we will go through in just one moment. So,
well, damn it.
Let's just start.
I guess we'll watch
here.
this clip through
and
here.
finally, the president has severe daytime somnolence. He falls asleep very often. He's fallen asleep in the Oval Office on multiple occasions with people talking to him in the cabinet room, and was concerned yesterday that he might have fallen asleep at Arlington National Cemetery during Memorial Day observances. And chronic insomnia is a severe illness. It can result in an increase in the risk of dementia, decrease in cognitive effects in older people. It's equivalent to about increasing your age by about 3.5 years. It increases your cardiac risk of having a heart attack or developing congestive heart failure. And it can produce a decline in your sort of mental functions, like it could increase depression, anxiety. So it's a real problem, and the president appears to struggle to stay
love to see him get
the day.
All right, pause. That right there is the clip that got the White House incredibly angry, because Dr. Jonathan Reiner exposes the increased mania and like depression and angst of Donald Trump, very visible on Truth Social, as something that is a function of his lack of sleep and his age. I mean, lack of sleep literally F's me up, and I'm 23 years old. I couldn't imagine being 79 years old and barely sleeping because you're scrolling all night. He's addicted to his phone, and the American people can see it. But this is where the crash out gets even worse. Rapid Response 47, which is the official White House Rapid Response account, as they call themselves, and it's very clearly run by Stephen Chung, Donald Trump's White House communications director. You can just tell by the deranged post that this is Stephen Chung's work right here. But they begin to tweet out manically at a bunch of CNN producers, claiming these CNN producers are falling asleep on air. They're using 3 to 4 second clips or screenshots of them looking down or blinking. It's like if I just blinked for a second, they would screenshot it and tweet it and say, "Why are you falling asleep?" They're trying to deflect and pretend as if Donald Trump is...
The thing is, it works.
...simply blinking when we have the receipts. We have multiple videos that we'll go through in just 1 second of Donald Trump falling asleep. All right, everybody, check this out. So I was...
Yep, ground news. All right.
So back to this. Kate from CNN is clearly not sleeping in this clip. Renowned health expert at Jay Dawsey falls asleep on air, says Rapid Response 47. He's clearly blinking. He's talking. He's talking in this clip. Jake Tapper appears to doze off throughout his show. I mean, it's a funny thought that Jake Tapper is just kind of like falling asleep on air, but he's very clearly blinking for a moment. He's very expressive with his face. At Dana Bash, CNN, falls asleep ahead of her 55th birthday next month. What is going on? You know, it's not as convincing when the person's mouth is literally open as if they're speaking and looking down at their papers. You know what is more convincing that somebody's sleeping is watching them sleeping at events. Look at this.
The mourners of that first Decoration Day knew what we know on this Memorial Day, that these graves are more than names and dates with a dash in between. Each grave marker is a story. The young American on the battlefield away from home, he stayed in combat with loved ones by stayed in contact.
Yeah, I think this is just a little bit different, just a tiny bit different than a CNN reporter blinking. This is the President of the United States very clearly falling asleep, and it gets even worse. Let's go ahead and watch this next clip of him in the Oval Office just a few days ago.
During the earliest years of their children's lives. Second, we are cutting unnecessary red tape that forced providers to close, limited access to care, and made it harder for working families to find the support they needed. We're moving away from one-size-fits-all federal mandates and instead empowering parents to meet their child's unique needs. And then third, we're strengthening accountability to...
They tried to say he was blinking during this. They tried to say he was literally just blinking in an extended manner. As I've said prior, if this is how the president blinks, I mean, then we may have an even bigger problem on our hands.
I don't care. They did this to Biden so often that I'm just like, go for it. I don't care if it's sensationalized or not.
And the problem is,
fucking fair turnabout's fair play, bitch.
Of this is disproportionately small compared to the Joe Biden era. Joe Biden one time stumbled on some sand on the beach, and this was a right-wing news cycle for about 6 months. It was proof that the entire world was going to shit and was hating the United States. We were being humiliated, according to Donald Trump. You want to know what real humiliation looks like? Just yesterday, the United States was forced to strike Bandar Abbas in Iran about 85 days into this war, 85 days after Donald Trump launched a war of choice that has screwed over the United States. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, and we have so little leverage, we had to strike Bandar Abbas after saying we were nearing a deal. That is humiliation. You want to know what else is humiliation? The same day, the same exact time, yesterday, Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister over in Russia, who works with Vladimir Putin, calls Marco Rubio and says, I want you to evacuate all U.S. citizens and personnel out of Kyiv because we are going to be striking your ally and you can't do anything about it. The United States is currently being humiliated on the global stage. And look, our sleepy-ass president is falling asleep and this administration is lying about the war, lying about his state of mind, lying about the idea that he's falling asleep, lying about everything, and we have to be there to call it out. If you appreciate this, make sure you drop.
Donald Trump went back to Walter Reed today, his third visit since he retook office. The White House says it was his routine physical. The president turns 80 in a little over 3 weeks now. He is the second oldest person to ever occupy the White House, and he will be the oldest by the time his term ends. The last time we had someone this old in the Oval Office was only a couple of years ago, President Biden, and we all know how that ended up going. So the questions about Donald Trump, who has always claimed an exceptional level of fitness and well-being, well, they're going to come up, especially when that exceptional level of fitness and well-being start to change before our eyes. Like earlier this month when he appeared to nod off while hosting an event on maternal health with members of Congress, or back in April when he was fighting to keep his eyes open as he had healthcare officials in the Oval Office. Or back in December when you can clearly see him struggling to keep his eyes open.
This is my favorite one.
During a 2-hour, there he goes, cabinet meeting. But it's not just the apparent sleepiness, which frankly is normal
right there.
at age.
Full disclosure, guys. That's how my dad would kind of like do this. Meh. So when he would wake up, he'd be like,
This is physical fitness as well.
Up like real
He's
straight.
swelling in his ankles, which after a loud public outcry and concern, his doctor attributed to
I don't care who. Again, I don't care if you support the guy. You have to admit that he fell asleep during that one.
venous insufficiency.
Or your eye, or do
There's
your
also those
eyes
deep
lie
bruises
for
in
you?
his hands, which he attributed to his aggressive use of aspirin because, as he told the Wall Street Journal, quote, I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. I want nice thin blood. By the way, those bruises seen here covered in makeup.
Yeah, that would also, you know what that does to your liver?
Just a few weeks ago here
Your
in New
kidneys.
York. In January, you could see them when he was in Davos in Switzerland.
Whatever, man.
And
By
then there
all
was last
means.
year
By
in the
all
Oval
means.
Office
You
during
do
a
you,
meeting with the
boo-boo.
Prime Minister
You do you.
of South Korea. There are also the numerous cognitive tests he says he's taken and aced, leading people to wonder why he needs to take so many cognitive tests. These are fair questions.
Yeah.
And don't take it from me that they're fair. Take it from everyone else, including older people who say there should be age caps on elected office.
Yep.
This is about Congress, but still, according to an April NPR PBS Marist poll,
Wow.
8 in 10 Americans support setting age caps and term limits for members of Congress. The poll found minimal generational differences, by the way. Older voters were just as likely to support age caps as younger voters. According to the researcher, Jean Twenge, there seems to be a consensus that people think if you're going to be an effective leader, you should not be 80 years old. Joining us, staff writer for The Atlantic and MS Now political contributor Mark Leibovich, reporter at The Bulwark Lauren Egan, and Reuters White House reporter Bo Erickson. Bo, the president went to Walter Reed. He has now commented on it. How did it go?
I'm at the White House right now, and he was at Walter Reed for just under 4 hours this morning. And we have heard just a little bit from him, and he says that the physical went perfectly today. And so, of course, as reporters here at the White House, we follow up because we want to know more and more. And I was told by a White House official just recently that we will be told more either today or tomorrow about how that physical went. As you mentioned, this is just something that is always interesting to reporters and the general public.
Yeah, it's going to give him gold stars all around.
As we've had older presidents, both former President Joe Biden and current President
Clear bill
Donald
of
Trump.
health.
Lauren, you say this is not getting enough
The
attention.
healthiest president they've ever seen.
That's right,
He
Katie.
said,
I
sir,
was really
sir,
curious why more Democrats weren't talking
you have
about
the
this.
blood of a 20-year-old
You're
man.
constantly from Democratic officials who complain that the media is not covering Donald Trump's health quite as closely.
Literally, we found Melania's latest boy toy, and we decided, you know what? Instead of doing something about him, we decided to just keep him around. But I have to have some fresh blood bags.
Joe Biden.
Literally,
And I was
he
wondering,
is
well,
the
why
Baron from fucking Dune.
aren't you guys talking about this more?
Baron
Republicans
Harkonnen.
were relentlessly focused on Joe Biden's age, and we haven't seen that in the same way. And I started asking around to Democratic officials,
Let me pull the plug. Look. Wow.
why aren't you guys holding press conferences about this? Like, why aren't you forcing the issue in the same way that we saw Republicans do just a couple of years ago? And what I heard from folks was that they acknowledged that they were potentially missing out on a huge political opportunity to make Trump look as weak as possible,
Jesus, look at him.
to undermine his presidency going into the midterms. But they consistently gave me two explanations as to why this isn't happening. And the first is the Joe Biden factor. Essentially that, the vast majority of the Democratic Party stood behind Joe Biden until the bitter end. And that means that they've lost a lot of credibility when it comes to talking about age. Some people even brought this all the way back to Ruth Bader Ginsburg and how the party really didn't intervene in the way that people now feel like they should have in order to get her to retire. So there's just a sense that they don't have credibility on this. And then the second,
Like I said, these stupid fucking consultants need to be they all need to be purged at this point. It's ridiculous how they are fucking just they're literally steering them to lose because they think just let them fuck up and then we'll swoop in at the very last minute and everybody will love us. No. They won't. No. People don't respect this shit. They want to see you fight. And part of fighting is recognizing the blatantly obvious shit. And not also, the not playing the fucking game does really piss off Democrats. Trust me.
part is the fact that the Democratic Party itself continues to be led by a lot of older leaders. There's a very public debate going on in the Democratic Party about generational change. Unfortunately, there's been 4 members of the Democratic caucus that have died in office this Congress. So this continues to be a really live, active debate within the Democratic Party. A lot of calls for, Chuck Schumer to not be the next Senate leader if they take back the Senate because he's just a couple years younger than Donald Trump. And so that just goes back to the credibility and the concerns about feeling hypocritical if they were to talk about this.
Yeah, glass houses. Mark, you've been covering Donald Trump for as long as I have. And I've noticed real differences in the way that he holds himself. He doesn't stand up straight. He meanders more than even he used to meander. He speaks with much less energy.
Katie Tur is kind of a turd.
He's traveling less. We can already clearly see that
Katie
he's not
Turd.
sleeping
There
as
it
much,
is.
given the way that he's
Low-hanging fruit.
posting
Might
on
as
his
well go for
social
it.
media all night long. And a lot of those posts, frankly, seem unhinged. The way he talks about people who have passed, saying he was happy Robert Mueller died. There was when the Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were murdered, him talking about how they were murdered because they didn't
catch
like
you later, man.
him. There's the Trump Jesus, doctor meme. Have
There's
you
a
noticed these
doctor.
differences? Are they as
Democrats, he's giving critics a great deal to work with. I think, though, that you don't need a eloquent Democratic soundbite to tell you that the president is old and clearly in some kind of failing health situation, whether mentally, physically, or some combination. The fact is the guy's almost 80
It
years
helps.
old. He's creating these these really terrible visuals around falling asleep in these various situations that obviously he's got to be attuned to not looking very great. But look, it is not a good issue for him. I think ideally he and every other person running or in the White House would be 20 years, 30 years younger than he or Joe Biden were. And look, that's just the world we're living in. The problem is, if you're Donald Trump, is you have a lot more, you have bigger problems, basically. And if you're Democrats, you have a lot better stuff to work with, and paradoxically, it's worse stuff. It's the economy, it's the war, it's affordability, and so forth. I think they basically en masse made the determination that that's where their sort of bread is buttered in this cycle, and that's where they should be focused.
What is the answer you get, Bo, from the White House when you ask them about him apparently falling asleep during these meetings or the deep bruising on his hands? What do they say?
Well, it's a little bit different for each scenario, but I think just broadly speaking, when we realized about the president's health kind of instances the past year that have gotten more attention, they have really, the White House has really come forward with more information after it's been, publicized, whether there's photographs going through. So I think there is, a level of transparency that, as reporters, we're looking for the White House to be a little bit more forthcoming. So it'll be interesting to see what, if any, additional information we learn from this latest physical. And the president's message today said that it was a 6-month physical. So that is a question to see if we're going to see more kind of not just annual physicals, but every 6 months here.
Well, you do start to go to the doctor more at that age. There's that. But in terms of what the American public wants, what the American public expects, I mean, we can talk about this, but it's better to cite actual numbers and polling. And here's more from that ABC Washington Post Ipsos poll. This is talking about Donald Trump's ability to lead. Has his mental sharpness, is it still effective? Only 40% said that yes, it's still effective. 59% said that it does not apply to him, so not effective. Is Trump in good enough health to be effective? 44% said that applies. 55% said it does not apply. Strong leader, 46% said that applies. 54% says that does not apply to him. So given that, Mark, I know you're just saying that they have so much else to work with. These numbers show that the American public is looking at Donald Trump and saying, nah, this guy's not quite there. You still don't think Democrats should be seizing on that? Is it an issue of glass houses, as Lauren was laying out?
Yeah, partly. I mean, but I also think they don't really have a lot of work to do. I mean, it's all right there. It's apparent. It's on daily TV. It's people know how old he is. People know how he's perceived, how he seems to be acting. And again, if like I'm a swing voter in Maine and I'm on the fence between, say, Graham Plattner and Susan Collins in a general election, I'm not going to be swayed by whether there is some great soundbite out there about the bruises on the president's hand. I mean, that's sort of, these are all very downstream and they sort of go to how the president is perceived right now, which is really quite bad for a lot of reasons. And I think this is obviously one of them.
Lauren, is there any Democrat right now who is taking this on? Not every single Democrat was behind Joe Biden and argued for him at the end there. There were Democrats who broke off.
Yeah, you know, when I wrote about this in my newsletter a couple of weeks ago, I talked to Seth Moulton, the congressman from Massachusetts, for this piece, and he's been willing to go there. That's in part because he is running in a Senate primary that is based pretty much on generational change. So there are some Democrats willing to go there. The DNC, for example, also has been trying to tweet out all these clips, kind of like Mark was talking about, making sure that these videos of Trump seemingly falling asleep in some Oval Office meetings are getting out just into the ether. The problem is, though, for Democrats is that when we're talking about trying to make stuff go viral online, trying to make sure people see these clips, is that they just don't have the same machine that the Republican Party does. The Republicans have this entire right-wing media ecosphere that's ready, standing there to amplify sound bites and all these clips that we saw during the Biden administration. I mean, those clips of him seeming old and frail, Republicans would put that out there and they would get millions of views within hours. And the Democrats have been able, the DNC has been able to do a little bit of that. They've had some TikToks that have gone viral, but if you compare the two, they just are not the same. It's not the same level of eyeballs and attention that is getting on some of these things that are coming out of the Trump White House.
All right.
U.S. Central Command says that the U.S. military conducted self-defense strikes targeting Iranian missile launch sites.
So, yeah.
As well as boats around the Strait of Hormuz. The attacks come as Washington and Tehran continue negotiating and as they may be closer than ever to ending the war. But disputes remain over Iran's nuclear program and the lifting of sanctions. President Trump laying out his plans for destroying Iran's enriched uranium, or nuclear dust, as he often refers to it as saying that it will be either transported to the U.S., dealt with on site, or taken to another acceptable location. I want to go now to CNN's Salma Abdelaziz joining me from London. Salma, you're also closely following the current and ongoing trip of Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Is he offering any insight into where the U.S. and Iran are running into issues right now?
Well, it seems like by the hour, America is either on the precipice of full-blown war with Iran or about to get a peace deal, depending on who you're speaking to and what's just happened that hour. You mentioned the strikes, of course, around the Strait of Hormuz. Those just happened a few hours ago. We do have more information on where those occurred, with CENTCOM saying that they targeted missile launch sites in Iranian boats attempting to place mines. The statement went on to say that the U.S. is working to defend its forces while using restraint. Now, a note here, of course, there is a ceasefire that is in place now. Violations have happened in the past, and the ceasefire has carried on. So unclear
I don't know, it seems
how
like you celebrate
this will
every
impact
fucking
that at this point.
Every little thing the guy does, including all the bad shit. You know, you gonna fucking cheer when the inflation rate fucking hits 4.0?
But we do now have a statement from Iran's supreme leader. Before I read it out to you, I want to make clear that this is a written statement from the supreme leader, and it could have been written before these strikes occurred. Let me read out that statement to you. The United States not only will no longer have a safe haven for its mischief and for establishing military bases in the region, but day by day it is growing more distant, from its former status. Again, an indication there of the type of military actions that Iran has taken in the region, striking at military bases, of course, in neighboring countries across the Gulf. It seems a hardening of position. But you mentioned, of course, those talks with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Those concluded in Qatar a short time ago, with the Secretary of State saying, look, it's a matter of wording, a matter of a few sentences that we're negotiating over now. But if you ask Iranian negotiators, they seem to indicate that the United States and Iran are still very far from a deal. The key issue, of course, is enriched uranium. As you mentioned, that no dust, no dollars, a statement that we keep hearing from U.S. officials over the weekend,
Maga loves
indicating
Trump
that
so much that they're willing to lie about reality.
Enriched
That's all they have. I mean, if you weren't here for the first hour, that's exactly what happened.
Uranium that the United States and President Donald Trump, of course, personally wants to see destroyed. Iran, on the other hand, says that a conclusion to the war must be finalized before it speaks about how to handle that enriched uranium. And again, hearing about those strikes around the Strait of Hormuz that just occurred in the last few hours. We're hearing from Iranian state media that there was the sound of at least 3 explosions around the key port, Bandar Abbas port in southern Iran. It says, Iran's government says, and Iran's state media says that air defenses were activated. Again, we do not know if this statement that we've just heard from the Supreme Leader, a written statement that was put out to mark the Hajj pilgrimage, whether that was written beforehand or afterhand. But the key question here will be, will those U.S. strikes affect those negotiations, and how far are they from the deal now that we're seeing those attacks again around the Strait of Hormuz by the U.S. forces?
Iran's Revolutionary Guards claim they have shot down an MQ-9 Reaper drone and opened fire on an F-35 jet and another drone that they say entered its airspace, presumably somewhere around that region. Iran says it will.
Guys, I'm not sure if you know anything about like military conflicts. So when stuff like this is happening during a ceasefire and like negotiations, yeah, this is kind of like this is the obvious part where it's just like, no, they're doing a soft relaunch of the war.
Will retaliate over ceasefire violations.
There is no deal.
Now, overnight, the United States launched new strikes.
Just remember, it also
on
benefits both countries right now to have the stock markets in all over the the stock markets all over the world, the world markets all speculating on this. Thank you for the $5.
We are losing in Iran.
Really? They don't? You got to be kidding. Oh, wait. Yeah, I mean, I guess they think we're winning. God, how?
In Iran, you can see right here, hitting these sites that the U.S. say were
because they must not know a lot about
the U.S.
it.
claims it was in self-defense, and yet Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the two sides could be just days from some kind of an agreement. With us now is CNN Global Affairs commentator Sabrina Singh. Sabrina, great to see you here. So we have these U.S. strikes overnight on Iran, and we just learned seconds ago that Iranians claim they shot down a U.S. drone. So where does that leave things as these negotiations continue?
What you're seeing is both sides claiming defensive strikes. They're both protecting their, air assets, defense assets on the ground. And so the U.S. took defensive strikes yesterday. Iran, just this morning, as we're seeing coming in, is also taking defensive measures. Now, the very tentative ceasefire, according to the U.S., is still holding.
And looks like
even though it is still holding, I mean, we're still in the middle of a war. I mean, there's a naval blockade that is an act of war. So even though that you have this ceasefire, they're still exchanging fire. So it's now what happens next. And I think that's what's really to watch. What does the president say about this? And what does the supreme leader say now?
And of course, then there's Israel, too, right? Because Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, says that his war against Hezbollah and Lebanon is very much continuing. So what does that do to the negotiations?
And you've seen Israel actually intensify their strikes overnight on Hezbollah in Lebanon. I mean, basically what this administration has done is the house is on fire and they're trying to put it out with a bucket of water. And this is a deal to get.
You don't need to be a military expert with this regime. Dude, they're very bad at this.
The deal.
At least the Bush administration, like when they lied about this, they would do it in a way that would just be like, yeah, well, we executed. I mean, they even tried with the weapons of mass destruction. Like this, they constantly repeat the same shit, thinking that we've all bought it. But every American's just like, nah, dude. Like, We don't have any reason to be here. Nobody's buying the nuclear fucking argument anymore.
A lot of the
only MAGA is
issues, the thorniest issues, whether it's nuclear enrichment or ballistic missile capabilities, are being pushed further down the line. And meanwhile, you have Israel still conducting strikes in Lebanon, even though part of this so-called deal was that would stop. So again, it's more about what does this administration do? What is the messaging that comes from Donald Trump today? I think there is not a world in which this administration wants to start back up on kinetic strikes, which is why they keep pushing this ball down the line. But we are where we are, intensifying strikes in Lebanon, and of course,
how long is this going to go until
there's in Iran as well?
The Iranians
you understand this is so procrastination-y, from all of them, where it's just like, okay, I mean, technically we're still at war, but technically ceasefire, I guess. Just keep going.
U.S. wants and doesn't want, presumably, which
weird.
may be why the United States seems to have, I don't know, budged or moved a little bit on the language on the nuclear talks. This is a statement from the president yesterday. The enriched uranium will either be immediately turned over to the U.S. to be brought home, destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordinated, blah, 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 blah. Destroyed in place, right? Destroyed in place or at another acceptable location. This means the uranium stays and the Iranians destroy it there, presumably, but this was sort of a no-go area before.
This is much more lenient language than we've seen from the president than we've ever seen before.
That's why I don't think he wrote it.
At the beginning of this war, February 28th, it was that Iran would never get access to a nuclear weapon, would not be able to keep its enriched uranium. This is signaling a bit of a gray area. And I think that this administration is hedging that they're going to need some type of third party to come in here. I mean, I don't think it will be acceptable under any terms that Iran keeps some of its enriched uranium, but we've never seen language like this, and it does lean more towards Iran and its favor.
So, these are the nuclear sites inside Iran, the uranium buried presumably underneath some of these facilities right now.
I mean, just remember, this is coming from Trump. Trump lied about this already, saying that we already struck these. We already did this. How come nobody... I'm done asking that fucking question. I'll just say it. In the summer, during July, he said we got all of the fucking nuclear sites. Nobody holds him to his own bullshit. That's part of the problem. MAGA obviously is not going to do it, and then they gaslight everybody else in America into just going no. He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Destroyed. It's again murky.
Trump
what
lied.
Exactly
no way.
That means.
I know, but we're getting way too used to it.
The uranium from 60% enrichment to what, 5 or 10%? But that's still potentially useful down the line.
Right, and that's why the deal to get a deal does not address any of these issues. And you'll remember the Iran deal that was negotiated under the Obama administration, that took almost 2 years.
And Trump is pissed off because, had he been able to get that deal, he was going to try and sell it as just you know what, they decided just to kind of back off, and we just got to pay them some money, and, they get to keep their stuff, but we're not at war anymore.
To get to.
We opened the strait that I closed by accident.
And there were many mechanisms in place to monitor.
This is where I'm saying the Democrats not talking about his health, okay, so Democrats don't want to harp on his health. Great. Why not harp on the war? Why do you not see Democrats anywhere on the fucking news anymore? It's really weird. The prominent Democrats, they're not hitting the fucking media circuit.
We're not seeing any of that negotiated out in the public on what does monitoring look like, what actually happens to the enriched uranium, and they haven't even addressed their ballistic missile program, which is one of the capabilities that we know Iran still retains. So even though this administration has said they've destroyed Iran's Navy, destroyed Iran's Air Force, those were never the programs of record that Iran touted. It was always its nuclear and ballistic missile programs, and those still very much remain in the status quo before the war started.
So again, watch what's happening.
They're never
very
on your
much
side.
in the air, on the ground.
I'm more so saying that they might want to wake up, otherwise they will not win electorally, and you kind of need to do that in order to keep your jobs.
Continued strikes, and we'll listen for what they...
Oh, wait a minute, that's right. No, that's what it is. That's why AIPAC's stepping up. It's just to keep them in the... Oh, my God. It's that obvious.
I have to say about the negotiations. Sabrina's saying thank you very much for being
all
here.
AIPAC.
President Trump.
Yes, we are owned and operated by Israel. And it's almost like we as a nation should demand from our lawmakers that they fucking pass a unilateral bill that takes away the ability to have billionaires in politics. It is the most poisonous thing that has ever happened to this nation. And it is so obvious what needs to happen. But Oh, that's sweet, sweet money. Oh, that's sweet, sweet fucking donation money from them.
This meme shortly
They're
after
more than happy to fucking do the bidding of these assholes.
those strikes. Obama's Iran policy, he shows piles of cash. Trump's Iran policy, missiles flying. So bringing in now CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Thank you so much for being here. Needless to say, these presidents do have very different approaches to Iran. But I want to start with this attempt to get to an agreement, this attempt in the talks.
The way that they
because
have to
we
walk
are really
around the
hearing
blatant
from
idiocy
a
of Trump
wild
is
mix
wild.
of politicians who are upset with the White House. I'm going to give you an example. Here is John Bolton, former national security advisor,
shut up, John.
giving
No one
this,
cares.
as usual, sort of counter-textual take.
I hope the negotiations break down because every day that goes by is a gift to Iran. I think these negotiations are a mistake. I think we're on the verge of something that ultimately history will decide was a catastrophic loss for the United States. We have done significant damage to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and right now we're letting them undo the damage. This is what Iran wants. They want more time. 60 days turns into 6 months, and then it turns into more than that.
You and I have talked about Iran wanting more time, but can you
Two girls,
help
one cup. Again, dude, what is this? Why are we like transporting back to 2014?
me understand what he's saying about this is somehow catastrophic,
that's
a
over
loss,
10 years old.
the dangers
12
that
years
some
old now.
people are
Jesus.
seeing in the White House approach?
U.S. intelligence has already detected that Iran is using this time to access its nuclear sites, rebuild and rearm. It has built drones at an amazingly fast pace.
I think this might have autoplayed on your phone because, yeah, I did not play this last night.
So every single day it gets of reprieve from bombing means it's more ready to attack again. Also, Iran has talked about now lifting the ban on the internet. The interesting thing about that is they don't want to foment dissent, but they're willing to take the risk because the Iranian economy is under such strain, and a lot of the economy runs on businesses that use the internet. So that shows that the stress is hitting Iran, but it is getting a relief by these days without attacks.
It's interesting because we've talked so much about what the president is dealing with
We're
here.
also ignoring that they were already weathering a pretty bad economy that, honestly, they kind of got used to.
But in Iran,
and like that one guy said earlier in the show, where it's like, yeah, and we also stoked a fire that wasn't there before.
they have an incentive, right? You have a supreme leader who is relatively new. You have people who have been under this bombardment. Is there any incentive for them to move forward, or is it, as Bolton says, waiting is all that matters if it means claiming victory over the U.S.?
There is incentive to draw out the talks, as there always has been. This has been their MO in previous negotiations. And remember, what they're being asked to do is a sacrifice of what they see as legitimacy, give up their refined nuclear material and
all of it, not just like some enriched parts. It's just like everything goes.
And they will pledge never to make a bomb again. But my question is, will these talks produce?
We have absolutely no cards. Like, realistically, like, they have us by the balls on this one.
What the Obama deal did.
And they're just going to go right back to the Obama deal.
Inspections.
Intrusive inspections
to make sure
is key. Yeah.
It doesn't happen again. So what Iran is being asked is really hard to say yes to, especially when you've got so many hardliners now empowered by the U.S. attacks. So, look, what this shows is that President Trump knows going back to just hammering Iran won't open the Strait of Hormuz. He's feeling the economic pressure, so he wants some sort of delay to open the straits. If he can get that, I think we could see talks returning to the JCPOA, sort of. It will take weeks, it will take months to get some sort of resolution.
And either way, I get the sense both sides will be spinning it into a win, even though we're looking at a stalemate.
And John Bolton will not be happy, nor will any of the hardline GOPers who wanted to see Iran truly decimated by these attacks.
Yeah. And get what you want out of that one.
Turning now to prediction markets under potential legal threat, but definitely getting a major assist from the U.S. government. Let's put this up here on the screen. Minnesota has now become the first state to ban prediction markets. The governor signed the nation's first law operating in the state.
It makes no
and
sense.
In response,
Prediction
the Trump
markets make no
administration has
fucking
sued.
sense.
This will now tee up a massive legal battle over the crackdown on Kalshi and Polymarket. The new
You
state
understand
law
that the same this is why gambling addiction is like an addiction. Psychologically, it does the exact same thing than any drug. This is dangerous. Like, I know that I say this a lot, but realistically, I don't care what your fucking politics are. This is not good for society in any way. And I'm telling you right now that if you have a young teenage, I'm going to just say, if you have like a teenage boy, they are going to ruin their lives with this shit.
Makes it
because they all think that they're going to be the ones that are not holding the fucking bag.
A crime to host or advertise.
I wouldn't bet that like a whole bunch of fucking 20-somethings are like keep losing their ass in this
prediction market, which defines as a system that lets consumers place a wager on future outcomes like sports,
the end
elections.
times. Dude, do you think that in World War II that they thought it was the end times?
Live entertainment.
Like, stop.
Someone's word choice and world affairs. Why do we have markets on those anyways? The prohibition extends to services supporting prediction markets like VPNs that would allow consumers to disguise their location and get around the ban.
You know what the end times will truly be? When we aren't able to breathe because our oxygen is not, viable anymore because we made the oceans a bunch of fucking acid baths.
And it would force a prediction market site like Kalshi and Polymarket to
I've been saying about like the Save the Earth movement, it's not about saving the Earth. And this is where this is how selfish assholes like humans are. They hear that and they're just like, whatever, gay. It's just like, yeah, but you kind of need to, I don't know, maintain this ecosystem to live here.
Leave the state or face felony charges. The law takes effect in August. So here is what the person who introduced the measure said. We as a state should decide how best and what regulations we think should attach to gambling to protect public safety, to protect our kids.
You're going to you want to talk about Act Blue while fucking looking at Trump phone? Like, did you not know about Trump phone? Look into that.
The law
just look into his pump and dump scheme. Melania coin, any of that, shut the fuck up.
As a carve-out.
I don't give a shit about anybody stealing money.
For event contracts.
And why would you care? Honestly, wouldn't you be like all for Act Blue stealing money from Democrats and doing nothing with it? You're a fucking idiot.
Serve as
I almost
an
did
insurance
it. I almost
policy
did it.
In the event of harm or loss sustained and for the purchase of securities and other commodities. Now, here's where the Trump administration comes in, and this gets technical, so everybody stick with us. D2, let's put it up here on the screen. The Trump administration is now suing Minnesota over the prediction market ban. They say, here's the DOJ.
Good luck. This is going to be, states' rights, baby.
Minnesota's attempt to criminalize derivatives contracts is precisely what Congress sought to prevent. If Minnesota's law is permitted to go into effect, the exchanges that offer these long-standing contracts, as well as those who partner with them, can be prosecuted as felons.
You misspelled politician, James.
This is a flagrant and unprecedented incursion into the commission's exclusive.
I like how you are pretending that Republicans are on the up and up. That's adorable. That's adorable.
Exclusive regulatory sphere.
Wow. And you think we're the clowns.
Must be preliminarily and permanently enjoined. That means the Trump administration is that
standing up for a con man and then calling out the other side for conning their side.
Markets are only.
That's the reason you won't see me standing up for the Democrats. That's the difference here.
Only in the federal domain and must be only regulated by the CFTC. However, don't forget, the CFTC is not just suing Minnesota. They are suing even red states, Arizona, Connecticut, Illinois, New York, Wisconsin, many with Republican governors or state legislators and others, which had advanced these measures, trying to ban these prediction markets because they allege that it is gambling, while the CFTC that says that it is a derivatives market, which is long held. Now, I just want everybody to ask a very basic question. Have you been able to trade on what 60 Minutes is going to say for a long-standing...
You have a president that lied 30,000 times in his first term? I still think that's low.
Time, yes or no question. Have you been able to trade on
I mean,
what
you're not
color
trolling
the
me with that. Yes, I get it. My president sucks.
dildo is that will be thrown on a WNBA? The most lurid example, but there are many. Have you been able to trade on whether the Ayatollah is going to be removed or not?
Whether Taylor Swift is going to get pregnant.
Right. Yeah, or whether Taylor Swift is going to get pregnant. Whether, I mean, I could go on forever. The Bad Bunny halftime performances, the Maduro raid.
Yeah, when a particular special operations raid is going to happen.
What was the one that we covered here? The guy with the weather, hot air.
Oh yeah, at the Paris airport, at Charles de Gaulle airport, where he was betting on the temperature there.
Yes.
And then was using a hairdryer to heat up the sensor so that he could win.
Yeah, so this is what the CFTC wants us to believe. They want us to believe that
thank you.
These prediction markets are an
Who's my
extension
president?
of
Fucking Donald Trump, unfortunately.
long-standing derivatives and commodity trades. And
you know, the guy that's single-handedly responsible for our really shitty economy right now.
You know, I actually went and did a lot of research. CFTC, why does it exist? What is the basis for it? The entire basis for the CFTC and for regulation period on financial derivatives is that we always have.
You're not trolling me at all? No.
Derivatives markets.
You're trolling some people in chat, which that's fun. Keep going.
On things that we believe are important to the public good. So the history of the CFTC and of commodities.
But make sure you hit that like button.
Are things like oil or things
the
like
bare minimum.
corn,
Come on.
meat, futures contract, coffee, you know, any of these consumable goods. Now, why do we allow that? Because it leads to a lot of wild speculation. It allows market price and lock-in contracts for producers to be able to
blame SCOTUS. I will blame SCOTUS too. Yeah, SCOTUS is very culpable in this.
To produce their goods that they bring to market, which we all agree generally as a society. We need a meat contract. We need an oil contract. We need corn contracts. We have lived for centuries without prediction markets on what I'm going to say on this show, or who's going to beat the spread, or 18-leg yes, these are real things that are offered by Kalshi. 18-leg parlays on how the Knicks were going to perform last night. And not just are they going to win or not, are they going to win by X amount of points? Are you going to shoot, you know, is this particular player
so much worse than Europe, Australia, New Zealand? It's all about you, huh? The world isn't suffering? Didn't say that.
Right, how many free throws?
Saying that he's directly responsible for our suffering.
You know,
but yeah, you know what? The right wing is kind of taking over a whole bunch of other countries. That does kind of explain why you guys might be miserable too. It's almost like the fucking right does not know how to govern, and it's not about governing. It's about robbing the fucking people. It's about having a slave class.
Halftime.
Like, honestly, these motherfuckers, they fuck you and then tell you to smile, but they don't fucking spit on it first.
Whatever is going to look like. Who gets X amount of playing time? Massive insider trading risk. But more importantly, for this whole discussion, it's gambling. And why have we always separated legally and even rhetorically gambling from commodities markets? Now, often they resemble each other, but what is the difference? Gambling is not about social utility.
A dying economy, on edge populace, and prediction markets. What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. Which we allow. We allow this legalized form of commodities future trading because it's important to us as a society to be able to function. There is what societal good comes from trading on these damn markets? Nothing.
Yeah.
Literally nothing.
Farmers came to them and said, hey, we like to bet on weather as a hedge against if there's issues with the crops or whatever. And they're like, okay, but we'll put a carve-on in. Like, got it. Social utility, I see it. All right, we'll do.
That's why I'm not a communist.
We'll do that. And that's the version that's passed. Of course, the Trump administration is still claiming, oh, this is bad for.
I'll be honest, not recognizing the whole theory that there's always going to be a corrupt power structure is kind of a problem.
Farmers, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, just think about it logically. 80+% of the bets that are made on Polymarket and Kalshi are sports bets.
Yes.
Like it's blatant gambling. And
You know
forever,
what's also not working? Late stage capitalism.
States have had the right to decide when and how and whether they're going to permit that type of gambling in their state. And so what the Trump administration here is saying is you don't get to have that right.
Yeah, the iron law of oligarchy. Sorry, just thought about
anymore. You don't get to have that say at the state level. And this is the party that's supposed to be the small government, local control party. They're saying, no, as a federal government, we have decided that we are going to open the floodgates to gambling on Taylor Swift's pregnancy date and dildos at the WNBA game in every state. And it really doesn't matter what you or your citizens, what their elected representatives.
The Soviet Union never became fully communist. Yeah, I know.
Think about.
That's why anytime that they say that it's a system that is proven to be a failure, it's like, not really, because it hasn't really been instituted.
Any of it, because we are profiting from it. I mean, that's the bottom.
But like I said, ignoring the fact that the iron law of oligarchy is a thing, and there are flaws in the iron law, but it is, I mean...
Line is, both with...
It is a thing. Throughout human history, it's always been a thing. You got leaders and followers, and some of those leaders, they tend to fucking abuse their power the second that they realize that they can just keep the followers in line.
And we can put this tear sheet from the New York Times up on the screen, D3, which is a fantastic...
Never heard that expression before?
Deep dive into the CFTC.
It's a theory.
And the way they say how prediction markets and crypto firms steamroll
we learned about it here on stream,
watchdog agency. And at every turn, the reason why
it's from,
the floodgates have been
German-born Italian socialist Robert Michels.
Open for crypto, which is rife with all sorts of scams and schemes and rug pulls, including rug pulls pulled by the president and the first lady of the United States, and prediction markets, is because there is a financial benefit for
early stage capitalism
family.
Was only good because we won World War II. No, the Green New Deal is what made it fucking great.
Directly, and there are
or not the Green New Deal, the New Deal.
Financial benefits for Trump allies directly.
It was literally the New Deal, and then the 50s and like through the 60s, like the capital or the oh my god, the fucking corporate tax rate was sky high. Like, dude, we charged the fucking rich people of our country what they. What they needed to pay. And we had a society that was much happier for it, but nobody wants to recognize that.
Trump was originally opposed to crypto. He thought it was bad for the U.S. dollar. He was like, no, it's a competitor to the U.S. dollar. I don't like it. And then what happened? Then he got a bunch of crypto money.
We need capitalism with strong social safety nets like Europe. Yes, I believe in democratic socialism. And if we can get through that and then expand social programs even further to where, I mean, having people have, equity in the companies that they work for, like, I think it's insane that we allow this structure where one person who owns said company takes all of the fucking profits.
Money. And
I mean, that's fucked up, guys. Like, again, get out of your fucking partisan, like, bullshit minds for a second and just realize how that is insane. And both parties definitely use that against us.
He got sold on, hey, you can have your own crypto coin. And now the vast bulk of his wealth comes from crypto. And so, lo and behold, not only do they really not regulate it whatsoever, but a bunch of people who had been previously indicted for
we have the technology to share the profits evenly. It's a political choice to not do so. Exactly.
Various fraudulent activities regarding.
And it's also, no, it's a sociological one because it keeps the control. It maintains the control structure to a small few. Like, it's always been that way. It was always either a church or popes and bullshit like that. Like, there has always been this. That's what I was talking about with the iron law of oligarchy, where it's like, you're always going to have a corrupt motherfucker like this, but it is on the people to make sure that they stay in check. And it's one of those things where it's like, you have to remind them every once in a while. It's like, you have to give us a little bit. You can have yours. You can have a better life. You can have this king of the castle mentality. Oh, look, you're king of the castle, but you need to give people what they are fucking worth when it comes to them and their labor. Otherwise, you're playing with fire there, my friend.
Crypto have been let off the hook by Trump. If you look at the ties here, they have a great chart. Maybe we can put this in and post
will save us.
In this New York Times piece, where you've got, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and then you've got some actions that they've taken. So they fast-tracked the application of an offshoot of Gemini. This is the Winklevoss twins, who are Trump allies, whose founders backed American Bitcoin, which is tied to Eric Trump. They sidelined staff who questioned Crypto.com, a business partner of Trump Media and Technology. And of course, those companies are all connected to the Trump family. They approved a request by Polymarket after investment by 1789 Capital, which is who? Don Jr. Don Jr. is involved with both Polymarket and with Cauchy. So of course, they're going to go to bat for them. Of course, they're going to let them do whatever they want, wherever they want. And so while white-collar fraud enforcement is at an all-time low with this administration, Where they will draw the line and where they will go in and fight and where they will try to push back is any state, any political entity that says, we actually want to draw some boundaries here. We actually don't want to submit to this anywhere, anytime, anything gambling on demand, which has proven to be extremely deleterious to the financial status, especially of young men, are the group that has been preyed upon the most and most susceptible.
Yeah, and look, this belies even the basic statistics. If you are gambling on these platforms, which is what they are, you're gonna lose. Like the vast majority of the vast majority of the profits go to an extremely select small group of traders. I was reading recently, in fact, one of my friends even told me, like Susquehanna, one of those like high, like very sophisticated trading desks, they have a sports desk now, specifically as sharp bettors to go in and to find like inefficiencies in various different lines to hammer them and to basically take your money. So look, remember in Kalshi, this is one of the most nefarious things about it. One of the things that they say is that the reason why they're better than DraftKings, and this is a fair argument, so let's interrogate it a little bit, is that they don't set the line, is that they're the market makers, right? On both sides of the trade, they take a small percentage of the fee. Now, remember though, that because if you take a percentage of the trade, that means how do they make money? They want you to trade a lot. So that's number one. In fact, they want you to get basically addicted to trading. Now, second though, is that while a casino will set the line, like plus or minus whatever on a game, minus 110 or something like that for the spread, and then move that to hedge their own risk, the Kalshi is sitting there and offering the ability for a market to be able to take your line as well. Well, what that means is that with these two people on the other side of the trade is that there's a heavy amount of like influence and market making that happens for the people who are taking the action. And from, again, I know this sounds complicated and I'm still a relative layman on how—
It's funny, we were going through like some of my older content and you were, yeah, you were like one of my OGs.
How this all works. It's very complicated, but what it means is, from what I understand, is it gives these sharps the ability to not only hedge a lot of their own betting risk from the traders, but also to offer different odds based upon the amount that you are betting in terms of a trade, which is not necessarily the same as a sports bet or a casino. So anyways, what I have seen generally is that with all of this like amount of influence, the vast majority of the retail normal trader is losing on these prediction markets. And while, their argument is, well, the vast majority of day traders lose money. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Like, dude, they don't understand how it's all a game. And you're all doing this so this one, like the one person could do their fucking rug. Like that's why like crypto is insane, especially when you look at like how often rug pulls happen.
It's one reason I oppose
like the fact
the Trump
that's
administration
still happening
lowering
is like, okay,
the threshold
and
for
this is a good idea. How
for day trading?
Did you clip the Jesse Ventura bit yet? Not. I mean, I went back, watched it last night, so I know exactly like where to. I'm gonna release it probably on Friday
because most people who are doing it are fucking idiots and are losing all their money. But there is no such thing as there is, let's say, with
1000%.
the S&P 500 or Vanguard or any of that, like with prediction markets.
Yeah, because did you know that this guy over here, Peptalks, he does a Jesse Ventura impression, and we had a little fun with that last night.
If you are, just a passive investor in these index funds, you'll make money over the long run. There is no like even artifice for the average person to invest or trade on a prediction market where they're going to make money in the long run. It literally doesn't exist. It exists purely to siphon off gains from desperate people, basically, who are on there.
There it is.
Anyway, what was that article that we had where the guy took out a loan and then bet it all on Kalshi? I mean, first of all, what an idiot. But second, like, okay, we recognize we have a lot of idiots in our society, so we have to protect them. At least I do. That's what I think. And so what do? We're like, hey, you can't have payday loans.
I need to get some Oakley sunglasses, like some Folkleys or something.
The argument for payday loans was, well, if people are willing to take
I need that and a Navy SEALs hat.
Why shouldn't they be able to offer that service? And we're all like, yeah, I don't know. It's usury. That's like, it's a Lindy thing that even though it may exist and even supported supposedly by the free market, we all think that's
this Iran conflict seems like it'll never end.
Bad. And so we don't want people to be exploited that way because we recognize the power imbalance. Well, why can't we recognize it here? And it's
hell
corruption.
yeah, dude.
There's just no other.
Glad to have you back.
Story behind.
That's exactly right. Yeah, this is kind of grim. Let's put D6 up on the screen. So Axios did this poll of like what companies people trust.
Oh shit.
And
this is good.
Polymarket and FanDuel and Kalshi and whatever, like they did decently well. So they found they had a higher reputation ranking at number 45, Polymarket specifically, than companies like Verizon, Ford, Target, Uber, Disney, and Bank of America. Now, I mean, I might say none of the above in terms of trusting any of these companies, so I'm not sure how indicative this is. But they had this quote here. They said 64% of Gen Z and millennials say the only realistic way to build significant wealth is, quote, alternative methods like crypto, gambling, or retail stocks. That's what their poll found. 2/3 of basically people under the age of 44 said the only chance I have is gambling. That's it. That is my shot. And that's what we've been talking about. I mean, you talk about they're preying on desperate people. Well, the whole generation is desperate.
And that's the point. That's what I was talking about. It's almost like they did this on purpose.
But that's all we have is desperate people, basically.
You create the desperate class, and then on top of it, you market it so it seems like it's like this, not just cool thing, it's a necessary thing.
Working, slaving away, things are getting more expensive.
But realistically, they don't understand,
control.
like, they get, like, they buy the hype. Instead of just putting their money in a high-yield savings account, they buy the hype because it's the dopamine. It's literally what I was talking about. It's an addiction.
Never going to be able to own anything. And they're like, what have I got to lose? I'm going to take out that loan.
It's also a fucking cop-out.
I'm betting on Kalshi, on some sports team that I know something about, and I'm going to hope for the best.
Get involved. That's the other thing. This is, again, what keeps people from getting involved into fucking politics.
This is my only freaking shot. Like, that's what we're talking about.
Why try to have any actual change? Why try to effectuate any change when I could just go on Kalshi and just bet on the spread?
Talking about here. It is this dystopian, that is the American dream today. That's it. There's no work hard, play by the rules, go to college. No,
nothing.
Hope
it's literally get rich quick, bitch.
You have some insider knowledge.
And that's part of the problem too. Is like realistically, this isn't being talked about, how we have an entire fucking generation of shithead kids that all they want to do is be social media influencers and make that quick bag.
On some bet.
Like, that's what they say. Gotta get that bag.
That you can leverage so that you don't have to suffer and struggle and never own anything in your entire life. That is the American dream today.
Remember that one guy? Smoke weed, fuck bitches, get that bag.
That's the reality.
And this is why, people are like, oh, why do you do so many segments? Because I know the truth. I'm like, look, people, we talk about it all the time, desperation, etc. I understand that. There's still some personal agent. We got to spread the word, all right? We're like, how can we live in a society where people are trusting Polymarket, Kalshi, and DraftKings as much as Verizon, Target, and Uber? Like, listen, I get it, all right? I've had bad experiences with all of these major companies, but Bank of America is a very highly regulated enterprise. Yes, they will rip you off, etc. And there's a lot of structural reasons, but they're not explicitly rooting for you to lose or creating the entire thing. You can still get, decently wealthy by just using one of these random stock, exchanges and just putting your money passively into the.
There's no real perfect system.
S&P 500.
Every system's going to have its its problems, right? But I would like a system where the problems aren't always fucking over the lowest classes and maintaining a slave class. That's what this is.
And yet, Robinhood and day trading and
this is why they do the thing where they want the middle class to at least feel like, well, hey, remember, you could be where they're at. You could be in if you have a house, you could be in an apartment. Just remember that.
Kings and I understand it at a sociological.
Now be happy with the little scraps we gave you.
Level, but it is sick. Like it's
bullshit. And then these motherfuckers have us fighting each other while they're literally raking in record profits of, they have enough money to fucking last, 4 fucking lifetimes and never spend it all. That is insane.
Beyond sick that we even have this level of trust in these companies. And this is also where, predatory
And somehow, some way, they got an entire subsect of America just to go but if you do that, then you're just a dirty commie. You just want to take the money from the successful people.
Advertising comes into play. Kalshi running ads for teenagers, or has in the past.
Just keep working that shaft for the fucking man, dude.
Allegedly, from what I've seen, which I know that they
I don't even care if you own your own business. Just remember, you're still a slave to the fucking class. You're still part of us. You're still here. You don't live in the gated community. You still have to interact with us. You still got to go shop for yourself.
Denied, then they're saying that they're not running them anymore.
Well, Unless you get, again, the new slave class, the ones that work at Target, the ones that don't get any extra pay for doing the fucking, privatized shopping and all that bullshit.
Being like, oh, it's an easy way for you to make money. DraftKings and FanDuel have the most expensive advertising money can buy for every sports.
You're brainwashed from birth. Yes, but then you mix in a whole lot of selfish, like a whole bunch of selfish motivation, and that's what you get.
Season about the various pick.
And that's where you do get the actual difference, the tentative difference between right and left. Most leftists want the entire community to do well. They would gladly, I know I can speak for myself. I would gladly live in like what I have now and just knowing that other people can obtain that. And just, again, but it's insane how much they fuck us in order to keep whatever the fuck they're doing. Like, dude, they offshore 90% of their money. They don't interject it back into the economy. So this job creator bullshit is it's complete farce. They don't give you fucking livable wages.
And how they'll go free $100.
They'd rather have you guys fucking fighting each other. Dude, look at how long in the corporate culture where it was taboo to go ask about what your fucking coworker was making.
If you bet
there was a reason for that.
You win 200. You're like, really? You're going to give $200 for free? You think a multi-billion-dollar company just made all that money by giving you $200 after you win 5? Or maybe they know what they're doing. But everybody falls for it. And it's
what up, Dix?
Because, like I said, they're desperate. They're just beyond desperate. So I don't know. I just know that I think in the long run, I hope it gets banned. And I think eventually it will, maybe 10 years or so from now. But the gap of the damage that will be wrought in the interim, it's immense. I think it already is. If you look at the amount of bankruptcies and other things that happen, the amount of domestic violence.
Yes, and remember, for all these idiots that they're like, this is the only way I'll get that bag, they don't see the risk that's involved. They don't understand that this could easily, one bad bet could fucking bankrupt them.
That happens as a result of legalization.
And that's usually how it goes, because you start fucking betting more reckless the more that you're into it. It's a system. And it's designed to keep you there. Remember, it's literally a fucking casino system. And it's ironic how Trump gets back in office and all of a sudden, these we got to deregulate these markets. The one thing I will say is that Biden didn't do shit about them.
Gambling, it's statistically proven.
It's almost like the Democrats got bought by the fucking
you can look at, domestic violence, alcohol consumption, bankruptcies. The aggregate, I think, borrowing rate, debt, goes up in every state that's legalized gambling.
That's right.
The vast majority, the vast majority of people who bet on these platforms, you will lose. If you've been betting for more than 6 months and you're not limited, that means you're a loser. Congratulations. They're telling you you are a loser. Thank you for continuing to bet with us. But that's how the rules are written as of right now. And nothing's
I don't know the legal ins and outs, but it would not surprise me if the Trump administration succeeds in this suit to block Minnesota.
So, sorry, I should have clarified that as well. They're going to win, from what I understand, because of the way that they have defined. The CFTC gets a broad amount of deference whenever it comes to derivatives, contracts, regulation, especially with the current composition of the U.S. Supreme Court.
You've got a very libertarian Supreme Court on the side of money. So.
And then after that?
Yeah, but again, this is a states' rights issue in that regard, because technically gambling is not legal in all 50 states, kind of thing. So it is on the state to regulate this.
It's over. Gambling is now legal. The idea that the states had any influence at all, after the court rules, it will be legal in all 50 states. So all these tribal casino...
I don't think so.
Remember,
I honestly, as much as they want to doom her about, I would genuinely be more surprised if the Supreme Court did legalize it in all 50 states. I know, it's easy to be pessimistic, but the Supreme Court has also had some rulings that did surprise me.
The sports books in California. Not enough people talk about that.
Not as black and white as everybody wants it to be.
And Californians actually went against sports gambling, which is crazy. Texas as well. So 2 of the most populous states in the union do not have legal sports gambling. They're like the white whale of the gambling industry and of Kalshi. And DraftKings actually like it that way. Or sorry, Kalshi and Polymarket like it that way because they want to be the only option. Soon it will be legal nationwide after the Supreme Court rules. And then we'll really see what gambling America
again
looks like. Okay, let's talk about Hassan Parker. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
I want to go to the Hassan bit. Wait. Did I pull that up? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll continue with the... this is the doctors thing. Yeah, we already went through that. All right, here we go.
So poll numbers for the president sagging, and now, as they say in the horror movies, the call is coming from inside the House. If the House is the Republican Party in this case.
Wasn't it just one movie?
The metaphor. With us now, Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. So there are some issues in his approval among Republicans. What do you see?
Yeah, okay, why don't we talk about...
So you're telling me that they don't have 100%. All right, well, there's trouble in paradise in the Republican Party.
The key issue of inflation. You know, we're talking about houses, Johnny B and me. And what are we talking about? We're talking about a complete collapse of the floor. Look at this.
Who gave Harry Enton an Eddie?
Republicans' net approval of Trump on inflation. You know, you go back when he was running for re-election back in 2024 for term number one. Look at that net approval rating. It was plus 68 points in terms of how they viewed, Republicans viewed inflation and Trump in term number one. Look at this. Look at this. Collapse. Minus 5 points. Now, this is just the Ipsos polling, I will note. But look at this. Even in Fox, he was at minus 2 points. So it's not alone. He is on the wrong side of the ledger. And this is not voters overall, let me remind you. This is Republican voters. That call...
Yeah, welcome to WPEP.
Absolutely.
420.
Coming from inside
Cincinnati.
The House on the key issue of inflation. There are now multiple polls showing that Donald John Trump is underwater within his own Republican Party.
That's a 73-point swing. I just did the math right now.
That is 70 and 3, and I actually drew that pretty gosh darn well.
All right, Harry, the phone is ringing.
Hello.
And someone's calling about gas prices.
What are they doing? They're doing a bit.
Who's calling and what are they saying?
It's Republicans who are calling again, and they are saying that they are underwater again when it comes to this particular issue. Look at gas prices. Okay, GOP, Trump net approval on fuel and gas prices. You go back to last summer, look at this. It was plus 51.
Hey, where's that one guy that was in chat that was saying that everything was fine and that all these polls were lies?
Look at it now. Minus 4. Again, what are we talking about here? We're talking about
gas is $3 on it. The national average is $3. What are you complaining about?
Shift away from the president of the United States on the key issue of gas prices. So on, again, something that is impacting Americans day to day. Inflation, a part of that is gas prices. Of course, the inflation on gas prices has been out of control. The president of the United States is underwater on the key issue of gas prices. This isn't just something about the center of the electorate. This is with Donald Trump's base as well. This is a huge shift. He's underwater again, the floor completely collapsing underneath.
And this is just within the last year. That's a one-year shift, not even from before the election.
This is a one-year shift. It turns out as gas prices go high, your approval ratings go low, even within the Republican base.
Okay, but how much do Republicans really care about these economic issues?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, we're talking about the collapsing floor, but, you know, if this is an old, ruddy house that we don't really care about, then who really cares? But this is the house that is most important because you take a look here. Okay, Republicans' top issue, the economy and the cost of living. You know, you go back to the beginning of this year, it was 43% it was the top issue. Now it's even more of the top issue. The clear majority of Republicans saying the economy and the cost of living is the number one issue, an issue on which Donald Trump's numbers are absolutely falling through the floor with multiple polls showing him underwater on inflation.
A creaky floor.
A very, very creaky floor.
Harriet, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's such a creaky floor. It's like they were on ABBA and Preach. Ayo.
According to AAA, the price of gas is $4.49
Great reference if you know.
this
if
morning.
You know, you know.
That's still up more than $1.50 since the war began.
Yep.
But according to President Trump and members of his administration, those prices are going to come down quickly as soon as the war is over.
Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly.
We promise that when this conflict draws to a close, when this operation draws to a close, we're going to see those energy prices come back down to reality.
Oh, they would go down quite a bit. You know, if we see a pathway to
they're doing
the
a
Straits of
supercut.
Hormuz open soon and energy
that's not
flowing
good.
again, you'd see energy prices drop pretty significantly. Prices have likely peaked and they'll start going down. Certainly with a resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices go down. Prices across the board on energy prices will go down.
The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock.
It's going to come tumbling down. There is so much oil out there. It's pent up. It's locked up in the Strait of Hormuz. When all of that stuff comes out, you're going to see prices dropping on gasoline like you've never seen.
But I am also confident on the other side of this, prices are going to come down very quickly.
They'll drop lower than they were before. As soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock. You're going to see oil prices plummet. They're going to come down.
All right, CNN Business senior reporter David Goldman is here to make it make sense. David, today's question, what actually needs to happen for prices to go down?
Yeah, that's a great question, because if they're going to drop like a rock, you're going to have to see a tremendous amount of action in the oil market. We'll see if that's actually the case. So what does need to happen for oil to come down? Well, the first thing that you need is to clear out this bottleneck. So in the Strait of Hormuz right now, there are about 170 tankers that are there, and they're each carrying around 100 million barrels of oil, and that's a lot of oil. That's not just, you know, a kind of pretend number. That's about 13 days worth of the oil that has been stuck, because we've had 13 million barrels of oil that are just stuck in the Strait of Hormuz right now. So that's a decent amount of oil, but imagine getting all of that out of the strait that's mined, that's been an active war zone. That's not something that can just get out all that quickly. Okay, that's...
No, but he sees it as like the markets are going to react so quickly, and then it's like, oh, the gas prices will come down so fast, because technically, yeah, from where they are now, but it's not going to fucking really matter that much. It's still going to be like, you know, I'd say $4 to $3.80 would be the national average if that happened.
One step.
But then it would spike again, because then we would start to see like, oh, wait, there's a slog on getting the actually getting the oil.
Two?
This is why I hate stock futures. This is why I hate predictive markets. It is literally going to ruin everything. Like, we're going to have to ban doing predictive bullshit on fucking stocks. Like, we might have to ban stock trading.
You got to get rid of all the
because this is ridiculous.
Warehoused oil. You have oil.
You'd think we would have learned from the first Great Depression. Nah.
It's just overflowing right now in storage. All of that needs to get onto new empty tankers. So what happens next? Well, oil production needs to restart. This is very...
I love how, I've been saying this, I love how the news is literally treating us all like children now. Have you noticed that?
Very difficult.
They all talk to us like we're dumb kids.
It's not just like flipping on a light switch. You actually need to start sending water and gas down into wells. And if you do that, you might have a neighboring well that has to do the exact same thing. And you need to make sure that that is all coordinated. That can take 2 to 4 weeks just to get production started again. After all of that is done, you need to fix your facilities, because so much of them have blown up literally in the war, particularly the largest LNG port, the largest liquefied natural gas port in the world. That's going to take about 2 years to come back online. That's no joke. That needs to come back online very soon. Okay, so how long is it going to be before we actually start to see some relief? Look at this. This is where we were before the war started. This is where we are right now. There's a huge amount of time that it's going to take, according to the futures market, before we get back down to that sub $70 an oil level. Look at this, 2032. So you want $3 gas again?
That's way, way worse than the 2027 fucking mark that Republicans were even saying.
You're going to have to wait maybe 6
Jesus Christ.
years. And so what does that mean for everything?
Yeah, that one lady just figured it out. She just went, what? Dude, wait a minute.
Produce, clothing, airfare, gas, shipping, all of these rely on high gas prices, high oil prices. All of them are going to continue to be more expensive as long as this lasts.
I'm sorry, did I hear you correctly? Did you say 2032?
Yeah, so if you look at this.
She's like, oh, wait a minute. This actually might impact me. Oh, shit.
This tells you what the oil market is
I think you can't survive on lip filler alone there, lady. So did you just figure out that, yeah, this is going to cost you something?
Predicting prices will be in the future. We don't get back down
summer
to
home might
this
need to be
level
fucking put up
until 2032. That's the prediction. We'll see if that.
Trust me, that's when you're going to start really seeing it hit, though. Like, once the millionaires can't afford their bullshit, man, that's when you're going to see them fucking putting some of their money out there to just be like, hey, well, we need to advertise against this because this is bullshit.
Ends up
trip to Cabo just got canceled.
Being the case, but this is how you make $3 gas. It's going to be a while.
A roller coaster ride on the oil markets. Brent crude dropped huge on Monday, but today global oil prices are on the rise after those fresh strikes in southern Iran. CNN's Matt Egan is here with me now. We saw this big drop and then that's changed.
Yeah, well, Sarah, I think that reflects concern over those new strikes last night on Iran by U.S. forces.
All right, time to check who bought the dibs.
That really underscores the fragile
and
nature of this ceasefire and does help explain why, after plunging about 10% yesterday, Brent is back on the rise. Now, WTI, the U.S. benchmark, is down about 4% from Friday's close, so down, but not dramatically lower. And again, I think that reflects concern about those U.S. strikes and the fact that, listen, even if there's a deal today, there's a certain amount of damage that has already been done because the Strait of Hormuz has been closed now since late February, right? We're talking about an estimated 1.2 billion barrels of oil that has been derailed.
Dude, the fact that they've been doing
Middle
this
East
for weeks. I mean, we're going into the third month now. And they're still not calling out the fact that, yeah, this was supposed to be over.
Because of the war. And this is coming at a really sensitive time because we have demand on the rise here in the U.S., in Europe, and elsewhere. You also have supplies coming down, right? That is never a good combination. Now, the good news, though, is that gas prices, they are ticking lower, right? The new national average, $4.49 a gallon, down about 2 cents just from yesterday.
Oh,
of course,
yay.
that is well above the pre-war level of $2.98 a gallon. And when we look at the trend for gas prices, there was obviously this massive.
This is it, guys. They're preparing you. They are literally preparing us to normalize fucking $3 gas.
Like just as the war began.
$3 and $4. Like.
But gas prices have kind of leveled out.
Oh, shut up.
Out here.
Shut up. Like, seriously, shut the fuck up.
Around.
Unless you're filling up your tank alongside us, shut the fuck up.
$4.50.
I hate these fucking people. I really do.
A gallon. I think the bad news is
Jesus
there's
Christ.
no sense yet that the worst is over here.
You notice how Trump also quit saying fake news, by the way?
Right. I talked to Bob McNally, veteran energy analyst, and he told me
I noticed that the other day.
He still thinks that Brent oil futures are going to go back up to $120, $130 a barrel. And he thinks that gas prices in the U.S. could still challenge that all-time high from 2022 of $5.02 a gallon, right? I think what the market really wants to see, including the stock market, they really want to see actual proof that there's a deal, that both sides are truly agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and then proof, right? Proof that oil flows are actually returning. And until that happens, we're going to be in a pretty uncertain and dangerous spot when it comes to energy prices. And it does still look like we're looking at high gas prices this summer.
What is wild here that we just have to mention is like the Dow is at 50,000 plus. And yes, it's just ticked up a bit, but the two things don't always match, right? The way that people are feeling, having to pay for extra gas.
No, it's almost like the stock market doesn't reflect the actual markets and like the actual living conditions of the American people. It's almost like this is also very, very close to what was happening pre-depression.
And
it's almost like you have to have these all-time highs where like they're pumping and dumping us like as the American people. Like they took the model of pump and dump from fucking crypto and just said, hey, so if we do go into a depression, can we at least like take all their money?
What's happening in the market, but let's talk tech, right? That is in the end.
People are feeling the high gas prices. The market cares about the AI boom.
Matt, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, and the AI dip is going to come because, again, People are starting to fucking bail from their AI bullshit. Here we go. Sorry, I had to swap this. There we go. Cool. Okay.
Right now, protests are underway outside a private ICE detention center in New Jersey. And inside, about 300 people are reportedly on a hunger strike over what they say are poor conditions, including rotten food and inadequate medical care. Clashes have erupted between protesters and ICE agents over the past few days. You can see one person here being dragged by their arms across the pavement. There it is. Nope, that's not it. And yesterday, Democratic Senator Andy Kim says he was pepper sprayed. Now, DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin is calling the protests a, quote, political stunt by New Jersey.
There we go. We're right back at it.
Sanctuary politicians for fundraising clicks and denying reports there even is a hunger strike inside. MS Now's Mark.
You mean the one that's been pretty well documented?
Santia is outside the facility in Newark. I also want to bring in former HUD Secretary and 2020 presidential candidate Julian Castro, and staff writer at The Atlantic, Ashley Parker. Both are MS Now political analysts. So, Mark, what are you hearing on the ground there?
Oh, Chris, we have seen tensions flare up here a short time ago. Take a live look behind me. You can see protesters as well as ICE officers. We did see protesters shoved to the ground by ICE.
The United States is a third world country. It really is starting to get to that point.
Officers. We also saw an ICE officer injured and taken away limping from the scrum. We have not seen any arrests. Tempers have since cooled. About 24 protesters are standing together today outside Delaney Hall, telling MS Now there is no place they would rather be today.
Why is it so important for you to be here?
Because I feel what we are doing in this country is so unjust and inhumane. We are ripping apart families. We're causing tremendous hardship. And we all have a duty to speak up and not be complicit in this very, very cruel system.
There are reports of a hunger strike inside by some detainees against what they allege are inhumane conditions. DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin saying, quote, there's no hunger strike at Delaney Hall. There are no
Stock splits and buybacks were illegal before Reagan. Reagan ruined everything.
Prime conditions. Now, a public records review from our investigative unit, Chris, has found ICE's own internal watchdog had previously flagged issues during an inspection here at Delaney Hall last year. The inspectors flagged 12 detention standard issues, including some in food service, and recommended
It's the same thing that's happening in Broadview, Chicago.
Agency work with the facility to resolve them. We are reaching out to ICE to see what changes were made, what the results were from this inspection last year. Chris?
These dweebs.
Thanks so much for that. So Democratic Congressman Rob Menendez was able to actually get inside the facility and just spoke to my colleague Ana Cabrera about who he met. Take a listen.
Every time that we're here, we use it as an opportunity to talk with the individuals who are being held here because it's important to tell their stories. Like an 18-year-old from New Jersey who's missing her high school graduation because she's inside the Delaney Hall. She's missing her brother's 8th birthday.
Of the darkness, the moonlight. Ooh, that's a sick name.
Because she's inside
Welcome to the show.
Hall.
Appreciate that.
Women who are pregnant.
If you're enjoying yourself, please consider hitting the subscribe button. Blah.
To nurse their newborn children because they are inside Delaney Hall.
So he got in, obviously, Mr. Secretary, but this is not
It
the
would make the cat happy. Look at him.
first time or first place we've heard
He will
these
love you
kinds
forever.
of stories. Some of them from inside have been harrowing by people who actually witnessed it. Are Democrats powerless to do anything? Is the best that they can do is what we heard from that one protester who said she felt she had to show up?
No, I wouldn't say the Democrats are powerless. I mean, they're doing one thing that's important now, which is shining a light on the abuses, on the failures of this system. This Delaney Hall is a private detention facility that is owned by the Geo Group, of course, a huge corporation that has had many kinds of similar complaints launched against it over the years. The other thing Democrats have done, of course, is in the budget process to refuse to support new funding for ICE until matters like this are addressed sufficiently. So there's a lot that they can do to push back and to continue to shine a light on this. The other part I would just invite viewers to think about here is You have hundreds and hundreds of people in this facility, and these are people who are coming oftentimes from desperate circumstances. They've lived hard lives, lived under threat, lived in violent areas. Some of them have dealt with intense poverty. Many of them just want to get back with their family, and they're worried that if they rock the boat in any way, that basically they're going to get deported. And even then, the circumstances in this place are...
Look at that dweeb fixing. I was taught that if I hold it like this, then I'll be protected. Yeah.
So bad that 300 of them have
chosen
to go on
Look at this jackass.
strike and to take this action that I bet they know makes it more,
They're
more
such
likely
idiots.
that they're going to
They
end
really
up
are.
separated from their families
They have absolutely no business doing crowd control, by the way.
because they get deported. That shows you, I think, how bad the circumstances are in Delaney Hall.
Actually, we haven't seen the major clashes like we saw in Minnesota, but we know the White House has actively taken steps to carry out immigration efforts more quietly. Can Democrats, and I guess maybe should Democrats, get immigration back in the public eye the way they did back then? Or strategically, is their time better spent on the economy? I wonder what you're hearing.
They ain't doing shit. You notice how we can ask all these questions, but I haven't seen one fucking politician hitting the circuit on the Democratic side. Like, they are just sitting there silently with their thumbs up their ass.
Things. I mean, those clashes in Minnesota and those two Minnesota killings were a negative, and understandably so, turning point for the Trump administration, where one of his signature issues, immigration and border control, went too far.
Political analyst.
The vast majority of Americans agreed.
God, just when I thought that I was useless as a political commentator, could you imagine being a fucking political analyst?
Went too far. So it did show that
well, she probably makes more money than I do. So
that this president can cross when it comes to immigration, because early on there was a sort of gleeful sense from the White House that images of, if they could portray them as unruly protesters, going up against ICE and law enforcement, they originally thought that was beneficial to them, and that was not the case. Now,
Democratic elites will benefit from this just the same, so they will not help us. Yep.
Specifically answer your question, Democrats who I've talked to and Republicans who are worried about this say the most salient issue is, as it ever was, the economy. But immigration is tricky for the Democrats because there is a sense most voters.
Yeah, because they're very bad at messaging. They're very bad at pushing back against the fucking open border narrative. They're very bad at all of it.
Including
They let the Republicans run with a narrative, and then they always play defense. They never go on the offense. And the thing is, I ain't seeing any change.
Voters want some sort of border enforcement. That is popular, whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, but they don't necessarily want it to go as far as this administration is going. They don't want horrific conditions inside privately owned ICE facilities. They didn't want in his first term.
I just got back from Minneapolis, my hometown. I think I'm moving back. So proud of them. Nice.
Families,
Minneapolis is a dope-ass city.
Being split apart. But for Democrats to engage on immigration, according to polls, focus groups I've watched, and Democrats I've talked to, they need to be able to hold the line on basic things like law and order and border security, while also offering potentially a more compassionate approach than we're seeing out of this administration.
Secretary, let's go back, if we can, for a minute to access, because New Jersey's Democratic Governor, Mikey Sherrill, says she was denied access to the facility and wrote this in a statement, quote, "They don't want oversight or accountability. There should be no reason that they wouldn't have people in the prison to show that it is being run well." And it raises the question, if there is nothing wrong, why not let the governor in? Some Republicans would argue is because it's going to be used then for propaganda.
Oh, is your
but how do you see this? And again, what can be done about it? Who has oversight?
Well, Congress does have oversight, and that's why Senator Kim and members of the congressional delegation from New Jersey, Representative Menendez, were able to go in, even though the governor of New Jersey, Governor Sherrill, was not allowed to go in. And here, really, they're just, they're pulling this federal and state distinction. But I think underneath that, Chris, is the important point that there's a through line here. Under Donald Trump, DHS and ICE specifically have done everything that they can to avoid accountability. And Minnesota was a very good example of that. Specifically, right from the beginning, they shut out state and local authorities who were investigating what happened to Renee Nicole Good after she got killed and what happened to Alex Peretti when he was shot and killed. They didn't want state and local authorities involved in those investigations because they don't want anybody else involved in monitoring what's happening, getting to the truth. Fundamentally, they don't want the accountability that comes with others getting to participate in the process. And in this case, is the governor of New Jersey. They want her out.
Ashley, 911 calls at these places are on the rise, with more than 1,000 emergency calls made over the last year from at least 6 detention centers around the country. That's according to call logs obtained by NBC News. 28 of those calls reportedly involve serious self-harm. There have been 5 reported deaths by suicide this year. It speaks to what the secretary was saying about the desperation inside. But I wonder, given what you were just talking about, which is there is this kind of push and pull. People want to secure a border. They think one thing went too far. If this is your issue, how do you present it? Or
I mean, yeah, that's need that secure border, but let's not address the fact that these people, unalive themselves in a detention center that realistically they shouldn't even be in.
Again, is this...
No. You know what? You're complicit. MS Now, you're complicit. Chris Jennings, you're complicit. Like, congratulations. You guys are complicit in, and you know what? Cool.
Is this something that...
I hope that we can look back at all of these clips and just kind of remember where it's like, yeah, you know what? Here's the people that actually cared about what was happening, and here's the people that grifted off of it.
That is going to...
The way she talked about it was so cold. Yeah, that's honestly why I can't fucking stand Anna Navarro and Chris Jen and pretty much the before noon crew of MS Now. They're fucking useless.
Show up in the fall? Is it going to show up?
This is what happens when you get conservative fucking pull in all the media. Like, seriously, dude, Fox just bought Vox, and the amount of fucking media now that is owned by conservative think tanks is insane.
Up in the Latino vote. What are people saying about how they see this now?
Again, in hearing Democrats talk about it, Democrats will privately say it's a complicated issue for them, in part because most Americans do want some form of border security. They do want some form of law enforcement.
This isn't border security. No, you guys are fucked. Like, honestly, this consulting class... You are showing just how fucking useless you are. And honestly, if the Dems lose, good. At this point, fuck them. Seriously. And this isn't about teaching them the lessons like from the last election, anything like that. This really is just like, okay, well then maybe, just maybe, if they fuck it up this bad this time, maybe there's a chance that no matter how much AIPAC money is out there, that we could actually win.
Cities. But the flip side you hear from voters in focus groups, and again from Democrats, is that Americans are a compassionate people. Nobody wants to hear of people in ICE detention centers who are so desperate that they're engaging in self-harm, that they are successfully committing suicide, that an 18-year-old is missing for high school graduation. These are always the stories, rightfully, that tug at heartstrings. And so one of the lessons I've heard Democrats talk about that they learned under President Biden, where there was such a reaction to what Trump was doing on immigration, which Democrats and much of the country found reprehensible, that there was almost an overcorrection of saying, for instance, that period when everyone was talking about abolish ICE. And now, again, there's different Democrats on the margins, but
yeah, that's a correction on this one. No, abolish ICE. You can have your fucking stupid border patrol, but abolish ICE. We don't need ICE. We were fine without them.
If you talk to Democrats, they say,
give the power back to the fucking cops if this is what you're going to do, but abolish ICE entirely as a fucking entity. Like, you really are a dumb bitch. Like, you droopy dog looking bitch.
We're done with the
Look at you. Look at you.
message.
You fucking useless cunt of a human being. Look at you. You offer nothing. Nothing to this world.
Abolish ICE or
Want to talk about what they're doing in that fucking place? I don't know.
no immigration enforcement whatsoever, but we can be compassionate, we can be humane, and we can also enforce the borders and the rules and laws of this country in a way that we are not seeing President Trump and his administration do. So that seems to be the sweet spot for most of them, at least in an ideal world.
The Democrats, they better get on. They better get off their ass. Otherwise, they're probably gonna lose one of the elections. What a dumb twat. Seriously. Is there anything? As I said, is there anything more useless than a fucking a political analyst? Holy shit.
Fox News Digital has what they're claiming is a scoop that hits a little bit close to home here for us. We can put this up on the screen. They are claiming that Hassan Piker, who they described as Marxist political influencer, and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin have been subpoenaed as part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime. Again, this is according to Fox News
yellow
Digital.
blazer
They
now?
also published some paparazzi-style photos of Hassan, like walking his dog for some reason. In any case,
She
what
has
they
such
point
broad
to here
shoulders, and like she's just so tall that just wearing that much yellow and not thinking that you're gonna get a few Big Bird references. I'm sorry.
is allegations that they stayed at a banned
Dresses like a fucking chocobo from Final Fantasy.
or sanctioned hotel that Americans are not allowed to stay at. But we happen to know, because our own Ryan Grimm was also on that trip, that that is not remotely the case. So joining us now to talk about all of this is, of course, Ryan Grimm. Great to see you, Ryan.
Good to see you, Ryan.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good, man.
Have you been subpoenaed?
I have not been subpoenaed.
But Hassan and Medea Benjamin have actually also not been subpoenaed here. So what are we thinking about this this news?
Right, yeah, I talked to both of them. Neither has been subpoenaed. And so the Fox News report is just factually incorrect. Like, if you're going to subpoena somebody, you subpoena them.
Right, so you have not been served by the federal government. They have not been served by the federal government. Hassan reacted to this, Ryan, saying it's bullshit. And then actually they didn't stay. You guys didn't stay in the wrong hotel. Let's take a listen. We'll get your reaction.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not great. The news is not great, okay? I mean, it's bullshit. We didn't actually stay at the wrong hotel. That was just something that people made up on Twitter, except for an American citizen who recently did violate OFAC and stayed at a hotel that America does not allow American citizens to stay in. It wasn't me, though. It was Nick Shirley. Literally, the hotel that Nick Shirley was in was actually on the state sponsor of terrorism list, okay?
Okay, so Ryan, the basis, as I understand, God, I never thought I'd know so much about Cuban hotels, is you guys stayed in the hotel, which is allowed.
Right. All right, that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Nick Shirley stayed in a luxury hotel, quote unquote,
Sagar
which
needs
is
some
under
crow here.
OFAC sanction. OFAC being
Not
Office
just
of
that.
Foreign Asset Control.
It's a famous, I forget exactly what hotel he stayed in, but it's famously sanctioned.
Okay,
It's
famously
like,
sanctioned.
It's like a very well-known Cuban government-owned hotel.
Okay.
That has been around for many decades and is quite explicitly listed as one you cannot stay in.
Cannot stay there.
And so Shirley,
You're a MAGA ring kisser? Who?
from his room at this hotel,
yes,
put out the broadcast about
me,
how he was staying there.
Right.
And it's like, bro, I don't agree with these rules. I think they're silly. And
I think
Nick
it's called Hotel Nacional de
Yes, it's like
literally like the government hotel of Cuba. Yeah.
Wait, Hotel Nacional is seriously the name.
Yeah, that's why it was so obvious to everybody. Like, oh my God, dude, I don't even have to check the list. Like, this one's absolutely
Nick, if
on
we
the
were
list.
working with an 80 IQ, we might have put 2 and 2 together.
But I mean, there's no risk to him.
Yeah.
He's not going to be subpoenaed. There's not going to be any problem for
what's
him.
the statute of limitations?
Oh, good point.
Sure.
Good point.
That's
violating
If it's more than 3 years.
President Plattner, I need you to look into this.
Okay, so Ryan.
So we stayed, and I can even tell you, it's called the
What hotel did you stay at?
Iberostar Marquez de la Torre.
Okay.
So go ahead, look it up. Look it up.
All right.
Go ahead.
And so where did this come from, do you think?
There was somebody who tweeted
Yeah.
that we stayed at a different hotel than we did stay at. And that tweet went viral, and we didn't have much internet connection, so there wasn't any. Nobody was responding to it. So for 2 days or so, this tweet went viral, saying that Hassan and this convoy stayed at this illegal sanctioned hotel, and so therefore they're breaking sanctions and it's criminal. And then when we got back, we're like, actually, no, because it became this big thing. Like, you stayed at a 5-star hotel. And we're like, well, the reason we stayed there is because there's a very small list of legal hotels that you can stay at that can handle several hundred people in a group. And this is one of them. That's why we stayed there. So we talked about that a lot.
I remember you, I think, went on with Piers Morgan and explained all of this. Like, here's the reason we stayed in this hotel, because you're only allowed, which is not a policy we agree with, but you're only allowed to stay in these certain hotels. So we wanted to abide by the policy, and that's what we did.
Right. I think this one is like managed by a Spanish company or something. So that makes it legal, because then you're not giving money
So
to the
the
Cuban
other
government.
accusation was that you were funded by the Cubans to go there.
Well, that's like completely preposterous.
Well, go into it because it matters. Yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't withstand any scrutiny at all. They did not. The second charge is that this American citizen who now lives in China, Roy Singham, who funds a bunch of like left-wing causes, that he funded it. It is true that he funds Code Pink, or he has funded Code Pink in the past. Everybody who went on this trip, though, had to pay. Like, so I paid, Hassan paid. Like, you pay for the flight and the hotel. And the food. So
there's no violation here.
So there's no.
Because I can go to Cuba, can I? If I want to.
You can go. You can go to Cuba.
Anybody can go to Cuba.
And there are now under Obama, anybody could go. Biden and Trump moved it back to you have to have these various exceptions. One of them is journalism, and it's not even close whether or not I was allowed to go on this.
Yeah,
I would,
of course,
I would argue Hassan too.
Well, Hassan made an entire documentary about history.
Yeah, he did journalism,
Yeah.
and he's paid. You can't be a fake journalist. You have to have a demonstrated career of doing freelance or regular journalism. And Hassan obviously.
Who decides that? The government, the U.S. government, or the Cuban government?
It's just if you get challenged.
Okay, so that's why
you
Nick
have to
Shirley
go
couldn't
through
go
it.
and do that.
I'm not a fake.
I don't accept that. That's bullshit.
But it is bullshit. But then the other one is a humanitarian aid for the benefit of the Cuban people. Like, that is one of the exceptions that allows travel. The plane that we went on had tons of aid that was organized by a group that this is what they do. They work with OFAC, they collect aid, and they deliver it to, an OFAC is like the sanctions list, and they deliver it to groups on the island that are cleared by OFAC to be able to receive the aid. So people going on that mission have gotten approval ahead of time. Like, it's not something, they're not winging it like Nick Shirley.
Right. So
Like,
Medea Benjamin would presumably fall easily
She
under
goes
that.
multiple times a year probably to Cuba, like, and bringing aid there. Like, it's one of the things. It's like, if you ever notice she's not in Congress yelling at people, she's probably in Cuba, like, delivering aid.
Yeah.
And she's been doing this for decades, and so they know what the laws are, and so they got it.
So what do you make of this? Is this like, okay, they're moving forward with NSPM 7, they're trying to crack down on any left-wing
Jesse Waters has been waiting years to enact his revenge. Ryan will hear from them soon.
groups, journalists, anyone aligned with the left?
Well, again, the fact that there is no subpoena, the fact that this has all been started as speculation from a fucking Fox News source.
This Fox News Digital just being led down some rabbit hole and it's not serious. Like, how seriously are you taking this? Since it says in the article, oh, they're looking at some 40 other people who were on this trip for potential, criminal sanctions as well. So it definitely touches on you directly. How seriously are you taking this?
I mean, it's the most powerful government in the world, probably, so you got to take their threats seriously. I think it's an attempt to chill dissent against war with Cuba. Like, I think that is, because I think Trump very clearly, and Rubio definitely, they want to go to war. They want to do some type of Venezuela style.
Yeah, so having anything that humanizes Cubans right now, they can't have that because they need the preface to be like, no, Cuba's the enemy.
Military action. I think they're also being led down a rabbit hole.
Same thing that they
because
did
the
with
Fox News
fucking
report
Iran,
said,
where it's just like, oh, they got to rise up and take over their government,
that
when they
investigators
don't,
had
well, we gotta
information
hold
that
their
they stayed
hand
at an
here.
illegal hotel. And it's like, oh my God.
Investigators, some random person on Twitter.
Well, wait, Ryan, why don't you sue them for defamation?
Well, they didn't mention me.
Okay, well, why doesn't Hassan sue them for defamation? Or anybody mentioned inside of it? That's blatantly false.
He could.
The evidence is clear.
Yeah, he
Right,
should.
and also it
actually would be malicious intent.
He should.
Right, because it's a specific.
The thing is, he should. He has the money. This is one of those things that he can't just be like fucking laissez-faire with. He has to fucking fight back because he is in a very unique position to do so. And on top of it, he should sue for his court costs being covered.
It's a specific claim. They have been subpoenaed.
Right.
So you can check that fact. Hey, Medea, hey, Hassan, have you been subpoenaed? No, I have not. Like, it's a black and white question. I have not. Should they be subpoenaed? Should they not? Like, that's a separate judgment question. Have they been subpoenaed? No.
I wonder, did Fox News Digital reach out to them for comment before running with this?
Question. That's important.
They probably did, but the fact that it's incorrect, and I doubt they've updated it. So now they know that it's not true.
Right.
And if they haven't updated their story, they're continuing to publish something false that is obviously quite damaging to, to Medea and Hassan, which would qualify as defamation.
I'm looking at this right here, March 23rd, 2026. So exactly 2 months ago, New York Times, Mr. Piker and other activists stayed at the Ibrostar Marquez de la Torre in Havana. So this is an established record of
that could
fact.
be known.
Yeah, it isn't known fact. No, we shouldn't go too deep in the woods. But I mean, I do think this type of stuff matters. You can't just be rolling around saying that you violated U.S. sanctions when you obviously didn't, at least from what we see right now, especially when you have an additional
it's almost like we live in a post-truth era. That's odd. Where it's actual fake news. Weird.
It's happening.
Like I said, it's kind of weird that all of a sudden Trump's not using the fake news moniker
Can't
anymore.
Get over Hotel Nacional. You didn't
It's
put
so
your.
good.
You didn't put your.
Famous hotel, like not to Nick Schurter.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what. I would stay there. You know, it sounds nice, Nick. Yeah, I would.
But would you broadcast from there?
Huh?
Would you broadcast from there?
Fuck the government. Why? I could stay wherever I want to stay. All right. Why should they tell me where?
Not if you don't want to end up subpoenaed in the
I absolutely agree
crosshairs.
with you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's my money. Why can't I stay wherever I want to?
I wonder if you get a jury trial, because I think a jury would be like, I don't know, Hotel Nacional looks cool. Why can't you stay there?
Right.
But it would be against the law. You'd have to challenge the constitutionality of the law.
Yeah.
Do you take it also though as an indication that this trip, like it bothered them? They didn't like that there were Americans there who were saying this is what's going on and drawing attention to it. It wasn't lost on me that shortly after that trip, Trump did allow this one Russian oil tanker to go to the island, because I think there was a sense of pressure that came from just being there and saying, look, this is what's happening at the hospitals. Like when the lights go out, this is what they have to do for these babies that are on ventilators or in incubators in order for them to survive. So I do think it is a sign that, this had some power, had some impact.
I think that's exactly right, because I think in particular on our Cuba policy, it cannot withstand 5 seconds of scrutiny. Like it can only survive as a political winner if the only people that care about it are in South Florida.
Right.
And nobody else is paying attention to it, because once you start paying attention, like, okay, what is the argument here? They said now they have drones that are going to attack Key West. It's like, okay, nobody believes that. They have Russian and Chinese spy bases on there. It's like, the Russians and Chinese, they're all in our phones. Like, what do you?
Yeah, they're in Mar-a-Lago.
They're in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, exactly.
Cuba, and then it's like we're going to punish them by perpetuating blackouts on the island. Like what? Like none of it stands up.
Makes sense, but that's the thing. Most Americans don't give a shit.
I don't remember which politician it was, but was basically pressed on the cruelty
Most
of this.
Americans, all they care about is this going to raise my gas prices?
Some babies may die, but it's worth it.
Yeah, I think it was Maria Salazar was like.
Oh, of course it was. It was my guess before you.
Yeah, she said. She said it hurts all of us when a mother has to watch her child starve, but we have to understand that their freedom is more important than that.
Right.
And it's like.
Yeah.
Wow. So
well, what does it say though, Ryan, about the fact that she keeps getting elected, man? And you know what? A lot of the Cuban diaspora probably agree. Not all of them. I would not speak for all of them, but they agree with that. I mean, that's the reality of this. I have never the Cubans and the Venezuelans who are down in South Florida, they're like the Iranian Pahlavi people. Right. Their capacity for wanting to save their people by forcing them to suffer and potentially be invaded is unbelievable. And they have such a hold on our government, including the Secretary of State of the United States of America, who's apparently, what was his father's dying wish was to free Cuba? I mean, I'm not making this up. These are in books that they've written.
And the South Floridians in particular are deeply funded by taxpayers.
Yes.
So it's one thing with AIPAC, which organizes kind of its own money, and then we send a lot of money to Israel.
Great point.
But we spend hundreds of millions of dollars that we send to South Florida, propping up this anti-Cuban government movement that then lobbies, gives that money back to politicians, who then support the thing, who then pass more laws that send more money to South Florida so that they can continue to do this. They do actual like paramilitary terrorist operations.
And have since the 1950s.
They took down.
It's insanity.
They took down a Cuban airplane, civilian passenger airplane. They bombed. Actually, I think it was Hotel Nacional in the 1990s. Like you check that one out.
That was my favorite part of our
terrorist
segment
bombing.
with Juan. When Ryan and I were doing this segment with Juan, and we were talking about this humanitarian group where he goes, well, you know, there were also like
Fox News is again straight lying, saying that there was a subpoena. Seriously, something needs to be done about this.
paramilitary terrorist organization.
Yeah.
I was like, what was that? What was that part about the bombing and the paramilitary?
And that whole network is funded by American tax dollars. It'd be like, imagine if the Somalians in Minneapolis developed a lot of political power and started lobbying Washington.
No, I know. It's
to
crazy.
get a bunch of taxpayer dollars sent to Minneapolis so that they could then work out whatever grudges they have back in Somalia.
Right. Like Al-Shabaab or something.
Yeah, and then we have to start bombing like only parts of Somalia because we're trying to help one faction over another. American people are like, yeah, no, I don't think so. How about we worry about Minnesota?
Would they be? Because they don't seem to be.
I think with Somalia, we would the public would be like, no, we're not doing that for you.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
with
it
Iran,
really
somehow it's okay.
It really does come back to money because if you you do have all these different diaspora groups that do have these various, ideological views about whatever is going back in their, country of origination. But the reason it becomes a problem is when they are organized and have lots of money behind them. That's what's, it's a problem with Israel, problem with Iran, problem with Cuba. And then you also have these like ideological.
Yeah, it's almost like this could be fixed by taking money out of politics.
Factions, Rubio being a primary example of it, that tie in with that and the whole neocon
Weird how like a very simple fix is there.
That leads it to being such a potent combination.
And the funny thing is, both Rubio and Cruz, their parents left under the gangster, gangster government, but that Fidel Castro overthrew.
Right. Yeah. Doesn't Rubio lie about that too?
He fudges it very deeply, and
he said something like he fled Cuba.
Yes,
but
exactly.
It's like, but who? Yeah.
And Cruz has this. Cruz had this incredible moment. I think it was on Tucker where he was
like,
like,
Robert, go at your own pace, man.
And my father was tortured by the Cubans, and he's like, it was by Batista's, actually.
Yeah,
but still.
Because he knew Tucker would call him out on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tucker's
Incredible.
Oh, okay. You acknowledge it.
I mean, it's funny, especially the Nick Shirley part is funny, but it's also not because, like you said, this is one of the most powerful. I don't think it is the most powerful government on the planet, but they still imagine themselves to be that, and they have a lot of power and can throw their weight around and have the courts in their pockets and all that stuff. So it has to be taken seriously.
And the through line is incredible.
What's happening? How's it going, 5 Alarm? Good to see you.
Gangsters who ran Cuba. Kind of basically
fucking pissed that our neighbors voted for this shit. I cannot forgive Maga for this, including my family.
On behalf of American intelligence operations, setting up drug trafficking operations.
What sucks is seeing the ones still fighting for it.
Where all the heroin was flowing through. Castro overthrows that. Those same mafia gangsters and allied with the South Florida terrorists are now just trying to take back over.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
All right, well, but here we are.
Too much of the Cuban diaspora are the disgruntled children and grandchildren of super wealthy Cubans. Yes.
He's the
that came over here, exactly.
real problem. Yeah, that's the issue in all of
We should investigate these Cubans who were funding all this stuff.
They just did a little bit. They just tried to raid it with a boat. Stacked with weapons.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, right. I forgot about that.
It's like 2 weeks ago.
And they fired a bunch of weapons. Yeah, exactly. Totally covered up. Man, all right, I'm about to get hot. Right?
Glad you come from a leftist family. I'm kind of glad that I came from a apolitical father and a more like religious mom, because like their politics, like my mom was an old hippie, right? So it kind of like it gave me the whole like idea where it's like, okay, challenge authority, because my mom always at least maintained that. Yes, she was a big church goer, but she always did question like, institutional authority. She stopped short at, religious.
All right. Thank you to everybody who's been watching. We appreciate it. We'll have a great show with Ryan.
It took one asshole to bring out who our friends and family truly are. Well, the thing is, they were always kind of that. That's why I don't really lament it as much as a lot of people do.
Hey, if
Like, I've accepted that one of my best friends was always kind of a xenophobic piece of shit who he's also like the worst type where he's a soldier who married a fucking expat from the Philippines. So, yeah.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. I hope you guys are having a great day out there. We got a lot of stuff on that. I'm talking about Maga by Evoke That Claim. Had a conversation with an app. Also, thank you for Substack. That link is below. Episodes every Monday night. It's going to be awesome. I've been telling you guys for quite a while now that the Maga...
Damn, dude, 2 minutes. It's like right at the 2 minute mark. He actually had that. That's kind of impressive. Number one, that I have kind of like timed it out where I'm like, okay, at about 2 minutes, that's when he gets his plugs out. But good on him too.
The movement is crumbling. It is imploding. It is falling apart.
2 minute intro.
It honestly is a rapid collapse.
I just don't understand why he keeps the intros in his videos like this.
Than any other movement I've ever seen. Okay, like
that's how much I'm doing all right.
Trump squandered his victory, where like within 4 months, 5 months of him getting back in office, everything started falling apart already. So independents have ran away at 1,000 miles an hour. Hispanics have ran away at 1,000 miles an hour. Young people have run away at 1,000 miles an hour. You even have like non-college educated white voters have now fled to the point where it's even a minority of them that support Trump. And understand something, though, that's his bread and butter. Like, that's the people who he relies on never abandoning him ever.
Yes.
And so that, I mean, he's cooked. He's done. It's over. It's barbecue chicken. As I've told you, I've seen polls with his approval rating as low as 32% overall. I mean, that's devastating, bro. 32%
You're leaving here
is
soon?
devastating.
The Marine that married a girl that was brought here by her parents as an infant just got sent to a camp. I'm done.
You go to individual issues like inflation or the economy, then his approval rating dips into the 20s. I've seen 22, 29, 26. This is just an historic collapse. And I think there's a realization behind the scenes that they're cooked, but of course he can never acknowledge it, and he's got to do his bullshit salesman thing where he pretends like everything is awesome.
I don't like Kyle Sari. Looks like he's from a boy band in the 90s. I mean, that's kind of the new look.
We're the hottest country in the world. We're actually doing the best of anybody ever. Don't ever deny that. Don't ever doubt that. Everybody loves it, and it's a terrifying place to be in.
Every time that I'm like in style again, like I always have that moment where I'm just like, wait, why are baggy pants back in? Oh, okay.
Of course, the fear is he's going to steal the election in 2028.
Right. Flat-brimmed hats are apparently out now. Like my nephew even told me that. He was just like, Uncle Charlie, your flat, like nobody wears flat-brimmed hats anymore. Apparently, like the trucker hats with like the what do you call it? Like the fucking, it's like got like a rope on it. I hate those hats, by the way.
In 2026 for the midterms as well. And they've already laid the groundwork for that. But understand something. When you have zero
this is like a year
popular appeal anymore, it is harder to do that stuff. And somebody put together a compilation of all of the basically the broken promises, the things he said he would do, and then he did the opposite of. And this is absolutely devastating. So this is the official MAGA is dead video. Let's watch.
They want to draft your kids to die in wars, and they will never fight themselves.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. Isn't it pathetic?
We do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace.
Watching old clips of him really puts it into stark contrast how he is legit. Like he's fucked. Like he's
if I'm elected
his brain
president,
is melting out of his ears.
We are going to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C.
My plan will cut energy prices in half or more than that. That means we're going down and getting gasoline below $2 a gallon. Our country.
My God. It's almost $5 a gallon. And by the way, once we blow through the strategic reserves, it's going to be over $5 a gallon.
Yep.
We're looking at shortages. We're looking at rationing. Catastrophe. Everything he says here, the exact opposite came true.
Starting on day one, we will end
inflation.
Really
does. People are saying that DJ. The thing is, yes, you're losing some of the dieharders.
Make America.
Like when you watch the mom fucking changing from Necessary Conversation, and it's not just Bob's heart attack. Like, guys, it is starting to break through to people that, yeah, they might have been duped. So a lot of this is actually turning into them all of a sudden like accusing other people of being MAGA. So it takes away from like the, oh, well, you know, I saw through this way earlier, like, and they're like scrubbing their internet history.
Affordable again. Yes, we will make housing much more affordable. As inflation is tamed. A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper.
All of a sudden, a profile picture that has forever been the picture of a car is now all of a sudden a picture of them.
Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
Nations do not want to fight endless wars.
Yeah, that'd be embarrassing for her.
We're getting out of the endless wars. We have to do it. No new war. We don't need the wars. Foreign lands, countries you've never heard of, countries that don't even want us there. We will keep America out of foolish, stupid, ridiculous.
Jerry, did you not see that even the conservative estimates are saying 2032 is the earliest that it would even go close to $2?
Foreign wars. The plan
Co-partner, Jerry. Your dude fucked you.
Get out of endless.
This guy, the guy that you love so much, he fucked you.
Wars to bring our soldiers back
keep coping,
home,
buddy.
To not be policing
Nobody's
agents all
buying
over
your
the
bullshit
world.
anymore.
I don't know if there's ever been a bigger liar than Donald Trump. It's so pathological, it's so extreme, it's so absurd that it genuinely is earth-shattering and mind-boggling. Like, it pisses me off, too, because how many people voted for him because of the no new wars thing, and now he launched an illegal war of aggression and is invading a new country every other week. And that could turn that person off to politics forever, for the rest of their lives, because they're going to they're all the same. They all lie.
That's what they're
But
doing.
no, the fact of the matter is, I don't know if there's anybody who lies to the extreme extent that this man lies. He is so pathological. He's such a malignant narcissist that you can reliably bet that the opposite of whatever he says is actually the truth.
Yep.
So fuck this guy, man. I cannot stand him. It is just generational lie. Generational lie is what we're talking about here.
Man?
I actually think it's fair to say at this point that he's a bigger liar than George W. Bush and Dick Cheney, and they lied us into the war in Iraq. But Trump,
he's objectively a bigger liar.
There are people who've counted this.
They told the
in his
lies
first
in
term
an
alone. It was
adult
over
way.
30,000 lies that he told. At this point, they probably lost count,
He
bro.
lies like a little
There's probably
child.
nobody who's keeping up.
He
gotta be over
literally lies like a little kid, where just everything is so fantastical.
100,000 lies now because he is fully postmodernist, right? He just makes everything up, runs with whatever he wants, repeats the narrative enough where he makes his
The
idiot
problem is, if Epstein was an Israeli asset, BB has the full files. Ergo, Trump will do whatever he says. Yep, and it's getting more and more obvious. You have a lot of people in MAGA that are starting to lament the fact that he keeps bowing to Netanyahu.
followers believe it. But there, you can't
Who gives
lie
a
your
fuck
way out of
about
this
Biden
one.
right now? Nobody.
You said no new war 78,000 times, and now here you are doing a massive illegal war against a country that wasn't a threat.
Nobody.
We were crazy what we did. We had these endless wars that go on for 21, 22 years, spending billions and billions of dollars.
We'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of
Literally.
everybody.
Anybody that brings up Biden at this point, that's like cope hard shit.
Make everybody
like, god damn. Like, you are showing us your full ass here.
miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, the wars that never end.
These endless wars that we've been in
Job.
have gotten us out of so many.
We don't want to get into wars.
We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Under Trump, we will have no more
Oopsie.
wars. No more wars. No more wars.
Oopsie.
We will have prosperity and peace. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Remember, I'm the president of peace. They said he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. He's going to start a war. I said, no. My rhetoric is going to keep
said
us out
hi.
of wars. And that's
Hello.
what happened. My proudest legacy
Oh, you've been
will
here,
be
though.
that of a
He's so
peacemaker.
full of shit.
That's what I want to be.
Yeah, but this is the fun part. Is we'll see if the Democrats actually get behind this, though, because this is like outside groups, kind of like the Lincoln Project doing this shit.
Peacemaker. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. Two wars, Venezuela.
Oh my God! The fact that he says it with such confidence just makes it that much worse.
We lost
Oh my
13
God.
people. And I say this, I will end that war in one day. It'll take 24 hours.
God damn, you guys.
He's talking about
really-
Ukraine there. He's talking about
the
Ukraine.
thing is, as much Trump bullshit as I have listened to as a political commentator, it's like you guys, like, you were the marks on this one, and now you forgot that he said this like a lot.
Literally yesterday or 2 days ago, Ukraine got absolutely fucking carpet bombed.
I know Zelensky well.
And
They refuse to listen to this? Yes, they literally go, la, 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 fake news, even though this is all clips of stuff that I technically saw and also supported. La, 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 fake news.
If you're going to do it, then you have to go into Epstein's friend.
Still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Favors.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The Epstein stuff is particularly terrible because Epstein is literally on audio tape saying I was Trump's best friend for a decade. This motherfucker posed like, I'm going to be the one to expose Epstein. The second he actually got the power, he was like, whatever you do, don't release the Epstein files. Whatever you do, hide that shit. His name showed up in the Epstein files. At first, people thought it was 38,000 times, okay? Then come to find out, no, it was only 38,000 times for the first, 1% of the files that were released. In the total files, it was over 1 million times he was referenced. He was referenced more than anybody else in the Epstein files. Not only is this guy his best friend, I actually think Donald Trump...
No, they weren't. Not for that bad.
Trump was a
That's the thing.
co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein.
Or not for that long is the fucking problem, man.
I think he was...
Like, you guys, you don't understand that this is so much worse because Trump did this. We had to deal with COVID, post-COVID, and we were still dealing with the fucking economy that was there. And then on top of that, you had fucking Russia and Ukraine. Once Biden released those reserves, dude, the prices plummeted.
In on the child trafficking.
I mean, according to you guys, since you guys are using the same math and gas prices, since you guys can ignore all that.
Okay, other people won't tell you that. I'll tell you that.
What are you guys going to say when it does go higher? You do understand that it only needs about, 49 cents to go, past Biden's, peak? So, what? Then what?
And here we are. The guy who's, I'm gonna expose the Epstein files. I release the Epstein files. Second he gets the power, he's like, whatever you do, hide the Epstein files. Whatever you do. Marjorie Taylor Greene thought, he'll definitely be on our side to release it.
Let's see. Guys, everybody in chat, what's your guess? What's the pivot going to be?
Calls her and says,
once gas goes to 510, right? And it breaks the record by a pretty, decent margin considering, what was it, 502?
You're going to hurt my friends by releasing this. You're going to hurt my friends?
So then what? Because the thing that you're missing here, too, is that not everybody was driving at that time, dumbass.
There's never been a clear admission that he's part of the Epstein class. He's
a lot of people were working from home, so they didn't need to drive. That's why a lot of people weren't freaking out as bad.
Defender of the Epstein class. Share this video far and wide, man. Share this video far and wide because it's too perfect.
Like that
it's just
shit.
Too perfect.
I do love that. I love that you guys can ignore all the facts and then just continue to fucking try and create these narratives that you're trying to benefit yourselves and Trump, but goddamn.
The guy is such a fucking bullshit artist. He's such a liar. He's so wrong about everything.
Yep.
And
now
it's like he was made in a lab to be the most dishonest motherfucker on earth.
How the hell am I not a paid member? I signed up almost a year ago. Oh, shit.
I'm not giving.
Oh, because it's not reoccurring 5 alarm. YouTube is dumb. It makes you do it every month, whereas Twitch, you can just set it up as your main.
The MAGA voters, much of a pass. Because you can look at this video and go, well, I kind of get it, right? I could get how somebody could be duped into voting for him.
TDS
and
with you all.
Trump betrays him. But here's the thing. This is only half the shit he said anyway.
Yeah, the true TDS, deluding yourself into thinking that he's actually doing well.
Even on the campaign trail, he would contradict himself. I remember when he said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of him. He said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of him. So you can't do I'm the anti-war guy, but also I'm going to bomb the shit out of people. Yep. You can't do that. That makes no sense. That's a contradiction.
Weird.
But that's the thing, is the MAGA voters only heard what they wanted to hear. They would disregard the other half of shit that he would say.
Yes, we can agree that both parties have morally inferior and corrupt people in them.
Right? So at the same time...
This is where I was saying, if we're talking about parties, that's very easy. But when I do have the problem where people are just left and right are the same. It's no, one's very selfish. And conservatism usually leads to being selfish, which then leads to problems.
Tell me, I'm going to fight for working people. He'd say shit like that, but then he'd also say, we can't raise the minimum wage. People can't afford it. They can't afford it. It's okay, then I'm going to blame you. If the guy says everything all at once and you just latch on to the thing you like, then this is why we call it a cult. You're assuming the dear leader has the best intent and that he's always right and that he's going to do whatever you want him to do. And so I don't give the MAGA voters a pass because...
Miss Trunchbull? Hell yeah.
If he only said the shit you saw...
Matilda's a great movie. Appreciate you being here. Awesome name.
Here, and people got duped. Then I'd get it. Then I'd be like, okay, you're victims like anybody.
Eat the cake.
Else. But no, like, don't say you guys didn't know, right? Even when he was doing a lot of this anti-war talk, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it at this late date. But, bro, in his first term, he was also a warmonger. Increased drone strikes over 400%, increased the Pentagon budget every year, kept us in Iraq, kept us in Afghanistan, bombed Syria twice, bombed Somalia, killed Qasem Soleimani, ripped up the Iran agreement, dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan, armed Saudi Arabia as they did a genocide in Yemen, hired every neocon in Washington, D.C.,
part of the good fight. Thank you.
Blackwater war criminals, occupied
and subscribed. All right.
A third of Syria, let Israel annex the Golan Heights, tried to coup Venezuela, it did all sorts of horrific shit. So
Trump promises everything but delivers nothing via airship. Yep.
Didn't know. No, you did know. You did know. You just chose to believe the thing that was
I will show you the world.
Bullshit. But either way, now I'll tell you the reason now.
Shining, shimmering splendor.
Why people are actually waking up. And they won't admit this, but this is the truth.
It's all a lie.
It really is as simple as I can't pay the bills. That's it. It's as simple as like, hey, I go to the gas pump and it's fucking $4.38 a gallon and I can't afford that. Right? I can't afford that.
Dude, listen, I got a little fucking 13-gallon tank SUV. It's a 4-cylinder engine, and it is insane how much to fill up. It's almost $80. That's fucked.
My electricity bill is going
up. Like I said, most of the red states that are dealing with this, and like the main difference is, yes, we have higher minimum wages, and this is the reason that you're seeing this price discrepancy.
I can't afford the gas. The groceries are way too expensive. I lost my job because the factory's shutting down or whatever it is. AI is replacing jobs. I lost my job because of AI.
5 Alarm. I'll probably you got my email, right?
That's the thing is it's all fun and games until
that's how I'm gonna have to plan voice calls, man.
It hits you personally. It's all fun and games to trigger the libs and hate on the other side until it's like, oh shit, I elected a con man and now the con man is doing con man things and my life is ruined. And so I think it's that, honestly, more than the Epstein files or the illegal war in Iran. I do think, the war in Iran is kind of tied to prices going up too, so you could make that argument, but it's more about I'm being impacted negatively. It's not about, hey, look at all these fucked up things he's doing. But either way, the movement is completely and utterly falling apart, and that is an absolutely devastating video.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out.
It really is. Like that roasts Maga. Okay, so there's this Jesse Lee. Like, I usually do not like this Brian Shapiro. As far as like leftist debate guys, he's definitely not my favorite. I got some issues with him, but dude, he cooks Jesse Lee Peterson in this. It is so fucking funny. I thought Jesse Lee Peterson quit doing content. Like, I thought that he was just done. But holy fuck, man. I'm glad that he's not, because he's allowing himself to just get cooked in this.
Jesse Lee Peterson is one of the most unhinged, diabolical...
I actually like this guy. Now this is insane.
...narcissistic guy out there, and Brian Shapiro just proved
Now it's insane.
You're an for saying that. You're an idiot. Well, you can laugh all you want. You're not a serious person. Why? You're a zero. You're a buffoon. You are such a buffoon. It's an embarrassment that I even agreed to do this show.
I have huge respect for every single person who agrees to debate with him, because arguing with him is like arguing with a rock. But the way Brian handled this was actually impressive.
If somebody moved into your home illegally, and you were out of the country vacation or whatever, you came back, and they've been there for a year, and they appear to be good citizens, would you leave them? You would let them stay in your home?
Yeah, so I'll answer that. First of all, terrible analogy with respect. Breaking into somebody's home is a felony. Coming into the country illegally is a misdemeanor. No, it's not. How do you not know that?
It's breaking the law.
How could you do a show?
But
how could you do a show and not know that? Hold on a second. You just said it's a felony to be in this country illegally?
But it's illegal to come into the country illegally.
Okay, it's a misdemeanor.
You agree to that, right?
I understand. It's a misdemeanor.
It's a felony wouldn't you let them stay in your home if they broke into your home?
Oh man, that chromosome's doing a lot of heavy fucking lifting right now.
I'm telling you, breaking into somebody's home is a felony. It's not a misdemeanor. We're talking about two separate crimes. The answer is no. If you break into somebody's home, it's a felony. If you come into the country illegally, it's a misdemeanor. That's a false analogy you're giving me.
But they're still
Give me an
breaking the
example
law,
of a
Brian.
misdemeanor.
Brian, why would you let them stay in your home? You're good people.
So you want people held to account for breaking the law? Is that what you're saying?
I want them held to account for breaking into
What about
my...
a 34 count?
Hold on.
Then why would you?
I want them held...
Isn't Jesse gay? Is he?
To account
I didn't know that.
For breaking
I'm not
into
judging.
my
I just find it hypocritical that he's going against his own lifestyle.
country illegally. Is
that doesn't
fair?
surprise me.
You
I mean, him and Dave Rubin,
want
like,
them held to account for breaking into your country illegally.
Yes.
You want people held to account for breaking the law. Then why would you support a 34 count felon?
No, that's not the question, Brian. Am I wrong?
Well, you're contradicting yourself.
Am I wrong for
wait,
wanting
he's
them
a gay black Republican? Oh my God, the ultimate pick me.
to be sent back for breaking into my
Wow.
country illegally into America?
Not if they're deported illegally.
What?
Not if they're deported illegally. Are you aware of the guy who used to?
Brian, I don't understand the
Jesse,
question.
no.
I'm
I
asking you
understand.
one.
I'm gonna try to
asking you one specific question first.
Huh?
I'm trying to answer your question.
Am I wrong for wanting them to be and appreciating the fact that they're being sent back for breaking into the country illegally? Is that wrong?
The way Donald Trump is doing it is wrong. You're not describing it
You're
correctly.
not
it's not
answering
that
my
he's
question,
deporting these
though.
people back to
That's
their
not the
countries.
By the
question,
way,
Brian. I'm asking.
30 seconds until we put the lighters up and we all cheers.
Is it wrong?
Okay. So you're saying
we celebrate the earth by burning a little small part of it and and inhaling its goodness
if
in
they're
our
deported
lungs.
by the law, is that what you're asking me? If they're being deported the right way, you're asking me if I agree or disagree or if that's okay?
I'm asking
is that what you're asking me?
Is it wrong to have them sent back to their country for
All
breaking
right.
into the country
10 seconds.
illegally? Is that wrong to send them back?
If they
Wanna
are
step off
not
camera?
seeking asylum,
And
if the Trump administration is not
Praise Mother
breaking
Gaia.
the law, then no, that's not
the
legally
question, Brian.
wrong. But the point I'm trying to convey
Brian,
to you,
Brian, I know we're going to get to
I
your
just
point.
answered your question.
Am I wrong?
I
Is
answered
it
it.
wrong to send them back if they broke into the country illegally? They came here illegally. They broke the law. Is it
And where are
wrong
they
to
sending?
send them back
And where
to
are they
their
getting
country?
sent back?
Is it wrong to send them back to their
if they're
country?
doing it that way, although I disagree
I didn't
with
ask
it,
you how they were
it's
doing it.
not
I'm asking
legally.
I didn't ask
it's
you
not-
how they were doing
it's
it,
not
Brian.
legally wrong.
Brian, that's not the question.
It's not legally wrong. I understand. I'm answering your question. It's not legally wrong, but the way you're characterizing the question, you're making it sound like that's what the Trump administration is
I
doing,
didn't
and I'm
make it
telling you in
sound
a lot of
anyway.
cases
It was just
they're
a simple,
not doing it that way.
It was just a simple question. I didn't ask if Donald Trump was doing it
they're
right
being-
or wrong. I
then
asked you a simple
then
question.
I will say it's not legally wrong for you to think that if somebody is illegal in this country and they're being deported back to their country, not in a prison, then it's not wrong for you to think that way. No.
No, I'm asking
But what
you,
I'm trying
is
to
it wrong, Brian? Is it wrong?
Jesse is on a level of stupidity that I genuinely don't think I've ever seen before. And whoever agency keeps paying him to say this stuff and make himself look like a complete imbecile should seriously be questioned, because this is beyond embarrassing. Literally, this guy says, imagine someone breaks into your house while you're on vacation, and when you come back, they've been living there for a year. Would you let them stay? He thought this was a genius gotcha moment. I mean, and Brian's just looking at Jesse
Satire?
like, bro, what
I
are
mean,
you
that's
even
kinda what
talking
I'm
about
at.
that's not even remotely the same
Like,
thing?
it has to be.
Breaking
He
into
has
somebody's
to know
house
that
is
he looks
felony level
ridiculous. Love
stuff,
the hat.
and
Thank you.
crossing the border without papers is legally a misdemeanor.
like this hat.
And the crazy part is
I love this
Jesse
hat, too.
actually didn't
One of my
know that.
favorites.
And look, what does
If not
Jesse
my
do when
favorite.
he
I
gets
think it's-
corrected? Does he go, oh, okay, fair point, let me rethink? Absolutely not. He just keeps repeating like a very dumb guy would. But then Brian pulls out the move of the entire conversation. He goes, okay, so you want everyone held accountable for breaking the law, right? Cool. Then why are you riding so hard for a guy who is convicted on 34 felony counts? And Jesse just completely short circuits. He goes, that's not the question, Brian. But brother, it is literally the exact question. You just spent 15 minutes screaming about accountability and law and order, and your favorite guy has more felony
Woodpecker
counts
came
than
back.
most people have pairs of shoes. Jesse could not answer it. He just dodged it and moved on like it never happened. And that right there is the
Been
whole
in a
problem
battle
with
with a bird that's been trying to fucking
this style of thinking.
Get
It's
into,
not
like, my
actually about
siding.
the law. It's not actually about rules or fairness or accountability. It's about who you want those rules to apply to. Migrants
who can afford a year vacation, Jesse, because he gets MAGA donations and Russia money?
Crossing a desert with nothing? Lock them up, send them back, zero tolerance. A wealthy guy in a suit with 34 felonies. Oh, he's just being persecuted. Leave him alone. Jesse doesn't even notice the contradiction because he's never had to think about it too hard. Brian just held up a mirror and Jesse did not like what he saw.
Yep.
You just said you're fine with 20 million American citizens being taken off of Medicaid that are struggling?
I
You're
don't
okay
know.
with that?
I can't really discuss that because I'm not up on exactly how that go, and you may not tell me the truth about it. So I can't discuss that because I don't know how that go.
You support Donald Trump. You don't know. You don't know what's.
Brian, I do know that I don't want to be paying for Medicare or Medicaid or anything for the illegal aliens. And I don't want to be paying that Obamacare thing because most of those people on those things are lazy people.
What's Donald Trump? Okay, you don't like.
Do you agree with that, Brian? Do you agree with that?
You don't like. Hold on. You don't like Obamacare. Can you tell me what Donald Trump's replacement plan is?
I don't know. You have to check with him.
You don't know? Yeah. Well, guess what? He doesn't have a replacement plan. That's the guy who you call the Great White Hope.
And then if he doesn't, that's fine too because, Brian.
What?
Let's say that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Let's say.
This has to be a bit. This has to be. Jesus Christ. If he's this stupid, this is actually painful. What the fuck?
All right, let's say he doesn't. We are capable in America.
Seriously, this belongs on like a fucking comedy sketch show. Like what?
Care ourselves. The less government in our life, right?
So we shouldn't have.
The less government in our life. The less government in our life, the better off we are. We need a smaller government.
Splash, Jesse. Maga expects you to.
Okay, so let me get this.
Do you agree with that?
U.S. No, I don't agree with anything you've said in this
God,
15
what an
minutes.
idiot. Maga reps are getting worse and worse.
So let me be clear.
I mean,
all the Americans,
the ones that are still around for sure, yeah.
Citizens in this country now, many of whom are struggling because of your Great White Hope rapists' policies, by the way. You're saying that none of these people should get government assistance, food stamps, Medicaid. You just think they should help themselves? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. We shouldn't help people that are struggling, living paycheck to paycheck because of your stupid president that you voted for.
But when you're mistaken, Brian, these people are not, those people, whomever they may be, they're not suffering because of Donald Trump economic system.
Oh, they're not?
They're struggling because of Obama.
Oh my God! This is beyond insane.
What the fuck?
Brian
Now
brings
he's
up
just
the
going
fact
back
that
to
Trump's
Obama?
big beautiful bill is cutting Medicaid for 20 million American citizens, and Jesse's response is badly embarrassing. He goes,
Thank you for
"I
the,
can't
flying
really
heart.
discuss
Appreciate
that
that.
because I'm not up on exactly
floating
how
heart.
that go." Bro, your whole identity is based on blindly supporting that man. You call him the Great White Hope. You defend him every single day on your show. But when someone asks you about a policy that throws 20 million of your fellow Americans off healthcare, you suddenly don't know how that go? You are the most uninformed person. Then he pivots and says most people on Medicaid and Obamacare are just lazy. Just like that. 20 million people lazy. These are working class people, elderly people, disabled people, people living paycheck to paycheck. Jesse waved them all off in one dumb sentence. Brian straight up asks him what Trump's actual replacement plan for healthcare is, and Jesse just folds immediately and says he doesn't know and you'd have to go ask Trump. And that right there kind of exposes the whole thing. There's no real plan he can actually explain. He's out here acting like he's defending policies, but the moment he gets pressed for basic details, there's nothing there, just empty talking points. He's just blindly backing a guy and hoping it all makes sense later, even though he can't even explain what he's defending in the first place. You'd be better off talking to a wall than talking to Jesse Lee Peterson. He just wants you to agree with whatever meathead statements that fall out of his mouth, simply bobbing your head in agreement while he says the most self-hating crap I've ever heard.
The order of God is God in Christ.
$20 donation.
I don't care what your opinions are on God. I don't care.
Hold on, Brian. Christ
care
over
what your-
man, man
care.
over woman, and women over children.
Yeah, I don't care what your opinions are on religion or God. You just said women shouldn't lead, which makes you an idiot. But go ahead and ask me another question.
You believe
You're
in that?
laughing.
What do you think about the order of God? Oh, you're not religious. Okay.
Yeah, stop asking me questions about God. You don't think women should control their own bodies. You don't think women should be able to lead. You probably think women should be in the kitchen, right? Are you one of those idiots that think, right? Do you think women should be in the kitchen? I'm going to answer. Please don't interrupt me.
You mean yes
I
or
would
no?
be concerned. You got to let me answer, dude.
Jesse Lee Peterson is a conservative man who has built his entire brand around defending a movement that historically has not had his people's best interests at heart. And this debate shows exactly who he is when you put him under a little pressure. First thing you notice is the man is just not informed. Like, genuinely not informed. He hosts a political show every single day and doesn't know that illegal border crossing is a misdemeanor, not a felony. Doesn't know what's in the bill his favorite president just signed. Doesn't know Trump's healthcare replacement plan. Doesn't know the current situation with the Strait of Hormuz. Brian had to correct him on basic legal and political facts multiple times throughout the conversation. Whoever said that arguing with an idiot is futile, they bring you down to their level. I'm sure he has dealt with people like these. In this almost hour-long debate, there are moments that are honestly just hard to believe, and I'm not even showing everything here. But at one point, Jesse straight up says racism doesn't exist. He says the Triple K isn't a racist organization, that slavery had nothing to do with race. And what
oh my god, he's a real-life Uncle Ruckus. What the fuck?
Makes it even more wild is this is someone who actually lived through real racial discrimination, but somehow he's fully convinced none of it was ever real. And the women
He's out there just being like, and you know what? And that just means that I was just being like, we were just, you know, opposing the white man.
He sat there on camera and said women were not created to lead, that married women should stay home, that it's not in their nature. And he said it with complete normal face like he was stating a fact about gravity. Brian asked him straight up, do you have a problem with women being leaders? And Jesse said yes. Just
the white man knows God, and Trump is white.
Yes, and that says it all.
Jesus, is this an actual quote from him?
The most revealing moment, though, is when Brian asked him about 20 million Americans losing Medicaid, and Jesse said he can't discuss it because he doesn't know how that go. But then 2 seconds later called all those same people lazy. So he doesn't know the details, but he already knows they're lazy.
That reminds
Jesse
me
Lee
of
Peterson
the Clayton Bigsby bit from from Chappelle Show.
Doesn't really have normal debates where he tries to understand the other
And
person
he
or
divorced his wife for, quote, being an N-word lover.
respond to their points. Instead, he often avoids the actual question and changes the direction of the conversation. One thing he does is answer questions with unrelated questions. So instead of responding properly, he asks something dumb to distract from the main point. This makes the discussion go off track. Another thing is that he doesn't clearly define what words mean in the debate. He uses his own interpretation or avoids agreeing on definitions. And even when people give him facts or evidence, he tends to ignore it and just keeps repeating the same points again and again. So instead of the conversation moving forward, it just goes in circles. Every time Brian made a point Jesse couldn't counter, he just said amazing. It became a running joke because that's all he had.
That's how he put it. Amazing.
Just amazing, and a blind loyalty to a man he cannot even properly defend. If someone is sitting there denying that racism even exists, it becomes really hard to have a real conversation with them. Because at that point, you're not even debating opinions anymore. You're not agreeing on the same basic reality. And once you lose that shared baseline, the whole discussion just starts going in circles. One side is trying to talk about real-world facts, and the other side is just rejecting the premise entirely. So nothing actually moves forward. That's why it gets so frustrating. You can't really get to understanding or any productive point if you're not even starting from the same basic facts. I love how amazingly Brian handled all this. And now guys, let me know what you think about this, and please, please, please don't forget to share this video so we can grow as a community.
Holy shit. Subscribe to him as well. Alright. Oh, this is fun half stuff. No. We're doing fun half. All right. If you guys are not familiar with the structure of the show, we celebrated the 420 on the show, so we kind of pivot away from politics a little bit, watch some comedy or something fun. Maybe we'll we usually watch some like Piers Morgan debates too. So do appreciate you guys hanging out. This has been fun, you know, discussing politics and news up until this point. If you guys are enjoying the show, I do appreciate you being here. If you could hit the sub button, really helps me out as a smaller creator. And also double tap that screen. You know, the thing. I gotta do it. We all do. You did my part. I shared that video with you, and you shared it with everyone else. Yep, yup. All right. Let's watch Josh Johnson talk about Hulk Hogan.
Ooh, I'm in 3D. Good popcorn. Okay. It is not fair that when you go to the doctor, you have to tell the doctor what happened. I'm hurt. Isn't that enough? Why do we have to get into the whole embarrassing backstory of how I was injured? Because sometimes it's going to be relevant. You know, if you go to the doctor, you're like, my back hurts. And he's like, what happened? I was shot. It's like, that's the information that we need to know. But in my case, it's like, look, can you just check if my nose is broken? It doesn't matter what happened. It won't change whether or not it's broken. I walked into a ceiling fan, all right? And
I walked into a ceiling fan? What?
And I understand you're thinking to yourself, how?
How?
You're not tall. I was on a ladder, all right? I was on a ladder, and I was trying to change the light because this place I was living at the time had these sconces, and the sconces were the ones that were built where the whole sconce is the screw.
Oh, I hate that.
All right, so
I
you just have to
hate that.
turn this forever. You just have to do this nonstop. There's no like little screws you can grab a Phillips head. You have to turn this forever. So I turned it for what felt like forever. And then as soon as I take it off, I see the bulb. And the bulb is like a bulb I've never seen before. It's like this incandescent looking thing. This is the most Edison bulb I've ever seen in my life. So now I'm Googling on my phone where I can buy this bulb, because you can't just get this at Walgreens. And so now I'm looking at my phone. Admittedly, yeah, I got distracted. I got on Instagram, and I turned around, forgot I was on a ladder, and went to walk. I went to walk off the ladder, and I walked into a ceiling fan, which, to be fair, when they are moving, are invisible. They are. If you got 3 clicks on a ceiling fan, it disappears.
To be fair, they are invisible.
If I had walked into a ceiling fan that was being still, that'd be very silly. That'd be very dumb. But this thing is, can know?
I assumed it was moving.
How can anybody tell? You might have a ceiling fan behind you right now. Don't
Is that what those
judge
are called,
me.
sconces? Yeah.
And so I walked into it, and it knocked me. And then, yeah, you know, I went to the doctor. The doctor was like, what happened? I was like, do we really need to, you know, I just wish once I could go to the doctor, and the doctor's like the doctor from the pit. And I walk in and I sit down. They're like, we got a ceiling fan right here. We got a ceiling fan. They just already know what happened and how to fix it. They help me with my personal life, too. Look, don't walk in any more ceiling fans, and, you know, you should listen more.
You should listen more.
Oh. Because admittedly, yeah, maybe the ceiling fan saved my life. I was walking off a ladder anyway. There was another time I had to go to the doctor, explain what happened. This one wasn't my fault. All right? I was walking on the ground.
On the ground.
I was walking. It was nighttime, which is not the best time to do your walking, but I was walking. It was night, and I was visiting a city that didn't believe in street lights. All right, this is one of those cities where I don't know if it was not in the city planning budget, but they were like, 1 every mile should do it. And so I'm walking across the street, and it's pretty dark, and that's when I get hit. I get hit hard by someone on a bicycle that didn't have any lights on, right? And so from my perspective, though, you gotta stick with me here. All I know is it was dark and it hurt. Like, I can't give you any relevant information to what happened, all right? I was told later I got hit by someone on a bike, but at the time, all I heard was, huh, and then I got hit. I didn't know what had happened. Like, I didn't know if it was a ghost, something being dark and hurting you does sound like the devil. Maybe it was Satan. I have no idea, but I got hit hard, right? I heard, whoop, and then boom. And when you get hit in the dark, you don't know up or down, especially if you fly. Like, if you get hit hard enough, even when you land, you don't know you've landed. And so, look, this is embarrassing, but okay. So I got hit. And I don't think I flew, but I definitely was off my feet for a second, right? And so then, because I didn't know what hit me, why I got hit, or where the ground was anymore, I just started screaming. And so I hit the ground, I started screaming, and I tried to run. But when you hit the ground like that, you don't know what the ground is. So I thought I was up against a wall, so I started running, but I wasn't going anywhere. Okay. So when I got hit and I landed like sideways, right? So now I'm trying to run like this because I think I'm touching a wall, but I also may have been concussed, actually. I think. But I started running against the ground because I was like, I gotta get out of here.
That just
Oh,
sucked.
it was bad. But
In
I
a
will tell
complete
you, one
dark,
of the
too.
worst times to go to the emergency room and have to explain an injury is when you were backyard wrestling. Back in the day, just with your friends, backyard wrestling.
Yep.
Because you would watch wrestling and you want to do some of the moves. And I'll tell you right now, everybody's got their different metrics for rites of passage and coming of age, being a man. I'll tell you this right now. I made one up on my own. Since they're all made up, I threw one in there too. You're not really a man until you have been put through or put somebody else through a folding table, all right? There's nothing like...
Fair.
So watching somebody go through a folding table is one of the most entertaining things America has come up with, all right?
Yes.
Forget
Yes.
all the art we do, all right? Sending people through folding tables is purely American.
Yeah.
You won't even care about what's happening.
Did you know that in the 80s we started using real party tables, and all of a sudden, this place called Party City came out, and then we had to go to a Party City in every town that we went to, and then sometimes they'd have the plastic tables, and then Vince would say, "Fuck it, bring it out."
But then somebody will go through a folded table, and you'll be like, "That was pretty cool, though. That was actually awesome."
Dude, wrestling
One of my
rules.
friends
Hell
had
yeah.
to go to the hospital because they were backyard wrestling, and they got him in the position, grabbed his neck, and he's over here pretending, what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
He knows the table's right behind him. What's gonna happen? Oh no. And then they both jump up together, and he gets thrown into the table, and this was a particularly strong table. This table didn't break at all. So this landed on a table.
Yes. Yes, and it's just like fucking air.
This dude was hurt. I've never seen somebody land on a table so hard and have nothing happen. He slammed on the table so perfect and just stayed where he was. It looked like that one scene in John Wick where they threw him off the balcony and then he just hit the ground and then the camera stopped and you were like, he must be dead. This dude got thrown onto the table, stayed right there, and then in unison, everybody was like, "Oh!" Yeah, we didn't know what we were looking at. We were like, I mean, did y'all buy a real table? What did y'all do? They had to pause the wrestling match because we were all like, so his back must have fallen off, right? Like, I've never seen somebody just be that still. And because it's backyard wrestling, everybody's too close. Like, at least in a stadium. In a stadium, you know, they could whisper things to each other and maybe the crowd doesn't hear. But we all at the backyard. And dude who threw him onto the table came over and he was like, "Are you okay?" And he went. Wait, don't make me laugh. Wait. Stop. Wait. He was like, "Are you okay?" And then he went, Now you sit in the emergency room, doctor asks you what happened, you're like, the table didn't break. Because going through it's very different than the chair. The chair was a mistake. That's a staple of wrestling that is spilled out into real world fights, and it is a bad idea. The chair, we gotta stop with the chair. The chair, throwing a chair is never exciting because it's too random. Because when you throw a chair, other people in the room are like, I'm not involved with this fight, and I might catch a chair. That's
Yep. Me and my wife witnessed a fight at Harold's Chicken where they usually have all the chairs are like nailed to the ground because, you know, stuff happens. But they didn't nail the stools at one of the standing booths. Yeah, we watched that get thrown through a window.
Throwing a chair is the only time that the audience wasn't having fun in Jerry Springer.
Fun times.
Do you know what I mean? Like, people would be doing all sorts of stuff on Jerry Springer, and people be fighting and everything. Everybody, yeah, Jerry. As soon as somebody threw a chair, people, oh! Oh. No, the chair's too much. It makes a satisfying sound, you know, like when somebody gets hit with a chair, backyard wrestling, professional wrestling, whenever you hear that, that's, you're like, oh, he's winning now. Oh. I've never really been able to fight. Like, I don't fight. Like, I don't start fights and I don't really fight. But I've been in fights. Like, I have fought. I've been fought, but I didn't fight.
It's like, yeah. I mean,
and it's not because I'm a passer. I tried to fight, but I didn't fight. Like, if you had seen me fight, you'd be like, he moving. He is moving, but he not fighting. Like, you would think being in enough fights, you pick something up.
A little side step.
And it turns out you can come to each new fight with the same zero amount of knowledge about how to fight as you had in the last fight. And so sometimes, especially when you're a kid, you fighting with your friends and stuff like that. Or look, maybe you're fighting people who you're really trying to hurt. But you know, I would get in fights every once in a while, and like I just couldn't put it together. I wasn't one of these kids that had like combos and stuff. You know? There was one time I was in a fight and I knew I was losing because I was your stress levels, your cortisol's like spiking when you're in the middle of a fight, and I didn't know what to do. And I'm like young, and so I'm just thinking the only fights I've seen so far have been in comic books and wrestling. And so everything I did, I just said out loud, which is the worst version of telegraphing your attack that you can get. I'd be like, punch! Kick, elbow! Now don't get me wrong, that could be cool. That could be cool if you connected. If you connected, that's very cool. Because now you're beating somebody up and you're like, punch, see? Punch, punch. That's dope. I was saying punch and missing. I remember I was in a fight one time, and not only was I I was tired.
No.
No one really.
Yeah.
No one really in movies or
Yeah,
TV
when you're
take in
tired.
the
Oh,
tired
God, there's
element of a
nothing worse
fight
than
because it
like, I don't
hurts.
wanna do
and
this.
it takes a while to like swing the way you want to swing. And after you swing and punch air a few times, you're like, like you can't. Do you know what I mean? Like if you mid-fight, you're losing. I didn't know the rules of fighting. Because here's the thing. When people talk about rules of fighting, it's usually like nothing in the eyes, nothing in the groin, you know? But there are rules to fighting if you're trying to show that you can fight that I broke because I didn't know them. And one of them is taking a nice, long, deep breath that you need mid-fight. If you are in a fight and y'all back up a little bit and you go, they know they got you. They know, ooh, you're cooked. If you over here, no, we were in this fight and I was dog tired and I was losing. I was tired and punched. And so even now when I'm trying to defend myself, I'm over here. Like it's not good fighting at all, you know? And we're young, so it's like when you're kids, you're not even really hurting each other because you can't generate the right torque, you know? But I was losing so bad. I knew I didn't know how to fight when this kid did a finishing move on me. Do you know how bad you gotta be fighting for somebody to do a move that doesn't make any sense? To advance on you. This is one of the most disrespectful things that's ever happened in my life. So basically, I'm over here, I'm trying to fight him off and everything. And then he had so much confidence. I was fighting so poorly that I instilled the confidence in him to come up with a finishing move. Because you could tell this wasn't a move he knew he was gonna do that day. Like, this wasn't a go-to move. He literally was fighting and I was doing so bad, he had time to be like, what else? What else? And so I'm backing up because I'm trying to like catch my breath and figure out how to sway and everything. And this dude ran up, clicked his heels, and punched me in the face. And no,
Hey, Stacey.
not at all, no. That is not okay. You're not gonna click your heels at me. Oh, yellow brick road attack. You can't. You gonna run up on me and 10-man cowardly lion punch me in the face. I got punched. I was still like, what did you just do? What the? Seeing somebody, because he did with like whimsy too. He ran up and punched me in my face. I'm over here holding my eye like I finally understand gun violence. I really do. Because like, you can't just roll up on somebody and punch them in the face, click your heels in the air. How am I supposed to go to the doctor and tell them I got punched in the face and he clicked his heels? And you embarrassed me in front of everybody I got to tell this story to. Even when it happened, I was like, I'm never gonna let this happen again. And then it happened again. That was a different look. It was a different fight. It was a different kid. But then this kid, you know, I had some better cardio by now. Now I wasn't as tired. I wasn't over here being like, I was more like, and this kid, he got me good, pieced me up, right? And then he loved to kick. He was good at kicking. And so he was also tall, so I couldn't get in close and everything. He knew how to keep the distance and stuff. And he saw me at my weakest and decided to, must have seen the other fight because he decided to come up with a finishing move too. But this one made me even more angry because this one just didn't even make any sense. Like he went to kick me, but first he went, and then. That doesn't even help the attack. Oh, I was furious. I was in a fight one time, and look, this is why you come to get tips on how to fight in the streets. But I didn't know this when I was fighting. Okay, so this kid also kicked me, right? And kicked me in my hip, right? Which didn't hurt, but it did move me. And when you get kicked in a fight, whether you get kicked or you get punched, no matter what happens, when you're in a fight, I didn't know this, but when you're in a fight, you cannot, under any circumstances, say ow. That will undercut your entire position, all right? As soon as you say ow, you lose it, right? So I got kicked, I was like, ow! And the way he kicked me too, because I didn't know where to put my hands, right? I didn't know, there was a lot that I didn't know about fight. Like even when you were backing up, I didn't know you're supposed to back up like with your whole body as a unit. Like I didn't know that you're trying to get distance, right? And you're staying on your tiptoes and you're staying bouncy, that you're supposed to back up like back, right? I didn't know that it was like back like that. So then I went to back up and I was like, and that that already gave me away as someone who doesn't fight. When you gallop like that, I might as well have had one of those horsey sticks in between my legs. The way that I was thinking about something. I was like, all right, I gotta do something because he's doing different stuff. And so I thought to myself, okay, maybe I'll be able to pull off a finishing move right now because he kicked me in my hip, which already put my hand out here, right? So in my mind, I'm like, hey, I'm just gonna come around. This is the cross, right? I'm gonna come in and just knock him clean out. Cover right across the chin. He's gonna go to sleep. I'll be standing over him. Look at you now. When he wakes up, I'll be like, tell me what happened. And I was thinking all this in my head in real time. Even as I was swinging at him, I was like thinking about how I was about to knock him out. The problem is my eyes are not the best, which means my depth perception is also not great. And so on the way in, I wasn't doing what I thought I was doing. Like I thought so much about the punch without actually adjusting for the punch. So by the time I saw my fist again, it wasn't like this. It was still like this from over here. So I just sort of hit him. I just sort of like hit him in his neck like this. Honestly, by the time my fist was like back in my sideline, I was like, that's not right. And then there wasn't enough time to change it. So I just sort of clubbed him on his chin. And apparently, whether you're defending or attacking, you're not supposed to say ow, because I did come back in like, ow! No, it was bad.
Stay out of fights.
This is very bad. I'm not much of a fighter, but so much of what my ideas of fighting even are stem from wrestling. Like I loved wrestling when I was a little kid. When I was like 7 years old, wrestling was my favorite. These people were like my heroes, Huge fan of like Kevin Nash.
Nice.
Sting. Sting was big. Goldberg, Stone Cold Steve Austin. I was, and look, I was young and I was watching every week. I was watching religiously. Just these people were incredible. They put on such incredible shows, and they had like these mind-blowing physiques, and they were doing all these stunts. They were picking each other up and throwing each other like they all didn't weigh 300 pounds. I was even a huge fan of Hulk Hogan. Look, we didn't know back then,
We
right?
didn't know. Yeah. I mean, I might have had an idea because I never liked the guy, but
I didn't know. I was 7, all right?
Even then I hated him.
I was 7 years old. I was a huge fan of Hulk Hogan. And look, these are important things to do. When you realize that you're wrong about something or wrong about a person, it's important that you don't just like disappear.
Listen to this,
that you
Maga.
can say, no, I I thought something, and then I learned different information. I think one of the reasons we're in the situation we're in now is because everybody digs their heels exactly where they are. Nobody budges about anything. And I can tell you honestly, that was a huge fan of Hulk Hogan, and this is embarrassing to admit, but when I was a kid, I had no concept of tanning.
You like the British Bulldogs? Yes. Yeah, I like Davey Boy. Rey Mysterio? I love Rey Mysterio. He's still working.
I didn't know what tanning was. I took people at face
He'll probably
value.
be retiring this year, though.
And so when I was 7, Hulk Hogan was my favorite African-American wrestler. When you're a kid, you look up to people that are doing cool things you'd like to do that look like you. And every day I tuned in, I was like, all right. Now, I was sure Hogan was black. I was positive. You know what I mean? He had like his swag about him and everything. He was calling everybody brother. I even got the toys. I even got the toys. I remember my first toy, my first wrestling toy was a Kevin Nash action figure. You know, and then I got Sting. Sting even came with his hand so they could curl, so you could put a bat in his hand that came with the set. You know? Goldberg. I even got a Hulk Hogan toy.
Dude.
And when I got the
tell you
toy,
something, brother. Take your vitamins and be good little Hulkamaniacs and always listen to your parents, dude. I can't do a good fucking Hulk Hogan.
Admittedly, I wasn't deterred from the idea that he was black because I was used to dollar store toys where they, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. I've talked about this before, that like those dollar store toys, you know what I mean? Sometimes they don't come like they should, you know, like, or they don't have the right. Like they don't have the rights to make a Superman toy, so they make a Man-Man.
Yeah.
No, yeah, if you weren't up on that Man-Man, you gotta get that Man-Man toy. Man-Man was great. He was clearly like 3 different action figures put together of stuff that didn't sell from China.
Yep.
Had like a Superman head, and had a He-Man body.
Dude, I had a all plastic. It was like a really cheap plastic, like RoboCop, but he had C-3PO's head.
Had the feet of a horse. But yeah, I got my Hulk Hogan toy, and I just thought to myself, like, they didn't even finish painting them. They didn't even, like...
Give a hoot. Don't pollute, brother.
I'm sure he upset. Yeah, I mean, over here, this is shoddy workmanship.
Every time. I just heard it right there, too. Every time I try to do Hulk Hogan, it turns more into Stone Cold.
They didn't finish at all.
You had that toy? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I got it from a church function that it was obviously like donated from the dollar store or whatever.
Look, there are, at least as I see it, 3 different eras of the internet. There's that first early internet where you have to know a lot on your own. People were figuring out the internet with it, you know? Like if you wanted to do something, you had to really know how to code, or you had to be able to get into a system yourself to get the result that you wanted. And then we entered another era of the internet where it became a little bit more user-friendly. Things were just easier. Navigating, like all search, all these things became easier and it became more part of our lives. And now you fast forward to the present time that we're in, where the computers and the internet at large are like completely intuitive. Like they're doing things for you that you don't even really think to ask for, you know? Probably to our detriment a bit, you know? Like the way that things are so easy that you don't just have autocorrect now, you have like predictive text trying to finish your thought as you're typing and everything. And in all three eras of that internet, it seems like Hulk Hogan had a leaked tape of him saying the N-word. Like, it's just a lot of N-word instances for one person. You know what I mean? We haven't caught Tucker Carlson yet, but we got Hulk Hogan. This is crazy. And admittedly, I remember when that first one dropped, and people were up in arms, and you would think, you know, obviously me being a little black boy, especially from the South, and hearing this ugly, ugly word in so many different settings, you know, you would think that me hearing one of my heroes say something like that would destroy me. You know, here's this dude saying the ugliest thing that I've heard, you know, before I even understood it. And admittedly, at the time, this tape comes out, and I'm still young, and so I was like, he's black, y'all. He's
black. Duh.
And then later, it happened again. I actually found out that Hulk Hogan was white. I was devastated. I was absolutely distraught. I sat there thinking to myself, like, he pretended to be black all these years. This is unacceptable. Because they have this documentary series on Netflix that came out about Hulk Hogan, tracks his
I have not watched this yet.
Like
I need to.
And the thing that I find most interesting about Hulk Hogan is that his trajectory, his story feels so deeply American. Like every part of it. And it actually feels American in the way that we as a country are experiencing life on the world stage right now. You know? It does. Like, Hulk even fought Iran. Like, he fought the Iron Sheik.
The Iron Sheik. Hey, baba. I put Hulk Hogan into a camel clutch and make him humble.
But it's true because, you know, I know that, like, there's Hulk Hogan and then there's Terry. It's Hulk Hogan's real name.
Hulk Hogan's real name.
It's a tough thing as a child to find out your hero named Terry. It really makes you question your discernment as a child. Never mind you accidentally think he's black, but Terry... Do you know what I mean? Like, just look, I'm sure, with respect to Terrys, all right? I'm sure there have been Terrys that have been heroes in life, okay? But Terry, it just doesn't sound like the name you scream when somebody's gonna get up and win a fight.
That's why
if I'm screaming Terry watching a fight, is Terry, stay down.
Stay down.
Terry, no, be still, Terry. Terry, tap out. He doing his finishing move, Terry. Yeah, there's Hulk Hogan.
You see what he did there? He just broke kayfabe. So back in the 80s, I used to call the Hulkster Hulk anytime that we were out at like the local Waffle House. And then he just called me Jesse the Body, or he called me Dude, which I was okay with. He didn't ever break kayfabe. He was you know what? He may have been a scab, but he was also the consummate professional when it came to not breaking kayfabe.
And then there's Terry. And people saw a lot less of Terry. Even his family said that eventually, when you're with any of these wrestlers, there's just a little bit of them that slips away. It feels like they're performing all the time, you know, especially, I imagine now. I imagine if you're a wrestler now, it's completely different. At least back in the day, you knew when you were going to be on TV and you knew when you were going to be at home. And now, because everyone has a TV in their pocket, you kind of have to be in character all the time if you want to maintain this character.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
can't really let that mask slip. And so there's Hulk, and then there's Terry. Just like there is the American dream, and then there's the reality.
That's the roads, baby.
Because the dream is fire. The dream is very cool. This dream that we have, I'll go ahead and say nothing like it.
That's the road.
Nothing like it anywhere else. I don't know of another place that people go to achieve that country's promised dream. Then there's reality, which is a stark difference. At least Hulk Hogan and Terry are the same size. You see the American dream, and then you see reality, and you don't even recognize one from the other. It's just a terrifying juxtaposition, because you have people that will fight tooth and nail just to set foot on the soil and have a chance to start a life that is that dream. And then you have the reality that even if you, by chance, by luck, were born here, you don't have to climb, you don't have to crawl, you don't have to swim, you don't have to fight, you don't have to barter, you don't have to beg to get over here. You're already here. And then you look around and you're like, this feels like a poor country.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not the only one not doing well. It's kind of everybody.
Yep. I'm glad he said it.
When I was a little kid, there was a child who made it to the U.S. from Cuba on a raft.
Elian Gonzalez. I remember him.
And there was this whole debate, like political
Janet
debate,
Reno?
but also like a genuine
Jesus, you
moral
remember that?
debate.
Like, that was huge.
If someone is willing to do what is tantamount to the Olympics to get here, should they have a place? Should we take someone in? Isn't that the whole Statue of Liberty thing? Like, shouldn't we take somebody
That's
in
one of the
if
first
they
news
are
stories you
fighting
remember?
tooth and nail to get here?
Yeah, I remember like the cartoons. Like I remember this very like vivid political cartoon where it was Janet Reno pulling Elian Gonzalez out of the closet.
Do more than any of us as citizens have ever had to do to gain the ability for a chance at life here. And so you had some people that were saying, no, look, there's a process. You have to do it the right way. You got to send this kid back, right? And then there were people saying, absolutely, you have to take people in. There are people in need, and we have more than enough, at least as a country. At least as a country, we're the richest country in the world. We have more than enough. We should be able to find some resource to help you out. And then there were people like me at that time. I was also a kid. And I was like, he doesn't know it's pretty bad over here. Like, it's actually... Ooh, as a citizen, I have horrible news about my life so far. Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons we turn to like entertainers and that escapism for an ideal about ourselves, because at least there it's a little bit easier to feel like that thing is real. Everything that Hulk Hogan went through to become Hulk Hogan and to become the heavyweight champion was like an American dream. You know, he didn't grow up with money. He had to fight. He had to break his body. He had to be given chances, and then he had to take every opportunity possible, even when those opportunities looked like they were slipping him by. You know,
Hey,
Vince
Peach
McMahon
Creek.
gave
How you
him
doing?
a choice. This is the dad
On the
singer,
show.
right? He gave him a choice. He was like, if you go do that Rocky III movie instead of your promo that you're supposed to do for me, you're fired. And he went and did the movie, and that was a risk, because he didn't know what Rocky III would do for him. Turns out it catapulted him into stardom.
Yep.
Taking chances is part of what America's supposed to be all about. And then he goes to absolute war with the Iron Sheik at Madison Square Garden. He wins and becomes the heavyweight champion. He's everybody's hero. Even his dad who never understood why he went into wrestling, his dad said on camera how proud of him he was. Seems like that was maybe the first time that Terry had ever heard those words. He's like, I'm proud of my son. And he said, I think you did the right thing. But for years up until that point, he was like, why can't you be more like your brother? Why didn't you go to college? But it wasn't until that day, Madison Square Garden, thousands and thousands of cheering fans and watching your son in real time achieve his dream that you didn't even think was possible. How can you not look at that and say, yeah, absolutely. That's what the American dream is supposed to feel like. And the reality is very different. The reality and the truth of the matter is that these people, like Hulk Hogan, are truly one in a million. Not because of talent or grit, not because of like hard work or anything, not even because of luck. They are one in a million because the odds and the way that the deck is stacked does not work that way. You don't just get to the top by working hard. It's just not true. Hard work is an element of people who've been very successful, but I meet people every day.
You loved Iron Sheik when he would walk around the Twin Cities. He was when he was in town. He was approachable and nice.
Hard.
Nice.
And they're not going to make more at their job than they're making now.
Biggest sweetheart, like
You know,
for real.
I've been there. I've worked at
I was
restaurants.
so scared to meet him, but he
where
was
I've
just
worked
like
as hard as I
such a
could.
nice guy.
And then I was like, okay, yeah, I guess it was worth $36. You know, because you're not actually rewarded according to your hard work. You're not usually rewarded according to your talent or even by merit. Half the time you're rewarded because of who you already know, through relationships, sometimes just through, you know, who your parents are. I'm not saying that's the entire way the world works. I'm just saying more if it works that way than it does the other way. And so I was watching Hulk Hogan as this kid, and I'm watching him towards the tail end of his career because he's wrapping up wrestling by the time I'm becoming a wrestling fan. And I'm just proud to see, you know, a black man out there achieving his dreams. It meant a lot to me. And then you see, I don't know, you see things shift. You see things shift. Like Hulk Hogan went away from me for a long time. I didn't really keep up with him at all through the years. I only really heard about Hulk Hogan through leaked N-word tapes. But I finally saw him again a while back. He was at the RNC.
Oh God.
And he was ripping his shirt for Donald Trump. Yeah. When I was watching it, I was like, I don't fully get why you would rip the. Do what you want.
Do what you want.
Do you know what I mean? There was a part of me that when I saw that happen, I didn't even have the pang of like, oh no, one of my childhood heroes, because I had stopped liking Hulk when I found out he lied about being black. You know. If anything, I was watching him rip his shirt to the RNC and like, look, a fraud campaigning for a fraud, okay? You know what I mean? We're at war, and we don't even know why. We're just doing stuff.
We're at war. We don't even know why. We're just doing stuff.
We have no
That's the best quote.
idea why. We're just doing things. At least Hulk knew why he was wrestling Iron Sheik. If you asked him, like, what are you doing this for the world town, brother? Ask any of us why we're at war. We look like people who don't know, and we don't know. It's one thing to not know what you're talking about, but then just finesse it or like just throw something out there, you know, and just try to get away with it. But look at Pete. Look at Pete Hegseth. He does not look like someone who knows why he's at war. He just know he at war. Marco Rubio trying to gaslight everybody. I've told you why we're at war several times. I've told you something. This is the same stuff that like my parents would do if I asked like a good question as a kid. Whenever you ask a good question, adults be like, we already went over this. It's like, no. My life was short so far. I remember everything that has happened, and we did not talk about this. No, you're not slick. We didn't go over this 1,000 times. We haven't. I remember. This morning was most of my life so far. Like, you're not gonna trick me.
He is right. I remember those moments.
Even Trump doesn't know why we still at war. He tries to act like he does. But you notice every other post he does, the war is over. I feel like he's trying to do that until it's true. Like he can confuse Iran, be like, we're not even over there anymore. Like Iran comes to the peace talks and he's like, y'all still talking about old stuff. I've moved on. I don't even... No, because this is bad. This is bad. This is very bad. This is very, very bad. I watch the news and have the opposite feelings. You know, I used to watch wrestling and wish it was real. No, and it's even crazier that Trump is involved with both. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's on the news all the time, but he was in WWE. He's in the Hall of Fame. This dude took everything he learned from wrestling and put it into politics. And now we're over here paying the price. That was one of the goofiest timelines I've ever seen. This doesn't make any sense at all. Man, this is bad. What are we gonna do?
He just had
do you know
that
what I mean?
moment.
Like this dude.
What are we gonna do?
The thing that I think also happened with Hulk is apparently he was a very bad sport about ever putting someone else over. And in wrestling, putting someone over means like letting them win the match and then doing it in a way that looks convincing, like making them look really good. You know, like he had that epic, one of the best wrestling matches of all time with The Rock. Mm-hmm. And in that one, The Rock won. And look, maybe Hulk was happy to do it, I don't know. But apparently, throughout his career, he really didn't want to put someone else over. I feel like we are in the same predicament as a country.
Yep.
All we ever want to be is number one. We think of ourselves as number one. Even people who haven't traveled. Yep. That does blow my mind. That, whenever people are like, this is the best country in the world, I'm like, where else have you been? They're like, Nebraska. Like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
You don't get to say that unless you've been to at least one other place. You don't know. The thing that's so frustrating about where we are, especially right now, is that the mask is sort of off. And they've already told you that all the money that they have is going to be used to destroy other people's lives instead of improve yours. You know, because you could have a better quality of life, and everything that you want, we're going to spend to make sure someone else doesn't have it. So I guess there's that. Oh. Number one in so many different things. Got most money. Got biggest military. We also like the number one in serial killers, too. I don't know any country doing it the way we do it. I'm not seeing... I go to other countries and watch their Netflix, and they don't have any of the Netflix documentaries that we do about the very specific kill. Even our serial killers are running out of gimmicks to try to stand out. Yeah, I don't know anybody out here serial killing like us. Do you know what I mean? Like, every once in a while, I guess they catch somebody, but that's like a very specific type of like psychopath. We over here got people, they're just like, I don't know, I just feel like dressing up like a doll and killing everybody. It's like we have a very specific type of thing happening here I don't see anywhere else. No. Number one. It's our obsession, because if we're not number one, then who are we? Most of what we're doing right now is to stay number one. We will be number one at all costs, no matter what it does to us, to our reputation, to the rest of the world. We will be number one. In fact, if we can't be number one, we'll just crash the entire world. And it just kind of feels the same as, you know, Hulk Hogan never wanted to put somebody over. It's like... And for a little while, that didn't bother me. It didn't. Like, seeing Hulk always win, even though clearly the other person was like a better wrestler, or I even liked them a little bit more. But I gave, like, Hulk a pass, because I was like, he's a black man out here trying to do his thing. But some people look around now and they don't even recognize their country. And look, you could make the very fair point that what they even thought they were seeing in the first place wasn't actually what was happening. That was part of the character, the facade of what America was, because it's something different to everybody. But when you look around the world, it's not the way that it was. I travel a good bit, and whenever I tell people I live here, they're always like, oh.
Yep.
You know? And so it's a hard thing to contend with, because you look at someone like Hulk, right? And Hulk would be in all these commercials, once again, cartoons. He'd do all these events for kids and everything. And he would even say to them on TV and in person, you want to be like the Hulkster, you work hard, say your prayers, and take your vitamins.
Yep.
And even as a kid, I was like, vitamins?
Vitamins, yeah.
Vitamins. Sir, vitamin. Look, I take my vitamins every day. I take my Flintstone vitamins every single day, and I'm not seeing your type of gain, sir. Sometimes I sneak a second one. Sometimes I have Barney.
I used to do that.
And I have Fred in the morning. Still not. I'll look up. No, it's not. Vitamins.
Vitamins.
That was. That's a tough one. You know, I'm ready to OD on Flintstone vitamins. Trying to be just like Hulk Hogan. And then there's the scandal.
I have a friend that's a grown-ass man that takes 4 fucking Flintstone vitamins per day.
I don't know if you remember that, but that was huge. There was even a court case about it. Vince McMahon was on trial. Hulk Hogan was out here going on Arsenio Hall saying that he had never taken steroids at all. He just, he's like, the only time I took steroids was prescribed by a doctor for my surgery. I don't take steroids. I don't do that stuff. And then America, the whole country, everybody watching Arsenio Hall and everybody that heard about it was like, huh? Come on, Hulk. Vitamins? No. But then there was this big scandal because he admitted that he did take steroids eventually. And I think a lot of people, myself included, were like, duh.
Yep.
But there was also some genuine hurt there because once again, this guy said, if you want to be like me, all you got to do is work hard, say your prayers, and take your vitamins. And I've been skinny all my life, but that was one point where I was like, I've been sneaking these vitamins and doing these push-ups. Man, a lot of people were like confused and hurt by that. But once again, a character can be perfect. A person can't be. A character can make all the right moves and justify everything for the sake of the story, and reality just doesn't work that way. But it is a wild thing that Hogan died before Trump. That is.
Yeah. I thought
that's
that
surprising.
When he died.
That's very surprising. Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on now. A dude who worked out every day. I understand he took steroids. I get the steroids are, they grow all your muscles and your heart is a muscle and you get complicated. I understand. I also understand that he wrestled and he took a bunch of pain medication stuff. Like there are complications in there. But also, come on.
Yep. That's the exact same thing.
Do you know what I mean? Like, if I were fate, and I took a bet, and because the bet, I had to take Hulk Hogan first, I'd be like, that doesn't make sense. Like, that. Come on now. Nah, that's wild. I understand he took steroids and he didn't have the healthiest lifestyle, did some drugs and stuff like that, but also, this man full of fried chicken. This man, at any given point, I've never seen a picture or a video of Trump where he didn't look like he just finished a fried chicken. I'm telling you right now, sometimes I just see crumbs. Y'all know you see these crumbs. Sometimes I just see a couple crumbs. I'm like, what is that? That's either, now I understand tanning. Now I know what tanning is. So that's either skin coming off or it's crumbs. We got a president with crumbs on him all the time. Every time I see Trump, he look like he finished a snack. He's full of crumbs. We have a crummy president. This man is covered in crumbs.
Covered in crumbs.
At best, it's dandruff, but I think it's crumbs.
I think he's right. I think it's crumbs.
I don't know. I know crumbs when I see them.
It's from all the Mrs. Fields cookies. I have Mrs. Fields cookies with a Diet Coke.
Yeah, no, it's weird. It's very weird.
Mrs. Fields, great.
Because it doesn't even
patriotic
feel
American.
like Hulk is gone in a way. Not really. Like, I don't know. I just, any day now, I expect another tape to come out. And, like, I expect another tape to come out. He'll be like, listen, brother. Well, that's not the type of language we use over here anymore. Because it just feels like when I travel, it's kind of expected now, but there's this reaction. And that reaction just, it reminds me of when, Hulk would come out and expect to be loved and was getting booed.
Dude,
and it's like,
that
well,
was
yeah,
when he
dude,
came back to that Raw on Netflix. Holy shit. That
they
was
sort of found
wild.
out who you were, so there was, and then you can't really now separate the person from the character because the person drives everything the character does, and it's not until you get a little older that you come to that realization. And America works the same way. There's the American dream, and then there's reality. There's the ideals of America, and then there's what we actually do. There's life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Those are three very big things that sound very good, and it's hard to find, like, any of the three now. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how much liberty you feel, but I don't feel great. I don't feel fantastic, And there are some people that do that sort of contorting of their worldview to fit the narrative for the story that's in front of them. You would see it happen with Hulk, where people who stayed diehard Hulk fans and didn't care whether he was good or bad would come up with any justification within the storyline for why he was doing what he was doing. Even if Hulk had turned heel and then attack somebody in a sketch for no reason, they'd be like, well, he was standing there. Why was he standing there if he didn't want to get run wild on? And you see some people do the same thing with every action the country takes. There are some people that, never mind what they said in 2020. I remember the mask. Remember the mask. Remember when it was like, this is tyranny.
Yep.
Look, I understand if you didn't like it. Like, I didn't love it. I definitely felt like I was snorting mask all day. But, like, this is tyranny. Tyranny. This is tyranny. This is tyranny. The tyranny. And now some of those same people, I've watched it because I have Facebook. I've watched some of those same people. You scroll up enough, this is tyranny. And now they're like, of course you should carry proof of citizenship on you at all times. Even if you're a citizen, they don't know. The ICE officer's just doing their job. And I'm like, oh man, you've never met tyranny. That is crazy. That's wild. You're supposed to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We could pursue. I think we're doing a pretty good job of pursuing. We pursue pretty well. We pursue the same way that, like, a rabbit on a treadmill pursues a carrot stick in front of, like... No, we're trying, but I don't know. This is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, right? And even life. I don't know if you've noticed our lives.
Garcia won in Texas, by the way. So did Ken Paxton.
Man, feels like we've had a lot of our lives sold over. Like almost feeling like it's been sold out of our hands to a degree. I mean, you look around and people can't even control the circumstances around them when it comes to environment. You might buy a home.
Is it true, Pep? Hulk Hogan fans as delusional as Trumpers? Yes.
An already nearly impossible feat for the average American, depending on where you live, and you buy this home
that has
and
all
you
his
take a
Hulkamania
risk
shit
just so
and
that
he
you can own
refused to
something. You can own a piece of
dump,
America. You can have your own land,
Hogan.
your own little kingdom to
Even though he
yourself
knew
that
he
you
was an
feel
embarrassment.
safe and secure, that you know that you worked for. Because remember, hard work, right? It's a staple.
Yep.
But then the data center moves in and skyrockets your electricity bill up, is making constant noise, poisons your water and everything. I mean, that doesn't feel like much of a life. Or when you were just living, wherever you were living, and then
I can imagine
companies decide
having a house right next to a data center that you did not approve.
to dump in the water source because it'll be cheaper, or companies...
And the Trump administration is making it impossible to file a lawsuit against these companies.
decide to lobby as much of Congress as they can to cut regulations, so then they can just exhaust from their refineries and factories at will, which poisons your air.
Every data center should be like right up against $1 million or more houses.
They don't live there. The people that work in the place might. The people who are also in your situation, just like fighting to get by and make some money so that they can live, they might live around you, but the person who owns the factory never does.
Nope. That's
You're
why
supposed to have life, liberty.
Yep. Make them
Pursuit of
live
happiness.
like right next to their fucking output.
We are entitled to these things.
But sure, we'll keep it legal, but you have to fucking suck up those fumes.
And you get gaslit to the point where if you say you're entitled to anything, you somehow have it flipped on you and you sound like some sort of freeloader.
Yep.
But these are my entitlements because I work hard. I pay my taxes. I do everything I'm supposed to do. And it has you sitting there feeling like a bit hopeless because you did everything that you were supposed to do. I worked hard. I said my prayers, took my vitamins. I don't look anything like Hulk Hogan. This is devastating. I've been living a lie this whole time. You have no idea how many vitamins I took. It might have stunted my growth. I took a lot of vitamins. I was taking everything I could because I was sure. I was like, that's good. Oh, that's a big word. No, it just feels so incredibly rigged, the political system, financial system. Even when you get a little bit of money and you try to use it to get ahead, there's jealousy and envy all over the world. That's not like a thing particular to us, but you try to get ahead, and I'm not even talking about ahead of other people. Let's say you have the best of intentions and you don't care about the Joneses and you're not trying to get ahead of your neighbor. You're just trying to get ahead so that you have some breathing room.
Yep.
For
That's what I was
being
saying
ahead,
earlier.
you have some breathing room for yourself, so that you're not coming home from work every day like in a fight that you feel like you're losing, you know what I mean? And so you just try your best to get ahead, and then even our financial system doesn't do you any favors because now I guess we're just a casino.
That's who we are. And Trump
I don't know if you
bankrupted
saw
him.
those soldiers that got charged for placing bets on like Polymarket, Kalshi. I don't remember which one they used, but
Kalshi.
They placed bets on basically things that they knew were going to happen because of military operations that they were a part of. So, the people that went and grabbed Maduro, they took a bet. And I don't know how much they made.
Over $400,000.
$400,000. That's it.
$400,000?
That doesn't feel good at all. It's one thing to be corrupt, but you gotta double down. If you're gonna do something, that is inexcusable. I hope they go to jail for longer now. If I was the judge, I would be like, you don't have the sense to take a loan. You can't just, you going. Did you not have faith in the operation? You know you going, and you didn't even take out as many loans as possible. $400,000. This is the thing. That's ooh, that makes me so mad.
That makes me so mad.
That really does.
You couldn't even be
That's
corrupt,
up there
right?
with politicians being cheap to buy. You know what I mean? Like, you got these politicians going to jail, and then you look at what the thing was, whatever the bribe was they took. Because, like, lobbying is like legal bribing. So it's like if you get charged with bribing as a politician, you did it extra dumb. You did it.
Yep.
You did it loud. If you're a politician and you get charged with bribery, I mean, honestly, you like one of the bank robbers who actually say everybody's name while they rob the bank. You know what I mean? Tyler, tie him up. Tyler, do you have any more zip ties? Tyler! I'm furious. $400,000. Maduro would have paid you that. Maduro would have paid you that to stay. That's crazy. $400,000.
That's actually a good point.
Ooh, I feel sick. You know what I mean? Like, we can't even do corruption right. Like, this is embarrassing. Ooh, I'd be so mad. Ooh. $400,000. And who knows how long they're gonna go to jail. Look, because it's jail, $400,000 not only not enough to be worth it to go to jail, but like 400. Yeah, I guess they'll be pardoned. That's true. That's true. That's true. No, that's fair. That's fair. They'll get a pardon. But that makes it worse. Because now it's like I bet you Trump won't even pardon him. Because he'll be like, $400,000? I don't pardon losers, all right? $400,000 is such an embarrassingly low number for what you had. You had intel. You had actual intel and a bet that like only you could place. Imagine if you were allowed to bet and people actually got in on it of the next step that you might take if you're going to use your left foot or your right foot, something only you know. And then you're like, how much money you want to put? Only you know. Just in case I'm wrong, I'm not gonna put the house on it, okay? What if I think right and I go left? Like, oh, I hope they don't get a pardon. That's so stupid. 400,000. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. I actually like this. Yeah, this is bad. Ooh wee. Imagine if I even knew somebody, if I had a friend, right? If I had a friend who robbed a bank and came to my house. So now it's like implicating me, potentially making me an accessory. And I was like, what, you know, this is someone I've known for a long time. I at least want to get to the bottom of the story. I can't believe you would do something like this. You robbed a bank? Did you hurt anybody? Did you, like, what was even what were you thinking? How are you gonna get rid of this money? How are you gonna clean this money? You didn't think. And how much did you steal? Around like $400,000. I'd be like, I'm calling the police right now. I'm calling the police because you know what? You didn't do. You robbed a bank. Did you just leave some? Was it too heavy? $400,000. That's ooh. I don't even know what they're gonna do to him, but I hope it's bad. $400,000. You had sensitive, Material intel.
I mean, it's literally
And a bet.
Yeah,
That was a sure thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you were like, I'm going to take home a dentist salary. We gotta do better as a country. You know what I mean? Like, if we're gonna be a scam country, we gotta be a scam country, you know? NFTs went for millions. NFTs worthless now. You remember that NFT that sold for, I think it was like $62 million, whatever like that, right? Now, apparently, it's worth $2,300. I know. And look, the person who bought it clearly had that money to spend and wanted to be in the headlines and was just, you know, a vanity buy. You know, some impulse thing that this person can do because they're rich.
Yes, remember.
But even the artists themselves and the market, even though we knew it didn't quite make sense. It didn't really make sense because you were getting a...
We're sitting here literally wondering if we can even afford ramen, and these motherfuckers are just like, yeah, you know, buy an NFT. Oh, I lost a couple millions? Okay. Wait, how much are my taxes? No.
JPEG of a picture that wasn't it. It's my picture. I own the picture, but then you got a JPEG of the picture. Apparently, a JPEG picture is more expensive than the actual picture that I own. But then I have the real one, and then you have. I know a scam when I see one. Like you have a picture of the picture,
Mr.
but I have the picture.
What are we talking
I
about?
have the
We are watching some comedy.
painting, right? And then you're like, this thing's valued at $100,000. And I was like, oh, actually, I have the painting, and the painting they say is worth $20,000. So there's no way a picture of the picture is worth $100,000, and the picture is only worth $20,000. No, it is. No, it is. It is, though. It is. For 2 years, and then it's not at all. And then it's not worth a dime. People bought NFTs that then ended up losing the link. So then you would go and it'd be that little, you know, that little question mark with a valley next to it? That would be your 100,000, right? That little question mark, little valley. Might even make that old Windows 95 sound. Huh? You know, you remember that? You remember when there was an error somewhere? Huh? Like,
it still doesn't.
It was worth so much money until it wasn't. But even a $64 million purchase that ends up being $2,300.
He's talking about NFTs.
Is not as dumb as knowing what's going to happen for your bet.
And the soldier who
and walking away with
placed a bet
$400,000
on Maduro.
And I don't even know how to like navigate it right now. Admittedly, I don't. I can't tell people what to do. I know that there are people much smarter, much braver than me, already organizing, already running for office, already pushing for a better country. And I think that it's important that we give those people our time and attention, and we point our efforts towards the things that they're doing, you know? Because I can't tell anybody what to do. And even if I tried to tell people exactly what to do, brick by brick, I don't even know if you should listen to me, you know? I thought Hulk Hogan was black for way too long.
I thought Hulk Hogan was... Oh, dude. All right, here I am. All right, I did leave the like. Hell yeah. If you guys have not already left a like on this stream, please do. That was awesome. Fuck yeah. And that was also needed. Oh, God. All right, we got 10 minutes until the end of the show. Let's see. Let's see what we got. This is the protest in New Jersey. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna pee real quick. I want to keep an eye on this for a second. Might go maybe 20 minutes longer after I get back. All right, give me a sec. Oh.
I was gonna skip today for tomorrow, but I worked on
Right. They're talking to this guy saying, no.
What were you saying? What were you saying to them?
I'm good, thank you.
So.
Is that the light you use to break women in closets?
So this guy over here just said, is that the light you use to rape women in closets? And the ICE agent's brilliant response was like, no, just you. And it looks like they just moved one ICE agent back. What'd they do? They took him away? So they took one of the ICE agents away. Apparently he was getting a little too rowdy even for these idiots. So this is what we've been hearing and seeing for the last 4 hours. It's a mix of dystopian violence and dystopian idiocy. It's very fucking scary and sad and infuriating at the same time.
This fucking...
And they're pointing the lights at protesters.
Wait. Says who? There we go.
So you see a few less ICE agents here.
Yep. Looks like we're going right back to it. God, what is it about ICE agents? They're all so fucking short. Like, these are the guys that couldn't cut it. It's so pathetic, like, that they're just exactly what we think they are.
Parts of respirators.
Hey, how about not?
Yeah, parts of respirators have fallen on the ground because ICE keeps pushing protesters to the ground.
Yes. Boy.
Do you, I keep telling the audience, like, it's miraculous no one's been hit by a car yet because they keep pushing people into cars.
Oh, well, actually, that's not true because they are running their cars, like, into people, so.
And they did tase somebody on a railroad, so there's that.
Oh, fuck.
So it looks like they're kind of like plotting their next steps.
All right, so this is in New Jersey.
Yep.
A little short to be an ICE agent, aren't you?
Well, at least one of them here put on his own gas mask, so maybe they're planning on releasing some more stuff soon.
I just think he can't handle the pepper spray.
Isn't that interesting? They can't handle their own pepper spray.
Oh.
And by the way, you know, pepper spray ain't no joke, particularly if you have asthma, autoimmune issues. If you pepper sprayed when it's hot out, it smells like shit in this neighborhood, to be honest. So you already have the smell. So I think the media often pushes language like less lethal weaponry. It ain't less lethal. I've been shot in the calf by a rubber bullet, and I can tell you that hurts. I was at Standing Rock. I saw a protester shot in the head by a rubber bullet, and his scalp almost got ripped off. At Standing Rock, a 21-year-old girl had a stun grenade hit her at almost point-blank range, and she nearly had her arm amputated. So a lot of these kind of less lethal weaponry that they talk about, it can be lethal if you get hit by some of these things at point-blank range. And by the way, tear gas is outlawed in war. It's been outlawed, I believe, since World War I or II, but apparently it's legal in America to use it on unarmed protesters. You know, it's hard for you to tell because they're wearing masks and, you know, we don't have the mic up.
Grab my bag.
All right, so more of them are coming out now.
Back up. Grab my bag.
So more of them are coming out now, significant amount. I'm counting by my eyesight at least a dozen more. So we'll see what they're coming out for. I can only imagine. And they're coming out as another Mack truck comes out.
The fact that they all have fucking like the Trump regalia on the ice shit, dude. We let this shit fucking happen.
They
the gold,
get a little
the red,
hot and
all
cold.
of
They
it.
come out. It looks like they're about to bum rush people, and then they walk back. So
No, it's shift change.
shift change.
The guy in the back is black. It's because a lot of these guys saw that it was, you know, the $50,000 sign-on bonus. I'm just glad that they didn't vote to fund them. Also, there's a bunch of reports that, yeah, they ain't getting that. Kind of wild what happens when you believe in a whole bunch of fucking, you know, liars.
They're moving behind their white nationalist trucks that say defend the homeland on them. There we go.
He's got a taser out.
He's got a taser out.
Taser out. Push.
Got a taser out.
Get on the ground. Mix.
Here we go again.
Back the fuck up. Back the fuck up. Right now. Yo, back up.
These fucking losers.
They're bum rushing people for no reason. They got a taser out.
Look at them. They're all fucking out of shape losers.
This guy's got his taser out.
Come over here. Over here. Back up.
Yep, here we go.
It's total chaos.
Yep, ice. All right, the ice stuff is back. Change the title. What time is it? It's almost 10. All right, I'm going to be on until about 10:30 then.
Protesters chanting cowards.
Is it status coup? Yes, it is. This is status coup. Although I'm going back and forth between the...
And I saw multiple ICE agents pull out their tasers.
Yeah, this is in Jersey.
Okay, no infighting. No.
And folks, that was 100% unprovoked. They bum rushed. It looks like they bum rushed one protester.
That was intentional. You're targeting medics. He was not part of this, and you know it. It's on camera.
Can you tell us who they? Can you tell us who they?
Yes, they took Adam, our fucking veteran medic, who was sitting on the other side of the road. He wasn't part of this at all.
Is that who they just attacked on that car?
Yes.
Behind the car.
Behind the car. He's just been doing
Oh,
medical
shit.
care this whole time.
Oh, shit.
He was not
There's
in this at all.
rumors
He
out
was
there
not on
that,
the line. He
Donnie
did
Boy
not
had a
agitate
stroke.
them. And they fucking targeted him and took him.
Oh, shit.
So basically, they're attacking medics.
They're attacking medics and they're taking the cones because they're going to fucking gas us.
They
took Adam.
They took Adam?
So you just heard that the person that they attacked against the truck, his name is Adam, and he's a medic. And there's a little infighting going on, which happens sometimes among protesters.
Yeah, abolish ICE. 10,000% abolish ICE. You can have your, as I said, you can have your
So it looks
stupid
like
fucking
ICE,
Homeland Security because you guys
there's
are
infighting
like, so
among protesters, and it
disingenuously
looks like there's ICE
concerned
is
about
fighting
border
amongst themselves
security.
too.
But
So
this shit,
when I say chaos, I mean chaos.
like, you guys should be fucking wanting to fund the TSA.
Smash the like button, share this live stream.
Not this bullshit.
I saw it. In the middle.
Yeah. This is gonna start right back up.
What'd you see?
Summer of Chaos with fucking ICE again. Yeah.
Yeah. Protesters are chanting, "Let them go."
Get it together, Jimmy! Get it together! Let him go! Fucking cowards! You're all fucking cowards!
I love how they all use facial recognition
They
against
take the
us,
medic.
but they wear masks. Like, again,
Yeah,
just
so
not
they
stating
took
the
Adam,
obvious
he's
here,
a
but
medic.
he's got his own
So you
police
have to
force
ask, why
that
are they
literally
taking
has
a
cars
medic?
and funding more, like,
It's unbelievable.
as far as
they're literally
like being
taking
the
a
same
medic
as a
whose
small
sole
country,
job is
and
to
yeah, he's totally not
treat
planning on
the
fucking
injuries that they're
using it
causing.
against us when he decides to declare martial law because we don't.
From what I
get
hear,
to
he's
vote.
also former
because
military.
he then
so
is going to fucking
added insult to
just-
injury.
He's a
And,
declare.
I
he's gonna
remember
be a
at Standing
dictator.
Rock, veterans came to protect the protesters against the oil
Question
goons.
is, what you gonna do?
And we might need that here. All right. All right. A car's coming out, so. So protesters are blocking this car. So they're
just deploying tear gas to get the cars out, huh?
They're driving
Yeah.
a car into protesters while pepper spraying.
Okay.
Oh, the pepper spray is pretty thick.
You all right?
Yeah.
They are spraying press.
They're spraying pepper spraying.
He got hit by his own pepper
journalists.
spray. What a fucking putz.
And that car is pushing up
Fuck
against
yourselves.
a row of protesters.
Wow, just like that, I went back to fuck ICE. All right.
So, as you can see, protesters are they're getting the batons out. Absolute chaos right now in Newark, New Jersey. They're pushing protesters, hitting with their batons.
Excuse me.
There's several trucks. And this is a white truck, so this might be a Oh, somebody got hit. Somebody got hit. Somebody got hit by the car.
There's probably detainees inside.
Yeah, there are. I could see through the window.
Come over here, come over here.
So they're transporting, it looks like they're transporting some of the prisoners in that van.
Keep going. Keep sliding.
It looks like somebody got hit by the van too.
Yep, keep sliding, keep sliding.
Get this out, guys. share this.
Come over here. Come over here. It's fine.
They're spraying. They're attacking people with pepper spray, batons. People are falling to the ground. You see that transport vehicle.
Come this way. Come on. One more. Jump. Watch the pole. Okay.
So the transport vehicle just rushed through.
Now they want them on the sidewalk. Let's go. Come on.
So, as you can see, the transport vehicle there. So it does look like there were several prisoners in that transport vehicle.
Their biggest downfall is the economy is not good enough for them to be pulling this shit. People are gonna fucking come out in droves. Especially if they show up to the polling locations, like, seriously. It's gonna get bad. I like what Illinois did, where they said that they were gonna prosecute anybody that was trying to do voter intimidation. Like, oh shit. People are underemployed. The unemployment rate does not reflect how America... Like, again, dude. The Trump administration really is, like... You want to talk about chaos? The chaos is the fact that they're trying to sell the American people that everything is great when... Dude. Everything sucks. It'd be much different if they had something to sell people on besides the fucking stock market. But these dumb cocksuckers are so out of touch that they think that everybody has some fucking stake in the stock market. They're fucking
When I looked
stupid.
inside, I didn't see any prisoners, but they could have been out of my sight. But I saw 3 or 4 ICE agents in there. I also saw...
I plan on executing my First Amendment rights if I see any fucking ICE at my polling station.
Someone about 5 minutes ago. And right now we're like half a block down from the actual prison, so the violence and protests and ICE attacking people has escalated all the way half block down. You have a Mack truck, several trucks in the middle of the road as ICE is pushing people into the roads. Smash the like button, share this live stream. I mean, this is one of the most dangerous situations I've seen in my entire career. You know, usually when they're
this is worse
attacking
than Minnesota.
people, it's not in the middle of the road.
Yeah, this is not
with
Minnesota.
Mack trucks
These motherfuckers are like
driving through both ways.
But that's the thing. This is under Mark Wayne Mullen now.
Right?
Yeah. You know, this is what
So
happened
I don't know the
because
status of that person,
Tom
but I
Homan
did
doesn't
see
have
somebody
control
get hit
anymore,
by,
and they finally gave it to Mark Wayne
transport
Mullen.
van.
Like, this is what happens when your leadership is just so fucking inept. And then you also have the perfect powder keg of idiocy in the fucking ranks of ICE. Like, they're literally lonely, miserable, poor, short, you know, fucking out of shape. It's always the same shit. Good on that semi-truck driver.
Yep. So they got tasers out. They have flashlights.
The fact that he's doing this sideways tells me that he's not, dude, I have better fucking like literal like I have better training than they do. And I've never trained in law enforcement ever. I just took gun safety
like
courses.
Oh, yeah.
With the Mack trucks, I haven't.
Oh, no. That's a different...
that's a new thing.
Yeah.
By the way, guys,
now we got to play leapfrog while dodging...
shit on my thumb this weekend.
And, you know, it's difficult for me to stick with John because there's Mack trucks coming. I just got broken apart from him because it was either follow him or get
gas
hit by a
prices,
truck.
ICE arresting everyone
So
who's
I
not
did
white,
follow
breaking
him
your
because the
rights
truck
as
was
a U.S. citizen.
very close
I ran
to
in
me.
North Iran and showing prices going up, house inflation, jobs pay
Colin
less.
said check
You're
your
automatically
cable
signed up
connections.
for a draft once you're 18. Lord forbid Trump's going to do more dumb shit, and that might start a fucking war. Like, bro, what the fuck?
Tell John.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see some of those fucking young chud dipshits come and kind of show up for this shit.
To check
but
cable connections.
Nah, they're all working on too hard on being the next clavicular. Whatever. Our country's doomed.
Yeah, come to the side.
It's not even gonna go down like Rome. It's not even interesting. We just sold it out for a fucking billion. Like, the billionaires sold us all out, and we just went, cool. Uh-huh.
Is the connection all right? All right. Right. Said it's fine now.
Okay.
Hold on.
You need it?
No, I got another one. All right, hold on, folks. We're taking a little water break here.
What is this for?
That was just
Dude, there's a fucking hunger strike.
Insane.
The conditions in that prison are fucking awful.
I gotta go relieve an absent.
Wait a year for Israel, buy TikTok and censor, buy CBS and censor, buy CNN and censor, buy influencers, Charlie
All right,
Kirk gets
1,600
killed.
people
TP
watching.
USA
So reminder,
becomes more
smash that like
Israel.
button, share this live
Geofence
stream.
churches,
For the love of
1,000
God,
pastors
support
become
status quo,
Israel
folks.
ambassadors.
We've been out
replace
here. How long are we
MTG
live for?
with
4 hours?
pro-Israel, replace Matthew with pro-Israel.
StatusQuo.com/join. What
Well,
do you
let's
spend
remember
$5
that,
a month
MTG
on, folks?
resigned on her own, so it's
You
almost
can
like
support
she's
us
paid
as low
for
as
with it.
$5 a month. That's 16 cents a day. Do you spend something? Do you pay for something per week that's $5? Do you really need it?
And then he's making a real
cancel
real
it.
fucking Hunger Games.
Sign up.
Yep.
StatusQuo.com/join. You know, there's a sea of content out there, but so
Hey, it's fun to live through dystopia. At least I don't have kids.
little of it.
I keep saying that shit, dude. At least I don't have kids. I have nothing outside of myself to fucking just be like, okay, yeah, this sucks for me, this sucks for my wife, but yeah, all y'all with kids, time to get scared.
Actually cover.
I'm not even kidding. Time to, like, if you genuinely care about your kid's future, you might want to care a little bit more.
That's what matter, and frankly, risks.
They're the ones who are
themselves.
going to get fucked
This
by
is
all
very
this.
risky. What's going on tonight?
And we're already fucked.
You know, we're not here to make the story about us, but both of us have been pushed several times into oncoming traffic. You saw a protester get hit by a car. You saw another protester tased on a rail line. The pepper spray is in the air right now. John's running around with at least 30 pounds on his back. He slept in his car outside last night. Frankly, he smells like shit, but that's neither here or there.
Wait, you're a kid, you're 15, you got 3 years left? Jesus Christ.
I've been out here all day. I went home to take care of the kids, came back, so this is tough work, folks. And all of this,
what the hell are you doing
at the
here?
end of the day,
Wait a minute. I hope you're kidding. Like, what are you doing here, man?
our goal is to cover what the corporate media covers up.
I guess I could applaud. Like, if you're into this stuff, like,
Hold on, I want to show this.
What's your interest in politics? Like, when I was 15.
Friendly protester.
Then again, I wanted to be a theologian when I was your age.
Cleaning John's eye out because he got some pepper spray in it.
Never mind. That's when I started thinking I was like getting serious. No, you know what? Hold on. You pay... No. I don't want to insult you, man. Like I was just more. I'm actually like genuinely curious. Where I'm just like, why? Especially now, but I get it. Like we lived through interesting times. I couldn't imagine being 15 here.
I'm good.
It's good to be aware of our shitty government. You're not wrong.
You all right?
No, good job on. Hey, good on you, man.
So tell people.
Like I used to like this. We used to have current events class when I when I was 15.
Not the first time.
No, good on you, bro.
I approve this message.
That's cool. Just try not to get bogged down by this shit, man. Woo! You're living through some interesting times.
I mean,
you
the street
really
is just
are.
littered right now with water bottles, pieces like filters for
Shit was
respirators
nowhere
that fell,
near this
fell
bad
off
when I was
ICE
your age.
attacking people on
And
the
like
streets.
we were in 2 wars.
It's bad, man.
Yeah,
that's really
you'd think
bad.
it'd be worse.
This
I
reminds
wanted
me
my
a little
class.
bit of Standing Rock.
Nice. That's also why I protest in the form of their buildings.
In terms of, in that case, they were attacking people over a water body.
good on you, man.
In this
Like I
place,
said.
they're attacking people in the middle of the street. All the same tactics, same terror, same cruelty.
No, I've always been into this shit. Like I said, though,
Support us.
like I was still very into my like
statuscoup.com/join.
church stuff. So yeah, I read it that way. Don't worry about it.
Scum! They're scum! Their breath, their word means nothing. They have to live with it. They have to live with it. Everyone
Did Pep just do a back in
So
my day?
people are
Shut the
saying you're scum, you're scum. The street here is cleared out a little bit.
Don't
well, quite a
you
bit.
fucking dare.
Which makes sense because they literally just ran over somebody.
Yes, yes, I did.
So the more violent they get, the streets clearing out a little bit.
Jesus Christ. Let's see.
There's a little bit of less ice
Fucking
presence out
15
here.
years ago? Damn, dude. 15 years ago, literally 15 years ago, I quit smoking.
This idiot's talking
Like,
about brown
that's-
eyes and brown hair.
That's fucking crazy.
This.
My dad's been in
Are we
remission
talking
for as
about-
long as you've been
are we
alive.
looking at like a little ice on ice hitting on each other here? I see a little ice flirtation here. Should point out, there's a good amount of female ICE agents here, so it's they believe in equality among terrorists. All right, we're gonna move to the other side here, see what's going on. And
this is literally Nazi behavior. I'm glad you can recognize that, man.
just see.
It is.
Just so you know, behind the scenes, Colin,
Yeah, I can't
Michelle
imagine what the
have been pumping out
generation
clips
under
for us,
you is
so
going to
we're
go
on the
through where
ground
they
here,
don't even learn about
but
this
they're
shit.
helping
They don't
get
learn
this
about
out
the
on
fucking
social media,
Nazis.
etc. So thank you. Here's the ice. John,
That's
you,
all
can
by
you can
design.
show it better now. So you see the Defend the Homeland, which is a bunch straight up like white nativist,
Yeah,
white
Jesus
nationalist,
Christ, dude. On the fucking
John Birch Society bullshit.
Yeah.
Reports where Kristi Noem bought too many of these, and the ICE agents didn't want to drive them in Minneapolis because they were like sitting ducks. So yeah, that's where the money's going, to the white
Cool.
nationalist caravans.
Yay.
Defend the
And we
homeland.
can't afford
Defend
gas.
them from what? Who knows?
Cool.
Who knows?
Can't afford health care. Cool.
All right.
Colon cancer is on the rise. Cool.
And you could see, I mean, all of this is not because like this is just like hippies just trashing the place. It's because ICE is attacking people everywhere. So people are dropping their water. You see gloves on the ground. They attacked a medic and apparently arrested a
God
medic.
damn it.
That was a tactic I
Said the
saw at
homeland
Standing
my
Rock. I
ass.
saw it at Black Lives Matter protests. Actually, at the Black Lives Matter protest, I was arrested at 2017 for covering it. First, they went after legal observers, and then they went after journalists. And then they attacked the
$25 per
protesters, so-
gallon? What? No, it's not.
What's that?
They're waving to us.
Oh, they're waving to us? Oh.
It's
Hi.
$5. $25.
You know, it's amazing to me. We
Calm down there.
posted a clip earlier, but these ice
In
agents,
California,
they got big
it's like
dicks,
almost
when
10.
they don't have a microphone in their face. But then I just put the
Calm
microphone
down.
in their face, and all of
It's
a
not
sudden,
that bad.
crickets.
Even though,
They get a little, camera shy.
it's
All
a
right,
lot.
We've been down here the whole time.
As I said, man, like I'm gonna put this in perspective for you.
Let's show you what's going on down here.
In
Just so you can see
January,
there's
it cost
another,
me $30 to fill up my tank.
Exit, entry.
That was awesome. Cost me $80 now. Okay.
So
Sorry,
people
man.
have been down here too, because this is another entrance exit. Further down, we've showed you for the last. Hey Lee, can I talk to you? Cool. So that's one of the organizers. So this is a barricade that they've erected here to try and stop the transport
30
vans
to
from coming
80.
out.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Chanting,
Yeah.
no ICE,
My fucking budget can't afford that shit.
no KKK, no.
Maybe there's a reason that I'm pissed off at Trump beyond my fucking like what people say are my preconceived notion. Like fuck you. The motherfucker has cost me so much more in the last few months. Go fuck yourselves for defending this guy.
USA.
Your TDS. You want to talk about TDS? You got fucking Trump derangement syndrome if you think this dude is doing good by the country.
The name is Vanusa, so they have names for some of the prisoners that are inside abducted. And here you could see
The national average is about $5
the
a gallon,
windows.
almost.
And the other night we were able to show you the prisoners were flickering the lights as protesters were chanting in solidarity. Sometimes they stand in the window with their arms crossed. Very powerful. So I'm going to try to talk to some organizers before we wrap up to update you on what's been going on. Your eyes all right?
Again, we had over 5 fucking detainees, unalive themselves. Like, that's fucked.
So sometimes the chants are in English, sometimes in Spanish.
They're in Twitch, of all places.
It kind of changes day to day here. This entrance exit was packed the other day, and obviously today it was more packed down there. But either way, there's been people here now. What are we? We're now
Actually, I don't get a lot of people on my Twitch.
half hour away from.
Mostly on YouTube.
Hold on 1 second.
And Jordan lost a
So,
lot of weight.
I just got a message from one of the organizers.
9 days sober.
Adam
Congratulations,
Marshall.
fitness
He's,
game.
ICE,
Hell yeah, dude.
Eyes on ICE volunteer. He's one of
Awesome.
our medics.
Hope we're
I
doing
was
well.
told. He's a U.S. citizen and a veteran. And
Keep
6
it up.
ICE agents swarmed and basically attacked him. And they kept saying eyes on the target. They grabbed him and
Jesus.
pulled him into the facility. We showed you that. But now we have confirmation.
Yeah, if your
that
PFP
they,
is
basically
your
abducted a
torso,
US
Jesus
citizen
fucking
and
Christ, you just
veteran and medic.
congratulations on making me feel
and brought him into
inadequate.
the facility. So
Wow.
that's what they're doing now. They're not
This
only
is
abducting
doughy.
immigrants, they're abducting citizens,
Well,
veterans.
I think I'm like at 23% right now, BMI.
Why are you going after a
I
medic,
am not
one would
doing well.
ask. So it's pretty sick.
I gotta
And it's
get
very
back at the
clear,
gym.
We were watching. It's very hard to hear what they're saying because it's under their fucking mask, but it's very clear they're talking amongst
I'll play
themselves
hockey
and kind
again,
of
maybe?
picking
I don't know.
out some of the
Gotta figure something
protesters to
out.
target. So that's what's going on. Okay.
The conditions in the building are shit, like $1 a day for working, and they raise the prices in the building for basic
Yeah,
needs.
so once
stay
we
there
end
for
the
a
live, I'll
while.
try to
Yeah,
get an
yeah.
update
Yeah,
on,
the thing is, they're
yeah,
only
it's
supposed
really
to be able to
sick,
keep
you know,
them
the
there for
Republican
like
Party
a
loves to
week,
pretend that they're,
if that.
you know, salute the flag and
But
we're the
they're
party
u-
of
they're doing it
veterans
for
and all
long
this.
term.
As fucking you have a sea of homeless veterans sleeping on the streets. I mean, both
Swole
parties don't
Pep
really give a
incoming.
shit, to be honest, about veterans. But imagine they're attacking
Could be,
veterans.
actually.
We just covered a story the other day of William Kelly, a.k.a.
I'm
the
committed to
woke
getting healthy
farmer.
again, man. Like, it's
He's
been a rough 2 years.
Rowdy
So.
ass veteran, great guy.
Like, you guys
was
caught
on the
me,
ground on
like,
the front
funny
lines
enough,
in
you
Minneapolis.
caught me, like,
We've
right
interviewed him many
after I
times.
lost
We
pretty
showed
much
him
all my hockey
screaming
weight.
at ice. His favorite line is "Fuck you,
And
Nazis!"
then you guys got to witness me just,
and he's on trial in D.C. for
have
disorderly
my,
conduct for the crime.
My metabolism
Literally
fucking
trial,
catch
a 3-day
up.
trial.
Yay.
We just interviewed him outside his trial. He's
Sucked.
on trial for disorderly conduct for the crime of screaming "Fuck you, Nazis" outside the White House
Oh, yeah,
Christmas
the
party.
woke farmer.
So they're going after everyone. Medics.
Yep.
Veterans.
Yep.
Immigrants. Citizens. Killing citizens.
Hold on, guys.
It's bad.
My cat's yelling.
We're going to, oh, looks like they're coming out again. Smash the like button, share this live stream, folks. Support us, statuscoup.com/join. I really appreciate everyone who signed up as members. Looks like the Ice Goons are bringing in boxes now. Nixon 4. Yeah, 4. I hope. So the ICE agents have their trucks open. We got people with pink vests on that say "resist," which is beautiful. How you doing?
Go figure. Yep, what they getting?
Any, you got a spidey sense about what's in the trunk?
Probably more pepper spray.
More pepper spray?
Or tear gas.
Or tear gas? Maybe some food with worms? They're saying back the line up. And now you could clearly see, by the way, because earlier in the day, protesters were on the sidewalk protesting. So ICE created this situation tonight by blocking the sidewalk. There would be none of this stuff in the streets if ICE just allowed the protesters to exercise their First Amendment right on
a
the
public roadway.
sidewalk.
Yeah, that's a public
Let me
sidewalk.
repeat, the public sidewalk.
Yeah.
So ICE is the one that basically
Did you know?
pushed all these
I
protesters.
do some side work for audit the audit. Yeah.
Into the middle of the street with all these 18-wheel
Found
trucks
out that the
going
public
both directions.
roadways and the
One
sidewalk,
protester we saw got
you
hit
know,
by
they're
a
public
car.
for
I
a
don't know that
reason.
person's condition. All right.
And these ICE
John's
agents,
gonna
they're
sit down
pushing
for a
it.
few minutes, so
Telling you what, they want to see a big,
John's been standing and
political
running
revolt
for 4
in
hours,
the
so we'll
with the
we'll
people.
allow him a little
Then they
break
better
here.
be careful.
I'm being sarcastic. Sit down. I could hold it. Okay. How long have we been live? I don't even know.
3.5 hours.
How long have they been alive?
So we got
Jesus. Almost 4 hours. Jordan, the second that you picked up that fucking camera. Yeah, it's because there's no humanity. The MAGA groups don't have humanity.
So
They
they're
don't
unloading
care.
more stuff out of their trunk. We could only speculate, but
They
we think
just
it's
don't care.
more weapons to fuck people up. Pepper spray, bear mace. Oh, water for them. Excuse me. They need water to. They need water to hydrate themselves as they
Yeah.
push people into.
Did you know that ICE agents sometimes
And wash
they
out their own
need
pepper
some
spray.
water
That's a good point.
because
They are
they're
actually
human
pepper spraying
beings.
themselves, too.
And human beings, they
ironic.
tend to need some
welcome-
water.
Welcome
I
new
know.
status quo member. Mel just signed up.
It's not great.
Misfit signed up.
It's-
Janelle.
You would think
Alexa.
they're subhuman the way
So
that
keep
they
it
treat
coming.
other
Appreciate
people.
All right. John's
This
gonna
is
go
very
sit down.
serious, by the way.
And
I should
as
not
we
be
wind
doing
down,
Just Do the Body
we're
Ventura.
not going to stay live all night because we think this is going to go on for
Mr. Sandman, by the way, if you have not already,
quite
hit
some
that
time.
follow
so,
button. Please do.
We got to reserve our energy, but
Yeah, pretty base politics for being a young kid, man.
there sometimes they cheer if when someone's released. It's like somebody might be getting released down there, which is
Is your family, hey, actually, this is the thing that I'm always, like, most curious about. Is your,
But,
like, family,
I wanna
like,
point out a few
liberal,
things
or
that,
are
you
they,
know,
like, conservative?
obviously.
Because, I don't know, man.
It's tough to remember because every hour is a crisis. At the
I had a
Trump
special
administration.
situation where I didn't have
Every
to fight
day is
against
a
my
new
parents in their
disaster,
politics, but, like,
you know,
most of the people I know, they were,
when
like, the
Chicago
opposite of
happened
their
with
family.
ICE, ICE and their Midway Blitz terror campaign started. It started out just a few nights like this. It started out just a few crazy nights in front of the Broadview Detention Center right outside of Chicago. And then it became really a full-scale 2-month terror campaign. Minneapolis started out before Renee Good was killed, you know, small protests outside the Whipple Federal Building, and then Renee Good was killed. So, you know, I'm not saying this is going to become like Minneapolis, but I am saying a lot of times these intense,
then,
like
we
urban
got
warfare,
bigger problems on our hands.
month-long campaigns start out with a few nights outside a detention center, and then it just spreads like crazy because Trump, you know, gets a hard-on for terrorizing a specific city. So we're hoping that's not the case here, but
Well, he wants to send the National
We
Guard
don't
back to Chicago.
we don't know.
Is the teen takeovers, which that ain't gonna do shit.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
good
wrap it
luck
up, though.
detaining those kids, especially with the fucking National Guard.
So let me get in front
Yeah,
of
watch
the
that
camera
not
as we
happen.
wrap it up. I think we've been live for almost 4 hours, so I think we deserve a short break. I'm going to try to convince John not to sleep in his car tonight. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you to John. He is really, really great at this. Kind of has like, he doesn't have one eye or two eyes or a third eye. He's kind of got 7 eyes, and he's able to see.
See, that's actually crazy. Like most of the kids that I knew, it's like cool that you follow your family
all over the place. I don't know how
yeah,
he runs
a lot of the kids
and holds
that I
the
knew,
live view of the camera at the same time and gets
when it
somewhat of a
gets their
steady shot.
parents'
but,
politics, just because rebellion,
he's
you know.
putting these mainstream buffoons that are literally sitting in their there's literally mainstream media sitting in their cars as this shit is going on.
Yep. All right, so now we got this. You know, it's been a week, and there's one part of my ankle that still hurts after I rolled it. Well, Sylvie, be prepared because I'm not sure if you've already hit that age where your injuries tend to hurt, you know, just with like a little, you know, breeze or a change in the weather. Like, I got that going on. Never broken a bone, but god damn it, I have sprained I think I've sprained both ankles. No, I've sprained all my ankles and wrists. And I had a nasty fucking ligament tear in my knee. So, yeah, feel that. Like I said, though, never broke a bone, especially as a hockey player. And I played for over like 14 years. That's fucking good. Drink your milk, kids. Uphill both ways in the snow with newspaper shoes. My dad. My dad, no bullshit. He had to like walk to school, and he did have to walk uphill. At least one way. When I found that out, because he took me to the school, I was like, oh, he wasn't bullshitting me. Oh. Actually, you guys were not too far away from when he went to school, or where he went to school. when I was in Algonquin, like at the top of that bridge, it was like right at the top there. So you guys saw how big that fucking like incline was.
We need more bodies over there. There's not enough bodies.
Oh shit, they're going for it. Status coup on this, or did they fucking cut out? Oh, nope, they didn't dip out.
My name's Lily Levitt. I think you're targeting me. Lily Levitt.
Look at you, that dumbass uniform, you dumbass Nazi race pretty bitch. You fucking gonna go to jail, stupid.
I'm gonna say something that was said to me when I was about your age. God, I feel old as shit right now, but you got a good head on your shoulders there, man. Keep it up. Like, I wish I was more, like, if I was as in tune with this shit as you are right now, fuck, man. Different type of, situation, so. Good on you. No, for real, man. Good on you. I'm gonna ask you, though, just as the, the streamer. Yeah? Yeah? No follow? Unless you already did and I missed it. But, God, I'm so close to 6-0. I'm literally 3 away. That's why I'm just like, hey! I hate this content game. I wish I didn't have to do that shit, but that's where we're at, guys. What happens? It's not as glamorous as people make it out to be. Just remember, this is where you start.
Mark Wayne Mullen, right? That's his name? Mark Wayne Mullen.
Yep, Mark Wayne Mullen.
DHS Secretary just put out a tweet. Tonight, ICE law enforcement officers were assaulted by anti-ICE rioters who sprayed law enforcement with an unknown chemical substance. 2 individuals were arrested for assaulting, resisting, and impeding federal officers.
Yeah.
Assaulting and obstructing ICE law enforcement is a crime and felony. Anyone who assaults law enforcement, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, you saw it live. You saw what happened here. So you see that they're lying. They always lie.
Thank you.
Yeah, the unknown substance was probably water. You see the flashing lights.
Jeez. Dude. Didn't know New Jersey would be next. This is, yeah. It was pig piss. Man. Well, looks like this is what we're doing for the next few nights, I guess, until this dies down, but yeah. I think that we will be keeping up with this. No matter what, guys, just so you know, I got a hard out at 11. I gotta go. So I'll stick around till then. So we got about 22 minutes left in the stream. Hope you guys are enjoying yourself. If you have not already, hit the like and subscribe button. God damn it, got something in my eye. If you are just joining us, we are covering the protest in New Jersey at the ICE facility, which, I mean... Hey, no! Don't bite him. That was scary. Hey, asshole. How about not antagonizing him? You know he does it. Ugh, the cat is such an asshole. I love him so much, but
All right, guys,
seriously, what are you
apologies
doing?
for the dead
I
air
hate the
time.
Babadook.
I'm gonna take the.
I just like turn around for a
handheld
second.
microphone.
You're just like,
I'm gonna unplug it. I'm just gonna use the shotgun mic. Probably have maybe another half hour with the live. So I'm just gonna keep it, let it running, and we'll see how this develops, what happens.
night, Robert. Catch you later, man. Solidarity with the protesters, hell yeah.
All right, guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna change microphones here.
I didn't mean to yell at you. Just don't want you attacking your brother. You. Wait, he just looked at me. Yeah? Why you being a dick? Lito. Come here. Lito. How about not?
Check, mic check. All right.
That's it. Come here.
I want to run to my car, drop off some equipment before things get started up again, if they do.
Solidarity with the cat. Don't have solidarity with the cat. He's being a dick. Tried to frickin' attack my dog. All right, good night, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate you following. Hope to see you on the next one, man. Like I said, it's cool that you got the interest in politics that you do. It's actually, like, also surprising to me, not gonna lie. Like, that, yeah. It's not like a troll account, because, man, you'd think. Alright, this guy's having issues with this feed. Well, I guess we'll go here. And then do this. Down. Turn the music on. Okay, and we'll keep this on until the end of stream. We're just gonna chill. Thank you. I appreciate that. What are you doing? Hell yeah, Mitchell, fuck guys. I mean, it should be very uncontroversial to say that at this point. It's insane. Like, ICE is one of those things where it's just everyone that's an American should just look at this and be like, yeah, no, this is very Gestapo-y. We shouldn't do this. We shouldn't give Trump his private police force, but I never have, again, like, this is almost passe at this point, but I never have to wonder how the, like, Nazis became a thing. You never have to. You've seen it. You've seen how these people think. You've seen just the cognitive dissonance. You've seen the fact that, like, these people have the fucking whole, you know, sunken cost fallacy. Were they just, like, tossing their trash? Because I'm pretty sure that this guy's, like, on their side. You're not trolling them by doing the trash thing. It's funny that the people for these detention centers are suddenly big pro-government. Or pro-big government. Bunch of chuds. Yep. Yeah, the tread on me daddies. That's how I see them. Tread harder, daddy. Oh. Fuck. Fun stream. Totally different than yesterday. That's cool. Oh my god, I just realized that I have been on as long as I have. 9 hours today. As I said, got a heart out at 7. Like, actually, Sylvie. Listen, they're not wearing the big, like, sexy, black heels, okay? Okay? We're talking, like, boots. Different type. Pepe, you were supposed to do a short stream. Hey! Don't forget that I love doing this. I know. Oh my god. I don't know. I'm not sure if the shorter stream is the answer as much as, like, cutting up the stream. Nah, I know. I appreciate it, guys. I do think about that where I'm like, yeah, I should probably do, you know, the whole less is more thing. And actually, I'll just say it. I had a contemporary. I'm not gonna out him because I could have taken this shitty, but I took it as, like, they were just trying to help. Where they were like, yeah, you might do too much streaming sometimes. So it's like, yeah, don't you want to, like, leave your audience wanting? I'm like, oh. It's like, oh, yeah, that's a thing. Part of the problem is I just love doing this and hanging. So. You missed most of yesterday, went to a dark... Oh, dude. Mitchell. No joke, if you went to a dark place, go watch the last hour of the stream last night. It was fire, man. It was fire. Your audience wants the vibes. Hey. Like, it's some of the funniest content that I think I've done, like, since I started doing this. Like, and I say this with confidence. I went back and I watched it, and I was laughing my ass off. Which, for me to do that, watching myself, do you know how, number one, meta that is? Like, it is meta as shit. But I also had the realization, I was like, no, god damn it, this was, like, it was some of the best content I've produced. It was so fucking funny, so. Yeah, definitely give that a shot. Alright, I'll just pause this. We'll keep an eye on it. I'll check it out. What was the thumbnail? It was yesterday's stream. Go to, like, 7:20. Actually, let me see. Funny enough, I had it saved here because I was editing to put it out there. It's the one with Hassan and Trump. Oh, fuck. The fuck? Yeah, it was like right around 7:20. I think it was like 7:22. Yeah, I think that's right. Either way, I will be releasing it, but I do kind of, like, if you're feeling bad, you should check it out. It was very, very funny. Figured out my Jesse the Body Ventura impression, and yeah, had a really good time. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, definitely check it out, man. Like I said, it was one of the might be able to get a lot of clips out of that. So yeah, no, I'm going to. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the shorts out. I'm gonna do each one as like its own impression short, but I'm gonna do the longer one as like the full hour of me doing the impression. Like, dude, I went through it. Like, my wife actually she said something cool to me where she was just like, were you actually doing like a whole reel? Because yeah, if I want to get a job in voice acting, I think I might have actually just accidentally done my entire resume, so it wasn't bad. Wait a minute. I forgot about this. I promised this. Hold on. Shit. No. Hold on. God. How big this thing is. We'll end on a high note tonight. If I can get this right. God damn it, this thing's so huge. Alright, there we go. Bring it down. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Then music. Yeah, I want you guys to know that I really appreciate you being here tonight. Just so you know, politics doesn't rule your life. You rule the politics, yeah. In a democracy, we're able to go and vote, yeah. Make sure that you have your voice heard, yeah. You do not want to be treaded on, yeah. Put the snake down there and you stomp on the snake, yeah. Like Jake the Snake bit me in the bicep, yeah. Now I just want you guys to know that DJ X did this wonderful rendition, yeah, of my brilliant song, Pumpin' Circumstance, yeah. It's all you can have for the Macho Man. That's why I want you guys to go and follow, like, and subscribe. Peptalks TV. Great content. Yeah. Go for it. Dig it. All right. That was fun. The music overtaking you makes this really nice and funny. You know, I had fun with it. Oh, shit. Thank you again, DJ X, for that, man. That was fucking... That was so awesome. Uh-huh. Dude, the thing is, I did the Jesse Ventura bit a little too much last night, so like I kind of scorched my voice. No, seriously, dude, thank you for that. That was fire. That makes the bit. Also, having my own rendition of it, like for real, it definitely adds that little bit of just like, hell yeah. It's like. It's Macho Man, but it's Pep Macho Man. Like I got my own fucking like. Oh, dude, that's so sick. I just kind of realized that where I'm like, oh, dude, wait a minute. I have my own version of Macho Man's theme song. Do you know how cool that is? Fucking A. Thank you again. Hell yeah. There's that small part of me that's just like, all right, yeah, we're done covering the news tonight. That is just what's happening. Got 3 minutes left. Yeah, I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Like I said, I did Jesse, but great. Now Jesse Ventura's the best impression that I think I have. Wasn't expecting that. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. I'll just leave it there. I'm not looking for your fucking fish. That was, dude. Jesse Ventura as Ace Ventura was. I'm not looking for your fucking fish. I like the other part about that too. You're just trying to make some trans jokes. I don't think it's very that's in poor taste. Oh, god damn it. Seriously, Mitch. You have no idea. I'm so excited for you to go watch that for your first time. Like, guys, I don't want to sound weird here, but like I'm proud of all the content that I've done here. I really am, but like this is one of those moments where I'm very proud of this. Like I hope you understand. I'm as proud of this as if I had put together a comedy hour, cuz holy fuck, man, like going back and watching it and then making myself laugh at myself, like I said, like that it was the most meta thing I think I've ever done, but god damn it, that's how I knew the material was just, it was fire. Vin Diesel voice. Which car would you prefer? I can't, wait, I can't do a fucking Vin Diesel voice. Damn it. Wait, yeah, no, I can't. I don't got that, natural deep register. You guys notice that sometimes I miss entire words in my sentence? It's alright. Fun is fun. No, it's alright. I'm looking, dude, I'm telling you, Mitch, if you were in a bad mood, this will do it. Like this will put, like, this will give you a little bit of, of a break from feeling that way, because god damn it, like, from some of the feedback I got, the laughs were pure. But all right, guys, that is all she wrote for the evening. I really do appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. If you have not already, do me the solid and go and follow me on Twitch, because you never know. Just look out also for upcoming content. Keep those notifications on. Turn your notifications on to all. And like I was asking before, and I sincerely mean this, if you do enjoy this content, please double tap the screen, like the stream, and follow over on Twitch, because I'm an up and coming channel, man. All of it goes a very long way with me, so we're going to miss you, Pep. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Central, early show tomorrow. So come and join us for that. And yeah, look out for the fun. And until then, I will catch you guys later.
Who the heck is Peptalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.